Chapter 161. I'm not Ash, but someone else. You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Lucas? Lucas, who had been silent with a stern face for a while, slowly responded. I don't understand what you mean, my lord. Aren't you Ash-born hater Everblack, the third prince of the Everblack Empire? Quit playing dumb. I sighed and folded my arms. You know very well. I am a completely different person from the Ash you've served all your life. Lucas had been Ash's exclusive bodyguard since he was very young, and suddenly I had taken possession of Ash's body. Even though he might not know, everything from my behavior, way of speaking, and even trivial gestures would have changed completely. But Lucas did not question me and continued to be by my side. I too had let it pass without saying anything since Lucas showed me absolute loyalty. We had an unspoken agreement that there was no need to break our current relationship. But now I was leaving for the capital. I had to go without even knowing what kind of person the original Ash was, let alone understanding his family relationships. This couldn't go on. People in the capital would surely catch on. So I just came out and honestly told Lucas to ask about the original Ash's personality and the human relationships in the capital. Yet, despite that, no, my lord, you are undoubtedly the Prince Ash that I have served all my life. Lucas kept saying this to the very end. My eyes widened. Why is this guy playing dumb to the end? I thought we knew everything about each other. And Lucas had a reason to say this. You told me in advance that day. What? When did I tell you in advance? What did I say? On the night of the second day, when we were surrounded by black spiders at the outpost. You called me and said this. I had possessed this body on the third day of being surrounded by the Black Spider Legion. The night before that, one day before I took possession, Ash had said to Lucas, Hey, guard, starting tomorrow, I will act like a different person. But no matter how I appear or what I do, I am me. I am the Ash you have served all your life. Repeating Ash's words verbatim, Lucas looked at me with unwavering eyes. Don't doubt me and continue to assist me as you have. I am asking you. That's what you said. Though I didn't understand what you meant at the time, your behavior changed noticeably from the next day, as if you had become a different person. Lucas faintly smiled, bowing his head slightly to me. But since you had told me in advance, my loyalty to you never wavered. I was stunned, frozen by the unexpected truth. So Ash knew that I would possess his body. How did he know that? And why did he willingly give his body to me? Perhaps Ash was not simply a deranged prince, as I thought. Lost in thought, Lucas cautiously called me. My lord. Ah, yes, yes, I swallowed dryly. There's no point in telling him now that I am a gamer from another world. He'll just take the toss that Ash had thrown me. That's right, as I said back then. From that day on, I lost all my memories. I've only been pretending to be the prince since then. Thankfully, Lucas immediately accepted this. Indeed, there were times when you didn't seem to know common knowledge. I had suspected as much. Ha, thanks to you subtly explaining things, I've managed to get by. So how did you suddenly know so much about monsters and dungeons? That. I vaguely dodged the question. I instinctively knew how to defeat the monsters after losing all my other memories. Perhaps the me before losing my memories used some special technique. Though I thought it was nonsense as I spoke, Lucas seriously nodded, accepting it. It seemed that, in this way, I managed to steer our relationship back on track, leaving behind the mystery of Ash's foreknowledge. But it was clear that Lucas' unwavering loyalty was going to be a valuable asset in the dangerous game of Protect the Empire. This damn kid, just how much does he trust me? Ahem. Anyway, Lucas, I would like to ask for your help. I need to know about my relationships in the imperial court and understand my original habits. Upon my request, Lucas promptly nodded. Understood. I'll tell you right away. There's not much time left before departure, so we must be quick. Thus began Lucas' special lecture on Ash's original personality and human relationships. Fortunately or unfortunately, Ash's personality was rather eccentric. His emotional fluctuations were so extreme that he could be considered a different person depending on the mood of the day. Some days he was as kind and gentle as a saint, and on others he acted as crazed and frenzied as a mad dog. Thanks to this, it seemed that no one would doubt me, regardless of how my personality appeared now. Just maintain, a haughty attitude and nobody will be too suspicious. Okay, but what does being haughty mean? Well, my lord, could you tilt your chin back for a moment? Lucas cautiously took hold of my chin and raised the angle slightly. My head tilted back, making me look down at Lucas. Yes, that's the exact angle. The old lord always maintained this facial angle. No matter who the person was, if you keep this view, looking down on them, it'll be perfect. Hey, this puts a lot of strain on the back of my neck. Did Ash always walk around with this facial angle? I looked at the mirror nearby. Just a slight twist of the facial angle, and there was Ash, sending a condescending glance. Did he really look at everyone this way? Isn't he a crazy bastard? He must not have worried about getting a turtleneck. I put my neck back in place and rubbed the back of it. Being in that posture all the time was rather harsh on me. Next, I'll tell you about the people Yow'll encounter in the Imperial Court, especially those who may be difficult. Lucas hesitated. It might be too complicated to explain your intricate family history in the time we have. How complicated could it be? He said something similar before. I'll tell you about the major figures in the Imperial Court and what relationship you had with each one. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Ash's position was essentially the royal troublemaker. He was the thunderbolt put forth by the royal family. So even the high-ranking people didn't care much about him. Or rather, they didn't want to care. His Majesty the Emperor had private audiences with you occasionally. After explaining my relationships with the main figures in the imperial court, it was time to describe my relationship with the emperor. Lucas chose his words carefully. I couldn't follow you then, so I'm not exactly sure what your relationship was like. However, you were always afraid, whether you were summoned by His Majesty or after you returned. Even the damn my way or the highway eccentric Ash was afraid of the emperor. How scary must he be? I think this roughly sums it up. Oh, Lucas clapped his hands as if he suddenly remembered something. There is one more very important person. Ha, who? I won't tell you about this person. Knowing in advance won't help. You'll just have to face it. A bitter smile crept onto Lucas' face, who had been serious all day. You'll know when you meet them why I've told you this. What the hell, who is it? Sometimes there are unavoidable natural disasters. This person is such a case. What a natural disaster. That's freaking scary. Tell me, or at least give me a hint. Ahem, then just know this. In the Imperial Court. Lucas turned his eyes to the side with a seemingly defeated face and murmured softly, "You have a fiancé." I opened my mouth wide. What? Hey, fine. A fionk. Oh, yes. And so, having taken lessons on attributes throughout the night, the day had dawned bright, and noon was fast approaching. Finally wrapping up the special lecture, I packed my things, knowing it was time to leave. After all, the prince was returning to the imperial court, so there was no need to pack much. I'd only brought along what I needed for the business in the capital. Upon stepping out to the entrance of the lord's mansion, all my party members were waiting for me. I chuckled. What's with this send-off? But as they all followed with serious faces, I let it be. Being seen off was a good feeling, after all. Heading towards the southern wall with my party members behind me, I spotted my soldiers lined up seamlessly on the wall. Wow, those rascals, doing things I didn't even order, trying to gain favor. With a quiet smile, I passed through the gate and outside, and the soldiers on the wall saluted me in unison. Safe travels, Your Highness. Leaving behind the loud greeting of 1,000 soldiers, I went to the airship. All three airships had their engines running, and Riene Windwell was waiting for me in front of the Royal Special Ship Alcatraz. Behind Riene stood 4 officers and 50 soldiers. They were the support troops that would remain in Crossroad. Approaching, Riene flashed a big smile. "Are you all ready, Your Highness?" "Well, more or less." I gestured to Lucas standing beside me. "While I am away, acting commander of the Southern Front will be Lucas McGregor." Riene and Lucas' eyes met. A spark flew between the knight and the mage. I spoke sternly. "I expect full cooperation as support troops, Captain Riene." "Of course, Your Highness. I will cooperate faithfully." "I appreciate it. Oh, and," I whispered to Riene, "don't mess around or I'll kill you. Just stay focused on hunting the monsters." "Captain Riene, you need to respond." Riene bowed her head deeply. "Would I dare, Your Highness?" Riene pointed to the open hatch of the Alcatraz. "Please board. Well, get you to the capital safely." I looked back. "See you soon." To my party members, who looked at me with a mix of trust and concern, I grinned broadly. "I'll bring back something tasty." Waving my hand, I boarded the Alcatraz. Slowly the hatch closed, and an officer who looked like a knight guided me with a crisp attitude. "Please, this way, Your Highness." Fitting for a royal exclusive airship, the ornately decorated interior had seats reserved for royalty. I had never even ridden in a business class seat on Earth's plains, yet here I was, enjoying luxury. As I took my seat, the officer personally fastened my seatbelt. Soon, a floating sensation filled me, and the airship ascended into the sky with the roar of its mighty engine. Through the window next to my seat, I saw the faces of my party members and soldiers. They were saluting me to the very end. "I'll be back soon." Thinking this, the airship sped up, and their faces quickly receded into the distance. For the first time, I was leaving the city of Crossroad, where I had always stayed since falling into this world. I clenched my fists. To be honest, I was a bit nervous. Going to the capital, meeting the emperor, clashing with my brother, convincing key figures, and my fiancée. The airship cut through the sky, heading north at a terrifying speed. Stage 6 clear. Stage MVP, Renee Windwell, SSR guest character, level up characters. None deceased or injured characters. None acquired items. Wyvern Legion magic stones. 274 Trishula magic core. SR. 3. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. N-grade reward box. 3 R-grade reward box. 3 Get ready for the next stage. Stage 7. The Return of Tang R Chapter 162. It took 3 days to get from Crossroad to New Terra by airship. If you only considered the flying time, it would take less than a day, but because periodic landings for mechanical inspections and magic power recharge were necessary, it took that long. I had to spend most of these 3 days seated. The officers attended to me constantly, so there was no discomfort, but my back started to ache as we went along. Yawn. When on Earth are we going to arrive? The initial excitement had long faded, and I now felt a desperate urge to arrive and face the dignitaries of New Terra as soon as possible. Let's land already. I was killing time so pointlessly. Just when I sensed that the airship was lowering its altitude, a grand view of an enormous city started to become visible through the window. "Oh!" I gasped softly and pressed myself against the window. It was finally in sight. The center of this world, the largest city on the globe. New Terra, the capital of the Everblack Empire, revealed itself in all its overwhelming majesty. New Terra, a port city situated on an inland sea. It was the hub of global trade and logistics, and the size of this ever-expanding city was already comparable to a small country. I don't know much, but it seems tens, if not hundreds, of times larger than Crossroad. Of course, this was a city you wouldn't see in the game. The game's stage was strictly confined to Crossroad. Even viewed from a distance, the city was far from ordinary beauty. The turquoise sea waves crashed against the harbor of the city situated by the inland sea, breaking into scattered droplets that sparkled under the clear sunlight. Fishing boats and merchant ships were busily moving in and out of the harbor, while carts were ceaselessly transporting goods from the harbor into the city. Broad and neatly organized roads branched out in every direction, and countless people moved along them. I thought the city would be dark and gloomy since the country's name is Everblack. It was not. Rather, it was a bright and dazzling city, the complete opposite. Except, the royal palace situated at the city's center was fittingly black, in line with the nation's name. The dark towers of the palace, standing in a row as if swallowing light, came into view. The airship I was on was flying toward that palace. I quietly muttered the nickname of the palace, Thornbush Palace. The other airships that were patrolling the skies of New Terra slowly made way. The royal special ship, Alcatraz, that I was aboard, along with its 2 escorts, gradually reduced speed and landed towards the palace. Thud, the hatch opened, and I slowly stepped out of the airship. The air of New Terra, which I inhaled for the first time, felt warm. It made sense, as summer was drawing near. It was natural for the weather to become so mild. An old man, neatly dressed in a butler's uniform, was waiting at the landing pad of the palace. The old man bowed respectfully as I approached. "Welcome, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. I have been waiting." About that. I am Alberto, the chief steward of the royal palace. It has been a long time." Alberto, one of the people Lucas had told me about, a strict old man who managed the palace's domestic affairs. He had been doing this job since before I was born. Oh, I need to greet him. How should I do it like Ash? After a brief hesitation, I eventually yelled, perhaps a bit too freely. "Hey, old man, long time no see." Are you still active at that age? Don't strain your joints. Retire already. Silence ensued. Not just Alberto, but also the other servants who had been waiting were staring at me, taken aback. I froze with my arms up, breaking out in a cold sweat. Did I go too far? Was that too rude? Should I have been a little more polite trash? Your Highness. But no. You have matured so much after your hardships in a distant land. To receive such a candid greeting from your Highness, I am simply moved. Aha! To see your Highness in such a mature state, this humble servant Alberto is just overwhelmed with emotion. Alberto pulled out a handkerchief and wiped away a tear. What was he talking about? What the hell was Ash up to before? How could this guy get compliments for being gentle and mature after pulling this crap? The natural-born loser that was Ash and the fake loser that was me seemed to have an insurmountable gap between us. Is this the difference in talent? Come this way, your Highness. Since you've come home after a long time, I will personally guide you. Somehow, despite my unintended polite appearance, I was guided into the imperial palace's interior amidst Alberto's hospitality. The place where Alberto guided me was a separate palace located on the outskirts of the main palace. It was quite far from the main palace, so it took a while to reach. Carrying my baggage and leading the way, Alberto personally opened the main door to the separate palace. As I stepped into the building, I inadvertently let out a cry of admiration. Wow, is this my house? Alberto then turned pale and bowed his head. I apologize, Your Highness. We cleaned vigorously and hung new decorations at the news of your arrival, but it seems we have failed to meet your high aesthetic standards. What the hell are you talking about? It's damn splendid. I was purely admiring it. Don't twist my words. Anyway, the separate palace was grand. The mansion of the Lord of Crossroad was more than enough for a commoner like me, but this place looked 3 times bigger and 10 times more magnificent. I sighed as I looked at the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and the jewel decorations on the wall. Selling this palace alone would probably cover several months of military expenses for Crossroad. Then, please rest comfortably. I will prepare dinner as it is soon time for the meal. Hold on, Alberto. I quickly stopped the old butler as he turned to leave. Alberto looked back, puzzled. Yes, Your Highness. Do you have any instructions? It's not that. Did father or my brother say anything about when to meet or something? Yes, there were no specific instructions. His Majesty and the other Highnesses are always busy, and especially now, they are preparing for a major event. A major event. What's that? Perhaps instructions will come soon. Please wait and see. All right. Thanks for letting me know, Alberto. I thanked him without thinking, and Alberto looked at me in surprise. Suddenly realizing my mistake, I yelled, Enough, now get out and prepare my meal. Yes, Your Highness. Finally, Alberto bowed again with a relieved face and left. Bravo, Ash. You've even managed to tame such a grandfather like that. I shrugged my shoulders and entered the separate palace. Well, I should look around my house. Although a series of misfortunes occurred as I encountered the servants cleaning or doing their tasks inside, each time they would startle, step back, or even scream and run away. I decided not to care much. It's all Ash's doing. What can I do about it? I looked into every room inside the palace. Since this would be my place during my time in the Empire, I felt the need to understand its layout. I was worried that they might throw me in jail as soon as I arrived, but that's not the case. Despite the ominous welcome, I felt well treated. Is it because, rotten or not, I am still royalty? For the first time, I was thankful for Ash's background. I passed through the kitchen, wine cellar, wardrobe filled with luxurious silk clothes, a large bath, and a small library. I entered a room with a luxurious bed. It seemed to be a bedroom. The bed is freaking big. I gently touched it, and the entire bed wobbled as if filled with water. I quickly got up, startled. Damn, the taste of these royal folks. There was a small desk in the bedroom, and on it many framed portraits were lined up. Most of them were portraits of Ash. Since he's royalty, he sure got painted a lot. One frame was knocked over, so without thinking, I picked it up and placed it upright. Ha! In that frame was a portrait of young Ash, nestled in the arms of a woman. The woman's face resembled Ash quite a bit. Could it be Ash's mother? Ash said his mother has already passed away. Lucas refrained from mentioning anything further. There seemed to be something unspeakable, something deep he couldn't share. Though she wasn't my real mother, an unsettling emotion stirred within me as I looked at her portrait. I carefully laid the portrait back on the desk. Restaurant. Dinner time. Alberto personally served the meal, nearly spoon-feeding me like one would do for a young child. Is this how royalty usually eats? Or is Ash a unique case? I couldn't bear this the entire time I was at the palace, so I insisted on eating by myself. Alberto, moved to tears, wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. To see your highness so grown up, it is truly magnificent. This foolish Alberto has lived well until today. Come on, even if it's the royal child. If you've reached this age, you should be able to eat by yourself. Why are you moved by something so ordinary? I've grown up, so enough with the fuss. The meal was delicious. My chef at the crossroad was not bad, but the skill of the royal chef was on another level. Yum 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 yum. During the meal, I had the chance to chat with Alberto and hear an unexpected piece of news. A victory celebration party. Yes, a celebration to commemorate the end of the war with Bringa Duchy. Alberto looked at me with a slightly puzzled expression. Weren't you returning for this event, Your Highness? No, I didn't know. I had no idea at all. I was practically dragged back here. The grand event being prepared at the palace was none other than a victory celebration for the war against Bringa Duchy. The official reason I was summoned to the palace was to attend this party. I incredulously stroked my chin. The war's not even over, is it? The Duke's not captured, and guerrilla attacks are still happening, and they're holding a victory celebration party. So that's what it is. Externally, they must declare the war is over for some reason. The atmosphere has been unstable due to the long war with an ally, and it must be remedied. So they were advertising and preparing the event everywhere. And suddenly, I trollingly declared support for the Bringa Duchy side. From the perspective of the second prince, Fernandez, they hastily sent me support and brought me here so I couldn't interfere until the event was over. I see how it works now. Annoyed, I gestured to Alberto. So when's the party? It's a week from now. We scheduled it to coincide with the return of the first Prince Lark. First Prince Lark Avalanche Everblack, the general who held the Empire's military power, commander of the Western Front, and the undefeated knight who spearheaded the Bringa Duchy annihilation operation. I'll be seeing the first prince this time, too. Unexpectedly, it seemed all the royal family would gather together, as if for a conference. I swallowed dryly, feeling the situation growing beyond my control. I hadn't intended to go this far. If possible, I wanted to meet only the second prince, Fernandez, and leave. Well, think positively. With many people gathering, the number of those willing to send support to the Southern Front would increase too. Whether it's money, soldiers, or heroes, Crossroad always desperately needs support. A party, though. As I lifted the teacup Alberto brought me and savored its scent, I thought to myself, I know nothing about party manners. Am I going to be okay? Well, whatever. If push comes to shove, I'll have to rely on Ash's reputation as a lunatic and break through. Chapter 163, after an early dinner. As I tried to go out of the Imperial Palace, the guards stopped me. His Highness Fernandez has ordered you to wait in the private residence. What the heck? They seem to be treating me well, but apparently the intention was to confine me inside the private residence and make me play around there. I obediently returned to my room for the time being. Ash's life was all about making a scene, but there was no need to create chaos in this situation. I have a quiet way out. I pulled out a cloak that I had brought from Crossroad. Invisibility Cloak, SSR. When I put the cloak on my shoulders and looked in the mirror, it showed empty space. It was working properly. I was worried that if I couldn't see myself, I might lose my balance, but fortunately that didn't happen. I could see my body translucently. Good, then. I closed the cloak's collar and looked at the bright city lights through the private residence window. Let's head out to town for a drink. There were many reasons why I was brought to the capital, but one of them was to deal with matters that couldn't be handled outside the capital. I'll meet the architect, make contact with the top, and the mercenary guild. Time to draw a hero. The stealth provided by the invisibility cloak was level 3, so it would be detected by detection magic of level 3 or higher. And this place was the heart of the Empire, the Imperial Palace. Detection magic would certainly be in place at the entrance, so there was a chance of getting caught right away. But I was lucky. My accommodation was not in the main palace, but in a distant private residence. Naturally, the level of surveillance was much lower. Crouching next to the wall, I stared intently at the private residence's main gate, guarded by the sentries. Perhaps due to my increased intelligence and magic power stats, I could vaguely sense the magic cast around me when I focused. There's surveillance magic, but it's about level 1. I didn't have to wait long before it was time for the guards to change shifts. For a brief moment, as the door opened and the soldiers passed by, I slipped through quietly. Easy, too easy. After that, everything went smoothly. Ash's private residence was located on the outermost part of the Imperial Palace, and the security network to be breached was correspondingly thin. It didn't take long for me to completely leave the Imperial Palace area and stand at the entrance to the city. Making sure no one was watching, I removed the invisibility cloak and looked back at the Imperial Palace, whistling. "I'll get some fresh air, Dad." Walking the streets myself, the city seemed much larger than it had appeared from the sky. The streets, thoroughly cleaned around the Imperial Palace, became dirtier as I headed south, but in return they gained vibrancy. Boisterous conversations echoed, and the smells of alcohol, fire, and bread wafted from mats and stalls scattered around. I pulled my robe's hood deep over my head and threaded my way through the bustling back alleys. Having grown used to the quiet of Crossroad, the crowded place made my eyes spin. I stopped in a quieter spot and took a deep breath, unfolding the map from my pocket. Let's see where to go. Since the harbor was south of the Imperial Palace, commercial facilities and guilds were naturally situated to the south. The aristocratic houses and the salons, high-end cafeterias catering to them, seemed to be to the north of the Imperial Palace. I don't need to worry about the class distribution of this city. Having confirmed my destination, I folded the map and put it away. I had 3 places to visit in total. The architect, needed for the Crossroad Tourism City project. The top, necessary for taking over the Magic Stone distribution network. And the Mercenary Guild, just to check if I could draw a hero. The architect's office was the closest among the 3. I hurried, hoping to arrive before it got too late. The architect's office. Coming in, bang, I kicked the door open and entered, startling the architect, who had been intently examining blueprints. "Eek, WH, who are you? Who else but your sky-high customer?" I took off my hood and flashed a mischievous smile. "You forgot about the letter, didn't you, friend?" "The letter? The hotel construction in Crossroad." Gasp. "Surely not, Prince Ash. Surely captures people." "I got you." Approaching the architect's desk, I took a seat in the chair before me, crossed my legs, and rested my chin in my hand. "Hey, you want to do a job with me?" My attitude was casual, but I had every intention of treating the architect properly. Crossroad was a dangerous place, far from the imperial roads and teeming with monsters. Naturally, I'd pay extra for a job in such a location. However, "I'm truly sorry, Your Highness." No matter how much I begged and pleaded, the architect remained steadfast in refusal. I was genuinely puzzled. "You won't do it no matter how much I pay. Is there something that makes it impossible?" "Why? Is there another reason?" "I can't tell you that, sir. Just know that if you ask other architects in the Imperial City, they'll give you the same response." There was something else going on. Narrowing my eyes, I leaned closer to the architect and lowered my voice. "Fine, I'll back off quietly without asking more. But tell me this, what's the reason? Did someone threaten you not to take my job?" Gulp. The architect's shoulder twitched. It must be the right answer. "Look, friend, it's odd for me to say this, but I am Prince Ash." Frowning, I grumbled menacingly. "If you don't answer straight, who knows what might happen? Please have mercy." "Raw, please save me." I had scared him enough to make him cry. Enough joking, I patted the architect's shoulder. "It's all right. Just tell me this and I won't bother you further. Who was it? Who told you not to take my job?" "That would be." In the end, the architect told the plain truth. "Big Hand has pressured me not to take on any projects in Crossroad, no matter what." I blinked in surprise. "Big Hand? Who's Big Hand?" I can't say, Your Highness. I am truly sorry." With that, he fell to the ground, wailing. I couldn't press further and had to leave the architect's office. It was as the architect had said. People in other offices refused my requests too, even going so far as to close up shop and run away or take down their signs. Was all this really necessary? It was the same with the merchants. All the merchants I could have contacted to build a new distribution network in the game refused to contract with me. After cajoling, begging, and threatening them, they all spat out the same name. Big Hand. Big Hand had blocked all dealings with Crossroad. I couldn't secure a contract with an architect or merchant, and I wandered the streets, lost in thought. Who would go to such lengths to thwart me? The news that I was looking for an architect and merchant in Crossroad must have spread among industry insiders weeks ago. And Big Hand had stepped in and messed things up. Who has enough influence to do this? I am a prince. A rascal, perhaps, but still one of the Emperor's 3 sons. And a commander of the Southern Front. Even though it's a ramshackle front operated solely with mercenaries, I am still a commander in charge of defending the Empire. I had personally requested these contracts, but the architects and merchants had refused me, risking their lives. This meant that Big Hand was a more frightening threat than me. Is it Fernandez or the Emperor? The two who immediately came to mind. They are obviously above me, but it seemed too petty for them to have directly blocked me. All for a small city in the Margrave's territory, just for small work, with just an architect, just a merchant. It's hard to imagine that the regent or the emperor would block such a minor matter. Either of them could mess with me far more efficiently. So who on earth could it be? Lost in thought, I found myself standing in front of the mercenary guild. I swallowed dryly, looking up at the building. Continental Mercenary Guild, New Terra headquarters. Please let me pull a cheat-level hero. Of course, I knew it. There would be hardly any mercenaries here who were actually out in the field. This was the capital of the Empire, a city garrisoned by the Royal Standing Army and one of the safest places in the world. It was far removed from strife and chaos. There was no way that mercenaries, the warhounds seeking battles, would be here. This place merely acted as a headquarter overseeing various mercenary guilds scattered across the continent and dealing with administrative tasks. It was unlikely to be a space for actually recruiting mercenaries. But still, I'll at least be able to find out where the useful mercenaries are. I came here to find out where the SSR-grade friends were roaming around the continent. As long as I could find their location, I could figure out how to scout them. And who knows, perhaps a high-grade hero character is waiting for me inside. There's always a possibility. With that thought, I flung the doors of the mercenary guild wide open without really expecting much. But then, flash! As soon as I opened the door, a dazzling golden light spilled out. What the heck? A woman was standing in front of the empty counter of the mercenary guild. The gold-colored aura unique to SSR-grade characters was emanating from her. She was a young woman with short, military blue hair, dressed in a plain black and white maid's uniform. But what caught my eye the most was a coffin, a massive black coffin that she carried on her back. I was momentarily overwhelmed by this utterly unbalanced, absurd visual, and my mouth fell open slightly. SSR-grade characters often have unique appearances, but a maid with a coffin. I'd never seen this character in the game before. Ah! With her eyes, the same military blue as her hair, she glanced at me. It was a lifeless stare, like that of a dead fish. She grabbed the hem of her skirt with a stiff, doll-like motion and bowed to me. You have arrived, Your Highness. Ha! The architect, and your contact with the top brass. I knew you would come here, so I was waiting for you. Her toneless voice had an unmistakable sharpness to it. My master wishes to see you. Please, follow me obediently. I could instinctively sense that this woman's master was the big hand who had manipulated the architects and top brass. At the same time, I felt threatened. A person who could manipulate the merchants in the capital, predict my movements, and even boldly summon a member of the royal family like me. This was dangerous. Who's your master to command me to come? How dare you be insolent to the royalty? At my words, the woman tilted her head. Won't you come? And what if I say no? Then I have no choice. Click. The woman laid her hand on the enormous coffin on her back. There was a short handle on top of the coffin, and she effortlessly picked it up with one hand, as if it were a club. I'll have to take you by force. Chapter 164. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to forcibly take you. The woman in a maid's uniform spoke, holding a massive coffin like a blunt weapon. Ha! I bared my teeth in a grin. Look at this. Now they're even resorting to blatant threats. Do they think I'm a pushover? Despite appearances, I've defeated countless monsters on the monster frontline, including the Vampire King himself. Great, let's go head to head. That's what I wanted to say, but I barely held it back, instead nodding my head. All right, I'll come with you. Upon hearing my compliant response, the woman seemed surprised. Really? Really, what's it to you? I want to meet your master too. I was genuinely curious about what kind of person would exert pressure on the merchants of the imperial capital and then use that pressure to hinder my business. If they invite me, why shouldn't I go? Let's meet face to face and talk about it. The woman squinted her eyes and murmured, "You won't run away. Something's changed about you." What? What's going on? Did this woman know Ash? I wanted to ask, but there was no time. The woman with the massive coffin on her back led the way out of the mercenary guild. "Follow me. I'll guide you." After boarding a carriage that was waiting beside the Mercenary Guild building, we headed south for a while. The carriage finally stopped at a massive building right next to the harbor. I looked up at the sign of the building with unexpected emotions. Silver Winter Commerce Guild, the Silver Winter, the largest commerce guild in the empire, if not the entire continent. The Silver Winter was known for operating the continent's largest commerce guild, reaching every corner of the empire. Although it was possible to contact them in the game, for some reason they never traded with Crossroad. They seemed like dummy data. Is Silver Winter the one obstructing my trade with other guilds? But why? My suspicions deepened as I followed the maid-clad woman into the guild building. Even though it was late, the building was bustling with people. Among those carrying piles of paperwork and goods, the woman walked skillfully, her movement nimble despite the enormous coffin on her back. She stopped on the fifth floor, at the very end, where there was a door made of luxurious wood. Above it hung a large nameplate. Silver Winter Guild Master's Office. This must be where the head of the guild resides. Two women dressed like the maid-clad woman stood guard by the door, their faces stern and imposing. As the maid-clad woman put down the coffin, the two guards stepped aside. Knock, knock, she knocked on the door carefully and recited emotionlessly, "Master, I have brought him." A cool, young female voice came from inside. "Come in." "Yes." The maid-clad woman pulled open the door and stood aside politely. I cautiously stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell of ink and paper. The spacious room was filled with all sorts of documents. A quick glance revealed they were mostly receipts and transaction records. Certificates verifying goods bought and sold by the guild were also in abundance. Next, I saw neatly packaged jewelry and precious metals. True to the continent's largest commerce guild, they were dealing in such high-value goods. I turned my head, estimating the price of the jewels. Lastly, my eyes fell on her. A young woman, wearing a wrinkle-free female suit, sat at the desk in the middle of the room. Her hair, cascading past her waist, was a transparent watery blue, and her eyes, peering through glasses at the documents, were as bright as freshly minted silver coins. She glanced at me, then laid down her pen and took off her glasses simultaneously. "You did well. You may leave, Elise." "Yes, master." The name of the woman who had brought me here must have been Elise. Elise's eyes expressed loyalty and compassion towards her master, but towards me they showed the same murky suspicion as before. Elise bowed politely at the waist, and then closed the door quietly behind her. The room was left with only the woman, the leader of Silver Winter, and me. An awkward silence lingered. I was hesitating about what to say when the woman sighed softly. "You haven't seen me for a long time. Don't you have something to say to me?" "Ah." Hesitant, I clumsily waved my hand. "It's been a while." The woman's eyes narrowed, and I broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. I knew this woman had some connection with Ash, but I didn't know what it was, so I didn't know how to proceed. Did this bastard Ash owe a debt to Silver Winter? Considering how he lived wildly with gambling and games, it was entirely possible. Had he sold his prince's name to spend money lavishly in this place? No matter how I thought about it, the only reason they'd summon me so threateningly in such a huge place must be that. I finished my guessing and nodded to myself. "All right, let's speak confidently. I couldn't repay, so let's run." "Yes, long time no see." However, the woman's following words made me realize I was completely wrong. "My lord." I blinked my eyes in shock. What did she say? "I am my lord." "Aren't you tired of that title now?" A bitter smile crept across the woman's lips. "Even if you hate me, you must acknowledge me." "Ah, we are engaged to be married." For some reason, her words sounded sad, and only then did I notice the nameplate on her desk. Serenade Silver Winter. She was the owner of the continent's largest place, Silver Winter and Ash's fiancé. "Let's go." Rising, Serenade picked up the jacket hanging on a coat hanger and without putting it on, draped it over her shoulder. "This place doesn't suit us for celebrating our reunion." Serenade passed me and led the way out of the room. I stood there, dumbfounded, watching her receding figure before hurriedly following her. Swoosh! Gentle waves approaching the bow broke, creating spray. I was standing on a luxury yacht owned by Silver Winter. The sleek and white yacht was smoothly cutting through the sea, making a large circle around the harbour coast. Not far away, the harbour and city lights twinkled. Somehow, I managed to explore this city from the sky, land, and sea all in one day. I felt like I had accomplished some challenge. No, no, stop thinking like a crazy gamer. I shook my head violently. This was not the time to open the system window to check for achievement notifications. Stop escaping reality. I heard about having a fiancée, but who would have known that I would meet her on my first day in the Imperial City? I was not prepared. I might be a professional at conquering monsters, but dealing with women's hearts is a lot harder, you know. Click, click. Just then, Serenade approached me from behind, holding a cocktail in each hand. Serenade extended the blue cocktail in her right hand to me. I brought what you always drink. Thank you, B. I stopped myself mid-sentence. Like Ash, like Ash, like Ash. Smack. I snatched the glass and downed the cocktail in one shot. It must have been a strong drink because my stomach immediately felt hot. Hell yeah. I threw the empty glass into the sea outside the yacht, energetically. Sorry for littering the ocean, but this should make me more like Ash, right? Serenade's eyes widened, frozen in shock at my sudden behavior. I started to sweat. Was that too overboard? Your throat must have been quite dry. Shall I get you another drink, my lord? No, that's enough. I am good. I casually waved my hand. One more drink like this, and there would be no stomach lining left. But thanks to the alcohol, my tensed body relaxed. Perhaps I should pretend to be Ash, under the influence of alcohol. Hugh, leaning against the railing where I was leaning, Serenade let out a soft sigh and took a sip from her glass. After you left for the battlefield and returned to the Imperial capital, you didn't even try to get in contact with me. When you left, it was the same. You didn't say anything to me. I thought I was used to being treated like this, but isn't it a bit? Too much. Serenade's silvery eyes looked at me gently. I made an effort to smile calmly. Were you worried? I'm always worried. Serenade muttered, twirling her cocktail glass in her hand. I'm always anxious that you might break your promise. A promise? What promise did Ash make? I was curious, but I changed the subject. There was something I needed to ask. So you interfered? Interfered? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. The architects and merchants I contacted all backed off, and it was you, wasn't it? Serenade chuckled. Oh, that. That was something I had to do, of course. What? Didn't I promise you that my Silver Winter merchants would provide the best commercial service? We can't have other mongrels interfering. I was speechless. So, what's this all about? I will select the architect for you. I don't know what business you want to do in Crossroad, but that business will also be handled by our Silver Winter merchants. You didn't like me contracting with other merchants, so you acted first and stopped it. Was that the story? If you leave such matters to me, I'll take care of everything. Just let me know. Tell me as much money as you need, too. Whether you use it for gambling or betting, I'll lend you as much as you want. Anything we handle in our merchants, just say the word. Whether it's alcohol, jewelry, or anything precious, if I can get it, I can give it to you. Why is she doing so much? Hesitant, I cautiously asked. So what should I give in return? You're pretending to forget again. Serenade's watery hair fluttered in the gentle sea breeze. It looked like a wave rippling in the air. From the beginning, our family's request was clear, wasn't it? Serenade, letting out a long sigh, looked up at me with sharp, silvery eyes. Why was it? Her eyes were desperate and pained. Give us the royal favor to our Silver Winter, a humble merchant family that only has money. Royal favor. Not the star silver for hunting vampires, but the royal favor, if that's the case. Your royal seed. Serenade's long, slender fingers tightly gripped my sleeve. Give it to me. My eyes widened in shock. The seed. Seed, 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 seed. Chapter 165. Give me your seed of the imperial family. At Serenade's words, my mouth fell open. What the heck? My goodness gracious. What is this woman saying? It's improper, young lady. In this fantasy world, the red dragon might be the supreme, but hey, where I come from, it's the Confucian dragon that reigns supreme. Be careful with such dialogue, or you'll be in big trouble. The amount of cold sweat suddenly shooting up my back doubled. I avoided Serenade's earnest gaze, dripping with sweat. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I can't even meet her eyes. And as I avoided her gaze, Serenade's voice grew suddenly heavy. You're always like this, my lord. Ha! Day in and day out you, a lascivious person spreading rumors with other noble daughters, for some reason, have never held me even once. Serenade's head hung low, her fists clenched tight. No, not just holding me, but even looking into my eyes like now, you've always hated. No, this is just because I am shy, you know. Do you dislike young girls that much? No, I don't dislike. Because I am from a lowly merchant family. Because I bought the position of your fiancé with money. If you embrace me, do you think ills smell like dirty metal? Something trickled down Serenade's pale cheek. Ha! It was a transparent droplet. Serenade was, well, crying. I froze. Great heavens, I really don't know how to handle this kind of situation at all. I never expected your love from the beginning. Serenade looked up at me, weeping without even wiping her tears. I know. You must dislike mixing the pure blood of the noble imperial family with such a lowly and filthy woman like me. But even if it's a contractual relationship, even if the adults arranged it, we still promised to become a couple, didn't we? I am offering everything I have to you, my lord, so why don't you? Look at me just once. I wanted to comfort her somehow, but the situation didn't allow me to easily speak up. Ash and Serenade's relationship was foreign to me, a strict relationship between strangers. As a player who had merely taken over this body, could I interfere in this relationship? Would it later turn into a greater wound for her? While I hesitated, frozen, Serenade turned away, wiping her tears. I am tired of begging you for attention and affection, my lord. I am sorry for whining and acting spoiled, and for possibly boring you. No, that's not it, I mean. Seeing you after so long, I must have gotten overly excited, and my emotions got the best of me. I apologize. Serenade waved her hand, calming her breath. The captain steering the yacht turned the bow towards the harbor. It's getting quite late. Even though the imperial capital is relatively safe, it's dangerous for a member of the imperial family to wander the streets alone. I'll prepare a carriage, so please take it home. If you need anything, just send me a message. The festival is approaching, so the imperial capital will become hectic. Please don't wander around at night like this for a while. Serenade stopped, caught in her words. Right, you hate when I nag. Ha ha, how odd. How can I be so mismatched with your tastes, my lord? I remained silent, and the boat soon returned to the harbor. I am sorry for being brash today, my lord. Serenade bowed deeply towards me. Please forget about today, and feel free to visit me anytime, whether it's for money or a drink. Well, take care. With tear-stained cheeks, Serenade smiled. I was happy to see you, my lord. Inside the carriage returning to the imperial palace, I was still lost in thought. I had secured the architect and trade line I intended to get in the imperial capital. With the Silver Winter trade line, the largest in the empire, it should be reliable enough. I could easily proceed with the Crossroads tourist city plan, the independent magical stone distribution line as well. But only one thing, people. An unexpected problem had arisen. People are always troublesome. Such issues had never crossed my mind in Crossroad. Since nearly all my relationships with others had begun from a zero base, built up by me. It was about me, not Ash. However, in the imperial capital of New Terra, all relationships were Ash's. The emperor, the princes, court officials, servants, and even the fiancé I met today. These were all relationships Ash had cultivated and built. Could I really tamper with them? Even if I were to intervene, could I guide them in the right direction? Relationships between people are like a Jenga puzzle. You don't just pile them up endlessly. You remove the pillars from between and place them on top. If you build as high as possible and then stop, that human relationship remains stable. But now I was pondering whether to touch the precarious Jenga puzzle that Ash had built. Whether the tower grows taller or collapses altogether, problems could arise on either side. What should I do? I wrapped my head in confusion, pondering the matter. Why won't the Lord even look at the girl properly? I recalled the image of Serenade, who was crying teardrops from her silver eyes and lamenting pitifully. Ha! This isn't just Serenade's problem. I have come to the imperial capital, and I must keep clashing with Ash's people. Then I must clearly determine my stance. Either not to interfere at all, or to bear everything of Ash, myself. I clenched my mouth shut. Either way, I had regarded Ash as someone else so far. I had thought of him as a separate person. Can I really accept that stranger's life as wholly mine? Do I truly have the resolve for that? That's when it happened. Thud, suddenly the carriage stopped. Ha! I looked out of the window, puzzled. The Imperial Palace was not visible. It was a dark back alley. What's going on? Did the carriage break down? At that moment, the coachman who had descended from the coachman's seat came walking back. Hey, what's the matter? Bang. Before I could even ask the coachman what was wrong, she flung the carriage door open, grabbed me by the collar and pulled me out. What? At the same time, she threw me. I involuntarily screamed as I floated in midair. Wooah, what is Thea's? Thump. Perhaps due to all the time I had spent wandering in dungeons and tumbling in defensive battles, I managed to straighten myself in the air and land upright. Thud, you who dares. I stopped mid-shout as I looked forward. Rumble. In front of me stood a woman in a maid's outfit, holding a massive polearm. Elise. It was Serenade's subordinate, the one who was driving the carriage to take me to the palace, and from her whole body emanated a terrifying fighting spirit. The materialized energy stirred up a wind, fluttering her maid's apron. Ash, Crown Prince. Elise's chilling cobalt eyes were filled with creepy determination. Like a finely sharpened blade, that determination. You are trash. Excuse me, I unknowingly responded with respect. Why suddenly like this? 10 years ago, after becoming engaged to you, my mistress devoted herself to you. She lent you money for gambling, served you the finest wines from around the world. Most of your wasteful extravagances in the imperial capital were cleaned up not by the imperial family, but by our Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Crunch. Eliza's teeth were ground together, fiercely. I hated seeing you like that, but I endured it. It was the wish of the previous Merchant Guild's head to shed the disgrace of a poor merchant family by forming a connection with the imperial family, and whoosh, Eliza aimed the massive polearm she was carrying at her back forward, because my mistress, Lady Serenade, loved you. But I can no longer tolerate this. You are only causing harm to our merchant guild. Above all, you only wound my mistress. Eliza's emanating fighting spirit became even more vivid. To repay the kindness shown by the previous head of the merchant guild and for the remaining life of my revered mistress. And then Eliza said, you must die here. She was going to kill a royal. He had declared that the battle would be fought here. Whether it was a twisted act of loyalty or something else, I didn't know, but I hurriedly drew my staff from my possession. Damn it, how do I calm this situation down? I had already learned that Elise was an SSR-grade character from the Mercenary Guild. Even if I didn't know, she must be quite strong. First, let's subdue her. But I, too, had defeated countless monsters, and had grown through various hardships in the dungeon beneath the lake. An SSR-grade character who had been comfortably living here in the Imperial capital without experiencing real battles should be easy to subdue. Or so I thought. Bang! Elise slammed her coffin, which she had been holding like a club, into the ground. I opened my eyes wide. Ha! What's she doing? Then, sword coffin, deploy. At the same time as Elise's murmur, the coffin opened to the left and right. Whoosh, and inside the coffin there were all kinds of swords stored by type. Greatsword, longsword, dagger, rapier, curved sword, broadsword, short sword, T-sword. All of them were at least SR-grade weapons. Damn, this is insane. Only then did I realize who Elise was, and my mouth fell open. I thought I hadn't seen Elise in the game. But that was not the case. I hadn't recognized her just because the maid's outfit was unfamiliar. Why is the funeral swordmaster, Elizabeth, here? A monster that ranks among the strongest sword characters in all of Protect the Empire. The sword's funeral director, Elizabeth. She had appeared in the game wearing a dark funeral director's outfit and a funeral director's hat, so I hadn't recognized her at all in her current maid's dress. Damn it, Lucas. You have to speak clearly. The unexpected catastrophe was not my fiancée, Serenade Silverwinter. It was this woman, Elizabeth, Serenade's escort. I will make your end painless. Selecting a sword from the sword coffin, Elizabeth ominously intoned, that's out of consideration for the man who almost became my master's husband. Immediately after, Elizabeth pulled out a saw-blade sword, its blade jagged and uneven. Ah, this looks good. No, that looks extremely painful, that thing. Whether I was alarmed or not, Elizabeth drew the saw-blade sword and charged at me. She was truly intent on killing me. Chapter 166 King. In a back alley of the night, swords clashed, ringing out with an ominous metallic sound. The saw-blade sword swung by Elise, and the three magic swords wielded by me. A total of 4 blades sliced through the darkness, tangling together, and with each clash, dazzling sparks flew. They were mostly the mana particles spat out as my magic swords were shattered. She's strong. Frantically thrusting my staff to launch my magic swords, I was drenched in cold sweat. Though I had almost no experience in PvP, I had stood on the front lines with the heroes of Protect the Empire and killed many named monsters. Just a few rounds were enough to tell. This woman, Elizish, was incredibly strong. After going to the monster front lines, you've become quite impressive. Eliz coolly muttered as she effortlessly swung her sawblade sword, grinding my magic swords to pieces. Now I will get serious. Rolling up my sleeves and adjusting my gloves, I grumbled, "No, this is already tough enough. Can't you stop here?" Of course, Eliz didn't even pretend to listen. Sword coffin release. As Eliz spat the command, the sword coffin standing in the corner of the alley emitted a glow, as if turning on. Woo Woong, third sword. The sword, stored in the third slot of the sword coffin, rocketed up like a projectile, spinning in the air and landing above Eliza's head. Thud, without even turning to look, Eliza reached up with her left hand and caught the hilt of the sword. I was already intimidated by just this scene. Eliza, holding a sawblade sword in her right hand and a longsword in her left, bowed slightly. Well, let's start again. She appeared to be making a gesture like a bow before dancing. Wait, wait. Eliza, I reached out my hand, desperately shouting. If you really kill me, the whole Silver Winter Merchant Guild will be in jeopardy. Do you know that? If Eliza were to commit regicide, certainly her master Serenade and the Silver Winter Merchant Guild would all be punished. She had to know that, right? However, Eliza said something unexpected. It's Eliza, not Elizabeth. What? It's Eliza, not Elizabeth. Do not call me Elizabeth. Whether it's Elizabeth or Eliza, isn't it just a difference between the full name and a nickname? When I was taken into the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, I abandoned the name Elizabeth, the name of a murderer. Instead, I decided to live with the name Eliza, given to me by my lady. GRRR, her hands gripping both swords tensed, and I will die as Eliza. After killing you, I will end my life here. What are you saying? Dressed as if we were ambushed by a bandit. It will appear as though we were attacked and killed while riding in the carriage. It'll even set fire to our bodies in the carriage. I have a lot of experience with this sort of thing, so I am good at tampering with evidence. You don't need to worry. No, my worries are huge, but not about that. Whether or not things proceed from here, only if you are gone, my lady's life will change. Eliza's eyes, closing and opening, flashed a chilling determination. For Miss Serenade, please die with me. Her eyes were those of someone prepared to die. They were the eyes of someone resolved to join her opponent in death. I gritted my teeth. This fool, you think the Imperial family is that easy? They'll uncover everything about tonight and somehow hold your guild accountable. What you're doing now isn't loyalty. It's stupidity. Stop for your master's sake too, Eliza. But no matter what I said, Eliza showed no sign of stopping. It seemed that, now that things had come this far, she believed there was no turning back. Damn it, I gripped my staff. For my own survival, and also for Serenade, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, and even for Eliza. I must not die here. Somehow I must survive and calm the situation down, preventing unnecessary damage from spreading. Tyrant. The problem was, Eliza was too strong. Chang, Ki Chang, her sawblade sword and longsword, held in both hands, danced with smooth grace, their brilliance following her every move. Every time the sword light twisted in her hands, my magic swords were smashed to pieces. The fortunate part was that I fully understood Eliza's skill set. Of course, among the frontline dealers, she was my top-picked character. When playing Protect the Empire, I obsessed with performance, naturally favored Elizabeth, a super-capable character. Her battle style was inherently flamboyant, something the viewers loved as well. Thanks to that, I had a complete grasp of Eliza's skills and was somehow able to counter her relentless twin sword attacks. But a limit was reached. Not going down easily, Eliza pulled her next move. Sword coffin, eject. Sword number 8, sword number 11. Thwack, thwack. From the sword coffin, a short sword and a long sword sprang up one after another. Simultaneously, Eliza hurled a sawtooth sword and a long blade at me. You are a... I barely ducked, almost tumbling, and the sawtooth sword and the long blade deeply embedded themselves into the wall of the abandoned building behind me. Immediately after, Eliza soared through the sky, gracefully catching the falling short sword and long sword, then rushing at me. Whoosh! Elise brandished the short sword and the long sword with terrifying momentum, and when I barely dodged them, she thrust both swords into the abandoned building's wall. She then pulled out the previously embedded sawtooth sword and long blade, swinging them once more. Clang, cling, clang, clang, clang. A relentless assault without a moment to breathe. She swung the four blades, stuck them in the wall, retrieved them, and swung again, a veritable storm of swords. Really, the speed at which my magic sword was being destroyed was faster than its regeneration. Feeling my MP dwindling, I thought, really want to recruit her to my crossroad. Damn it. How great it would be if such a strong character joined our party. Not only dungeon raids, but also defenses would become much easier. But regardless of my observations as a battle operator, Elise was trying to kill me right now. How can I effectively suppress her? If I use Gaze of Command, but Elise is one of the swordsmen with unusually high magic power stats. There's a significant chance my level 1 skill, Gaze of Command, won't work on her. Then what should I? As I racked my brain for a solution, sword coffin, eject, sword number 1. Elise's emotionless voice resonated softly. Thwack. The ejected flying sword from the sword coffin was a dark blue dagger, matching Elise's eyes and hair. And Elise caught the flying dagger, crack, with her teeth. She precisely caught the dagger flying from behind in her mouth, a movement so agile you'd believe it if someone said she was a hunting dog, not a human. Elise then thrust the dagger held in her mouth at me. My magic swords were all shattered, fending off Elise's other four swords. There was no magic sword left to block the dagger. A triumphant glint passed through Elise's eyes. At that moment, swoosh, I suddenly thrust my right fist forward. My fist was adorned with a glove I had taken out of my inventory and worn earlier. Lucky Strike, my ultimate fortune-based weapon. Seemingly not expecting me to suddenly engage in close combat, Elise was momentarily bewildered. Her sharp blue eyes quickly scanned my fist. She, the sword-wielding mortician who plunders weapons from the foes she slays after conducting their funerals, possesses the ability to identify item grades, appraisal eye. She must have recognized that the glove on my hand was an SSR-grade weapon. That's why, undoubtedly, GRRR, she dodged my attack, since she didn't know the true nature of this weapon or what special ability it might hide. To kill me for sure, she had no choice but to back off here. Twist. Elise twisted her charging body in reverse, leaning her upper body back. My fist narrowly brushed past her torso. I grinned. I knew you'd dodge, Elise. From the start, my fist wasn't aiming for Elise. Defeating a strong opponent like her with a luck-based weapon like Lucky Strike was something I didn't even hope for. What I aimed for was the abandoned building's wall beside her, fragile and cracked from all the sword sheds stuck into it. Thump. My horizontally swung fist touched the wall, and ding. Immediately after, a slot window began to spin in a corner of my view. It was the damage determination slot for Lucky Strike. The rapidly spinning slot window gradually stopped, creating a three-digit number. 0, 1, 6, 16 damage, a figure akin to a mere scratch. But even if it was a weak number to monster, it was more than enough to crumble a wall already cracked and worn. Crash and bang. Following the crack, the wall of the ruined building began to collapse. Under the raining debris of the building, Elise quickly attempted to evade. But at that moment, Elise, I activated my first skill, Gaze of Command. You are using Gaze of Command. Target acquired. 1 unit. Stay still right there. Just for 1 second. Command difficulty. Very easy, comparing the user's intelligence stat with the target's magic power stat. Determining the success rate. Starting the resistance roll. Elise was a character with a high magic power stat compared to her class. Therefore, I gave her an extremely easy command with very low difficulty to make sure she couldn't resist my skill. And thanks to that, judgment complete. Success. 1 unit executing forced command. Skill judgment was a success. Frozen. Elise looked down at her body, completely stiffened in place, unable to comprehend what had happened. Rumble bang. The next moment, she couldn't avoid the fallen debris of the ruined building and was buried underneath. Thud, thud, thud. Buried under the debris of the ruined building, Elise was completely immobilized. Her maid uniform was soaked in blood. Being swept away by the building's debris without even having a chance to evade or defend herself must have been quite painful. Phew! Confirming her knockdown, I sighed in relief. That was truly dangerous. I carefully approached Elise. She was breathing heavily, looking up at me. You got me. Completely. I never expected you to have such a trick up your sleeve. You would have one with pure combat skills, Elise. The fact that I used Lucky Strike and somewhat depended on luck was true. If there had been a zero fumble, I would have just died. Pulling out a hidden trick at the optimal moment, going all in when needed. That's also skill. Cough. I've been thoroughly beaten. Elise closed her eyes. Kill me. But your highness, please show mercy to my master. Elise pleaded in a trembling voice. I acted on my own in this matter. Please, show compassion to Miss Serenade. You thought you could be forgiven with those words. I spat out coldly. Elise, your emotionally driven actions could have cost not only Silver Winter Merchant Guild, but also your master's life. You might have been confident in your skills, but you should have thought about the consequences of failure. A bitter smile appeared on Elise's lips. The former head of the guild was right. I am impulsive and hot-headed. He said he'd mess up someday. That once you've washed your hands of the underworld, you should live quietly. He always warned me. Elise raised her downcast eyes to look at the night sky. I couldn't bear to see Miss in distress and impulsively committed this act. Ha ha, I never thought my actions would make her even sadder. I am sorry, miss. Truly. As I was silently watching the pathetic Elise and about to open my mouth, tramp, tramp, tramp. Suddenly, a uniform marching sound began to echo around the back alley. Lights flashed from all sides, and in no time, expressionless soldiers carrying lanterns high-marched into the alley. I narrowed my eyes at them. This is Ash, my dear troublemaker of a sibling. Then, a young man's soft voice rang out. I told you to stay quietly at the Star Palace, didn't I? Where are you going at this hour? You don't know how much trouble it was to find you. Pushing through the soldiers, a man appeared. His tempting black hair tied behind his head exuded a faint red aura, and within his frameless glasses sparkled intelligent red eyes. Though the face was unfamiliar, the voice was recognizable. Perhaps it was because Wed already fought with words once before. I gritted my teeth and spat out the opponent's name. Fernandez. He was the Empire's second prince, the administrative deputy, and the overall commander of the Aegis Special Forces Team 8. Fernandez, Ember Keeper Everblack, clicked his tongue. You should add brother at the end. You're the youngest, after all. Chapter 167, You really are something, leaving the palace without a word. What were you thinking? Fernandez spoke in a gentle and calm tone. The soldiers were waiting to find you, and I even had to scour the imperial capital as if searching for a thief. Fernandez approached me and reached out, carelessly messing up my hair. This guy, he seems to be about 5 cm taller than me. Truly, you're a troublesome younger sibling, our youngest. Anyway, what's going on here? Fernandez examined the scratches all over my body and then narrowed his eyes at the sight of Elise's sword embedded in the ground. From what I can see, it seems like the two of you fought a duel to the death. And that fallen lady over there looks like a maid from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Fernandez, inspecting the sword marks on the wall, let out a hollow laugh. Daring to draw a sword against royalty, we'll have to hold the Silver Winter Merchant Guild responsible. We should investigate if there was a traitorous intent. The tax revenue was reduced this year, and it was quite troubling. It's a good thing. The treasury will be enriched for a while with Silver Winter's contribution, right? Elise had closed her eyes tightly, as if giving up on everything. My mouth was parched. What should I say? What excuse could dispel this situation? Then something came to mind. Yes, Ash, this rascal is a famous womanizer. That's not it, brother. That is, it's strange to say this, but I grinned mischievously and calmly told a lie. Elise and I are dating. Elise looked at me in astonishment. What did you say? I approached the bewildered Elise, smiling, and formed my lips into a small shape. If you don't want to hurt Serenade, play along, fool. I practically pulled the shuddering Elise to her feet and smiled brightly at Fernandez. I mean, before I headed south, this lady and I spent some hot nights together. Her fiery temperament is exactly my type, but now that I am back, seeing me only with her master, she got a tad jealous. Ho ho, Fernandez laughed as if incredulous. So, you two lovers had an intense quarrel. You know how it goes in love fights, right? Harsh words and swords clash, but then love flows again. Isn't that how it works? Oh dear. Fernandez surveyed the totally collapsed building, the blood-soaked Elise, and my body scratched all over by a blade before clicking his tongue. You're having a passionate love affair, my little brother. I'm truly proud of you. Thanks for the praise. Sometimes I am quite proud of myself. I managed to annoy Fernandez. Hey, but what now? We were just reconciling, and then you appeared and ruined the mood. I looked back at Elise and grinned. Right, darling. We were all reconciled, but my brother here is funny, huh? Ha. Elise just stared at me in a dumbfounded way, so I whispered to her softly. Smile, quickly. If she didn't want to lose her head for attacking royalty, she had to pretend to be in love. Then Elise lifted her trembling lips and let out a hideous, eerie grin. Eek, that smile is scary. Totally the face of a murderer. No wonder she always looked expressionless. Anyway, as we cozied up, giggling together, Fernandez laughed as if he couldn't believe it. Even so, my little brother, playing with your fiancée's maid. Aren't you ashamed before serenade? She's my fiancée's maid, so I played with her. Oh, I might have to lecture you on how I enjoy my thrilling love life. Enough, enough. Fernandez, waving his hand, stared at Elise with stern eyes. But attacking royalty is a serious offense, even so. Oh, come on, brother, please. If the maid I courted is charged for drawing a sword at me, what will become of the rumors among the ladies in the imperial capital? What would become of them? The conversation continued, keeping the audience in suspense about what exactly would become of those rumors. The clever use of humor, tension, and intrigue paints a vivid picture of the game's world and the complex relationships between the characters. If you mess around with me, people will talk about her going to jail. That's not good. Do you know how much it'll interfere with my delightful love life? I pulled Elise close and grinned widely. So, please, please understand. I want to continue having fun with my Elise. Squeeze. With our cheeks pressed together, I whispered to her. Smile. Grin. Grimace. Elise and I held the most awkward smiles in the world, laughing together. Hmm? Fernandez looked at us with a sharp, inscrutable gaze before finally letting out a faint laugh. Ha ha, really. In any case, our youngest here is more than I can handle. Did I win, or did he give in? All right, all right. If you say so, I won't make a fuss. I'll turn a blind eye. As Fernandez waved his hand, the soldiers began to step back, one by one, disappearing into the alleyway. Fernandez murmured softly as he, along with the soldiers, began to walk away. But Ash, it'd be best if you didn't play so loudly in the future. Finish up with the young lady and come. I'll wait for you in the carriage. Let's return to the palace together. Fernandez vanished out of the alley. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief as Elise suppressed a moan. Ugh! Blood was seeping from various places in her maid's uniform. She must have been standing forcibly, despite her injuries. I pulled a potion from my bag and handed it to her. Drink this. You'll feel a bit better. And forget about what happened today. Nothing happened between us. Staring blankly at the potion in her hand, Elise mumbled softly. Why, your highness, I was trying to kill you. Oh, I know. She had just been swinging a knife at my throat a few minutes ago. But why are you helping me? I might still try to kill you when I get the chance. I know, I clicked my tongue impatiently, but that's what it will take for you to trust me in the future. What? Elise. No matter what trashy things I've done in the past, I don't want to make your master unhappy now. I mean it. Elise looked at me with wide eyes. I smiled bitterly at her. I don't know exactly how I should act to keep from hurting that person, but I do know that if you die, your master will be sad. So, what happened Toddia trying to kill me didn't happen, not just for Serenade's sake. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild was vital to the future development of Crossroad and securing the distribution line of magical stones. I couldn't let it be destroyed over something like this. Besides, Elise was an SSR-ranked swordswoman in the game, one of the few. If I could employ her in the game, there was a chance she might join me later. I had to keep her alive for the future. I helped Elise sit down on the ground, and she continued to look at me, still holding the potion, with a blank expression. See you again. I replied to her gaze with an awkward smile and walked away. Outside the alley, Fernandez's carriage was waiting for me. Elise stared at me, still dumbfounded, until I was out of sight. Inside the carriage on the way back to the Imperial Palace. Don't get involved with the Silver Winter Merchant Guild anymore. Whether it's the fiancé or the maid, stop seeing them. Fernandez blurted out. The engagement will be broken off in a few days, so you better not continue chasing after it. What? I asked, astonished. Break off the engagement. Fernandez looked at me puzzled. Why are you surprised? Have you forgotten already? It was all decided long ago. Fernandez's carriage was spacious. Inside, he had everything he needed to work, including all kinds of documents and stationery. As he leaned back on the velvet seat across from me, still holding a quill and working on his paperwork, Fernandez continued. It was only for the sake of the nationwide road project that we used that guild. Those friends, they used their nationwide distribution network to diligently pave the way for us. Not only that, they took over all the business operations and even bore half the costs. Fernandez laughed out loud. How eagerly they wished to become kin to the imperial family. Ha ha, pitiful fools. No matter how much of a pauper you may be, father would never let you marry the daughter of a lowly guild like that, a family that bought nobility with money. Fernandez, who hadn't ceased his smile, furrowed his brow at my rigidity. What's the matter, Ash? Are you actually worried about marrying into such a lowly family, you adorable kid? No, Thanks to the name you lent, the Empire's roads have been neatly fixed all over the country. The road project is in its final phase, so there's no need to maintain the engagement any longer. Having served its purpose, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild will now be slowly devoured by the imperial family. I clenched my fist. So that's how it was. Had the imperial family planned to use and discard the Silver Winter Merchant Guild from the beginning? Did Serenade have a premonition of this? Was that why she was so anxious? That merchant woman is quite ridiculous. Whether buying nobility with money or forming connections with the imperial family, their lowly history won't disappear. She's even eager to mix a drop of Everblack's blood into their lineage, as if that heritage means anything. The man born of the world's most noble blood laughed scornfully. Fernandez then let out an oops and smiled warmly at me. Sorry about that. It must be unpleasant for you to hear. Your mother was from the common folk too, so you probably don't like hearing this talk. I've been told many times to fix this part of me that's so insensitive. Ha ha, it wasn't intentional. I'm sorry. I blinked, stunned. What? Ash's mother was a commoner. Enough with the idle talk. Let's discuss the future. Fernandez casually changed the subject. You must have heard already, but a victory celebration party will be held in a week. Just behave and avoid any trouble until then. Fernandez looked at me with warm eyes. As soon as Lark returns from the Western Front, well-awakened father from his hibernation. After so long, the four of us can have a Guardians meeting. Incomprehensible words kept coming. The Emperor's hibernation, a Guardians meeting. What the heck was he talking about? I know you're dissatisfied with being assigned to the Southern Front and that you find the situation with the monsters overwhelming. I understand why you're angry this time. But Ash, we as Guardians have had a hard time too. Just hold on a bit longer and speak directly to Father during the meeting. With Father's permission, he'll also send more central troops to support the South. I was silent, unable to follow the conversation. Taking my silence as discontent, Fernandez soothed me with gentle words. All of this is to protect the Empire from the fate of destruction. The fate of destruction, I frowned, this phrase. It seemed familiar. Yes, to rebel against that fate, without regard for means or methods, even sacrificing everything else to protect the Empire. Fernandez reached out and warmly grasped my hand, a broad smile on his lips. The four of us made that vow together, remember? I looked at Fernandez with trembling eyes. The fate of destruction, rebellion against that fate, sacrificing everything to protect the Empire. What did all these words mean? What are the people of this royal family? What were they doing at the center of the world? Chapter 168, Imperial Palace. Ash's Star Palace. In the dead of night, as dawn drew near, within the dimly lit reception room, sitting on the sofa, I slowly brought the wine glass to my lips, lost in thought. It was about Prince Fernandez, the second prince, who had escorted me to the Star Palace, and the words he had uttered. The Emperor is in a deep sleep. The Emperor and the three princes, four of them call themselves the Guardians. They had sworn to protect the Empire from a destiny of ruin, even if it meant sacrificing everything else. What is this madness, these lunatic Empire enthusiasts? Something smells foul. A sense of foreboding looms. It's the creepy feeling that hits your spine just before encountering a hidden boss while exploring a dungeon. A similar sensation was poking at the back of my neck. This is frustrating. I decided not to think about anything related to the imperial family for now. Soon, there will be a Guardians meeting or something, so ill attend it, and then the truth will reveal itself. Rubbing my aching forehead, I also thought about other matters. The imperial family intends to annul the engagement between Serenade and Ash. Serenade's family, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, is of lowly birth, and Ash's mother is also of lowly birth. It feels like fragments of information are floating in the air. I glared at each piece of this puzzle. Frustration welled up anew. I am not Ash. I have no way of knowing his past, his thoughts, his goals. If Ash were here, I would love to share a drink and ask him about your father, your brothers, your mother, and your fiancé. What do you think? What do you want to do next? Just then, Your Highness, a neatly dressed old butler entered the reception room. It was Alberto, the head servant of the Imperial Palace. I was worried since you came back late, but drinking at this hour. I thought he was going to nag about drinking, but he didn't. If you only drink alcohol, you'll upset your stomach. Why don't you have some appetizers? I will quickly prepare some. Alberto headed to the kitchen and soon returned with a small plate of elegantly arranged cheese pieces. Care for a drink, Alberto? As I asked while pouring new wine, the old butler graciously smiled and shook his head. Drinking with the honourable prince would be special, but as the head servant, I must always remain sober. What a pity. I gulped down the fresh glass and gestured to the sofa beside me. Quick-witted as befitting his position, Alberto promptly took a seat. Is something troubling you, Your Highness? Alberto. Yes, Your Highness. You have been managing the affairs of the Imperial Palace for a long time, haven't you? Yes, I have been working here since before Your Highness was born. The old man's face was filled with pride as he spoke. Indeed. Then you must know well about the secrets of the Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, I have seen and heard things. Alberto lightly thumped his chest. But Alberto, the faithful, has buried and forgotten them all. I have never spoken of what has happened here to anyone else. Very loyal indeed, Alberto. Setting down my wine glass, I grinned broadly. So I'll apologize in advance. Yes, the secrets you've buried, now you'll have to tell me. The next moment, I activated gaze of command. Looking into Alberto's eyes, I commanded. Until the sun rises, answer honestly to everything I ask. Command difficulty. Difficult, comparing the user's intelligence stat with the target's magic power stat. Determining the success rate. Beginning resistance check. Alberto is an ordinary person, not a hero character. He practically has no magic power stat. Therefore, even a somewhat difficult command worked flawlessly. Evaluation complete. Success. One body executing the forced command. For a moment, Alberto stiffened, but then he nodded solemnly. Ask whatever you wish, Your Highness. If it's something I can answer, I will tell you everything. I first asked Alberto about the Emperor and the princes, but Alberto knew nothing about the Emperor's sleep or the Guardian's meeting. Perhaps it was outside Alberto's administrative domain, or it could mean that the Emperor and the princes had kept their secrets so thoroughly that even the caretaker knew nothing about them. However, Alberto was well versed in the other parts I was curious about. Your Majesty's mother, Dustia the Second Empress, was originally a war slave. He began to spill the story as I asked about Ash's mother. She was said to be a descendant of the royal family of a small country that our empire destroyed. After the country's fall, she was reduced to slavery and served on the northern front. A slave. Although she was a slave, she had an exceptional talent in magic and caught the eye of the emperor, who was on a punitive expedition to the northern front. She was appointed as a mage and later participated in many battles with His Majesty, even receiving a title for her contributions. She was a mage. Perhaps Ash inherited her magical talent from her mother. The emperor wanted to take her into his harem, but met with much opposition. How could you bring someone of low birth into the palace? They said. When the opposition continued, the infuriated emperor accepted her not as a concubine, but as the second empress. The entire nation was in uproar at that time. I broke into a cold sweat. The emperor had quite a temperament, making her an empress when faced with opposition to taking her into the harem. A year after entering the palace, she gave birth to you. Up to this point, Alberto had been speaking with a smile, but now his face darkened. However, the first empress, along with the other concubines, quite ignored her, since they were all of noble lineage. When His Majesty left the palace on expeditions, she was openly tormented. Consequently, she became weaker and more despondent. Although it was painful to hear, I listened. I needed to know. She requested the emperor several times to demote her from second empress and send her back to the north. but His Majesty refused. Then, 8 years ago, when you were 15, suffering from physical weakness and mental derangement, she hanged herself. You were the first to discover the second Empress corpse. Alberto's voice trailed off. Although your Majesty was mischievous and lacked interest in studies, you were fundamentally kind-hearted. But from that day on, you started to become twisted. I see. So it was the death of his mother that led Ash astray. Sigh, this foolish Alberto. Tears come to my eyes every time I think of that day. Before Alberto could pull out a handkerchief, I hurriedly threw the next question at him. Can you tell me about the Silver Winter family next? At that, Alberto, robot-like, stopped for a moment, then promptly changed the subject. The gaze of command, effect was incredible. The Silver Winter family was originally a fallen baron family in a remote area. Struggling with debt, a merchant came to them one day and offered to pay their debt if they would sell their title. The merchant was, yes, the first head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, Serenade's grandfather. He was a mixed-race slave, but he had a good business sense and amassed a lot of money. The part about being of mixed race lingered in my mind, but I continued to listen. Adopted into the Silver Winter family, the merchant became the Silver Winter Baron, and the guild he established flourished and grew very large. By the next generation, it became the largest guild in the empire. Clearing his throat, Alberto continued. When the emperor decided to accept Dustia as the second empress, all the officials opposed it, so he couldn't open the treasury, and there was no money to build a new palace. That's when the Silver Winter Baron came to the emperor and offered to cover all the costs. They had lined up for the second empress. The emperor was delighted and granted the Silver Winter Baron a new title of count. And so he became the Silver Winter Count, the second head of the guild, Serenade's father. I nodded thoughtfully. Was manipulating rank something that could originally be bought and sold at will? This was no game rank to be raised or lowered at whim. It was rarely done, of course, but this case was far too blatant. The other nobles must have hated it. They hated it indeed. Imagine the scorn for the merchant who purchased rank with money. Especially the other count families. They were frantic, unable to catch him. That made sense. They'd protected the value of tradition for a long time, only for it to be bought with money on the other side. But the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had tremendous financial strength. After that, they acted as the protector of the second empress, lavishing the imperial palace with gold and treasures. Alberto's eyes seemed distant as he reminisced about that time. Especially the Countess of Silver Winter. She was the only friend of the lonely second empress in the palace. The Countess would often visit with her young daughter, who quickly became friends with His Highness. Huh, the young daughter you're talking about? Yes, Miss Serenade. What? I opened my mouth slightly in shock. Good Lord, were Ash and Serenade childhood friends. Miss Serenade was 2 years older than His Highness, so they were like close siblings. They were both really adorable back then. Even older. Ash did seem younger than Id thought, but I hadn't expected Serenade to be older. But it seems the Count of Silverwinter was not satisfied with merely being a count. He wanted to establish a deeper connection with the imperial family, and since he had a close relationship with the second empress, he wanted to take it to the next level. The next level, could it be? Arrange a marriage. Yes, they pursued a marriage arrangement between His Highness and Miss Serenade. Alberto squinted his wrinkled eyes. The emperor was quite displeased. Although the second empress came from a low background, His Highness was a legitimate heir. A merchant family that had bought their rank demanding a marriage was overstepping their bounds. But the second empress was desperate to become related by marriage to her only friend. So reluctantly, His Majesty allowed the marriage negotiation, but with conditions. I recalled what I had heard from Fernandez. The nationwide road construction. Yes, road maintenance had been pursued since the time of the previous emperor, but it had been stalled due to the enormous cost. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild was asked to cooperate in this matter. Silver Winter Merchant Guild gladly jumped into the road maintenance project, and the engagement went smoothly. But then, another problem arose. My mother passed away. Alberto nodded heavily. That's right. The biggest reason the emperor allowed the engagement was the second empress, and with her passing, the emperor decided to annul the engagement once the road maintenance project was complete, and he resolved to deal with the Silver Winter family, who had risen too far by relying too much on the second empress. So that's what had happened. The Emperor strongly advised His Highness to distance himself from Silver Winter. That's why Ash began treating his childhood fiancée so coldly. His Highness began to warp after the second Empress passing, but what truly twisted him was the confirmation of the annulment with Miss Serenade. "Ha!" I cautiously asked. Did I, hate Serenade? At this, Alberto jumped on the spot. "What are you saying? Miss Serenade was His Highness' first love, even before the marriage talks began. Wah what? Didn't you consult with me several times about how to write love letters, saying you couldn't even talk to Lucas about such things?" Alberto looked at me with a grandfatherly smile. "Every time there was a party at the palace, the two of you would be partners, holding each other's tiny hands and dancing. How cute and innocent the two of you looked, with your faces turning red." But his old face soon filled with sorrow. "But after the engagement, things turned out like this. The two of you grew apart. I heard you've become completely indifferent to each other now." Sniffle. Alberto pulled out his handkerchief again and began wiping his eyes. This old man sure cried a lot. After placing the gaze of command on Alberto again, I instructed him to organize the night's affairs and sent him away. He probably noticed from our conversation that I had lost my memory, but the effective gaze of command would prevent him from speaking about it to anyone for some time. As dawn began to break, I returned to my room and stared quietly into the mirror. I still didn't understand what kind of person you were, Ash, what you wanted from life, what you would choose in this situation. Even after reading the character's profile or hearing people's words, it didn't feel real. I have been given 3 years. After finishing the game in 3 years and seeing the ending, I don't know what will become of this body. Will the original Ash return, or will I collapse and die, losing my soul? Sigh. Either way, I decided to keep it simple. I steadied my resolve and opened my eyes wide. I will do as I please, what I want to do. That is, to protect people, to save those within my reach. So, Ash, I will save you. During the 742 times playing this game, I never managed to save you. I will take on your life, as the commander of the Monster Front and the Empire's third prince. I will live as you to the best of my ability, in my own way, struggling with all my might. No matter how it turns out, don't complain later. I smiled bitterly, looking at Ash in the mirror. Know me, since you're the one who lent me this body. That morning. Imperial capital New Terra. Seaside port next year. 5th floor of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild building. The Guild Master's room. What brings you here, my lord? Even though I had arrived unexpectedly, Serenade did not falter. Without even looking at me, she continued her busy work. Her slender fingers holding a quill moved briskly across the paper. "The matter you spoke of yesterday is underway. We are selecting the best architects and arranging our guild branch to be dispatched to Crossroad. You don't have to worry." Serenade's turquoise hair sparkled like a midday surface, bathed in sunlight. I stared at her for a moment, then turned my gaze to the side. Elise, standing behind Serenade, was in view. Elise, her body wrapped in bandages, was examining me with narrowed eyes. Her eyes seemed to say she didn't understand me. I smiled sweetly at her. Then Serenade finally looked up at me, still holding her quill and wearing her glasses. "My lord, if there is something else you want to instruct Serenade," I blurted out what I had prepared to say. "In a week, there will be a victory celebration party at the palace. You won't believe this, but I don't know how to dance." Serenade blinked her silver eyes in surprise. I grinned. "Can you teach me?" "Ah." For a moment, Serenade froze, then fumbled to pull out a new piece of paper. "Oh, you mean you want me to call a dance instructor? I understand. I'll find the most famous instructor in the imperial capital right away, no." Serenade. I strode over to Serenade's desk, placing my hand with a thump on the paper she was about to write on. Then, looking straight into her surprised eyes, I said clearly, "I want you to teach me." "Me? I want you to personally teach me how to dance. And I'd be grateful if you could also teach me some party manners." I shrugged my shoulders. Am I asking too much from the very busy guild master of Silver Winter? Bang! Serenade pushed her chair back and stood up, with a flushed face and even a hint of tears in her eyes. "No, I just pretended to be busy." With trembling eyes focused on me, Serenade exclaimed, "I have plenty of time." Chapter 169 at the same time. South end of the continent. Monster frontline. The fortress city of Crossroad. Western part of the city. A graveyard. In front of one grave among many neatly arranged tombstones, an officer dressed in imperial military uniform stood solemnly. He was the commander of the Imperial Magic Brigade, also the leader of the support troops dispatched by the imperial family. It was Windstorm Riene. With a soft breeze blowing, causing her imperial coat to flutter, Riene looked down at the tombstone before her. The inscription on the tombstone read, "Thunderbolt Jupiter rests here." Crinkle. The pack of cigarettes in Riene's hand crumpled. The last time she saw Jupiter was 15 years ago. Her comrade, once close enough to lay down their lives for each other, was now beneath the cold ground. "I didn't think you'd die in a place like this." Riene raised her head to look around. "It's in the southern region, as you wished, but only a single, barren fortress city stood desolate on the vast plain. There's no swimming pool filled with water, no splendid resorts." Riene clicked her tongue. "You died so tragically. Was it because of what happened back then?" There was no answer to her question. Riene looked down at Jupiter's tombstone with a cold gaze. "I still can't understand you." She tore open a new pack of cigarettes, took out one, put it in her mouth, and placed the rest of the pack on the tombstone. "I started smoking this disgusting thing to get close to you, but you died and quit, and now I am stuck smoking alone." Memories of the 20 years with Jupiter flashed across Riene's mind like a panorama. Those young and brilliant days. She didn't light the cigarette, just gazing blankly at the tombstone. Ah, a voice came from beside her. Riene turned to look. A young woman, wearing a voluminous robe with a tall hat, was approaching. Her left face, marred by a faint scar, was covered by her hair, and she held a few flowers in her arms. Riene noticed the vase of flowers placed in front of Jupiter's tombstone. Apparently replaced every day, it must be the young woman's doing. "Are you Jupiter's granddaughter?" "No." The young woman, Junior, replied coldly, "Her daughter." Narrowing her eyes, Riene soon chuckled. "Ah, right. The survivor from Camilla Kingdom that Jupiter took in that day. Remember me." Riene made a gun gesture with her fingers and made a bang noise. Junior's face showed displeasure, but her voice remained emotionless as she retorted, "Whether I remember or forget you, what does it matter? I've already forgiven my mother. I have no particular feelings left for you, her former comrade." Junior came to Jupiter's tombstone, replaced the old flowers with new ones, and watered them. Riene, who had been silently watching, slowly spoke. "You're a mage. You have quite the talent, too." Junior tried to ignore her, but the next words made her flinch. "But you're dying. If you don't stop using magic right away, your remaining life will burn away." Junior finished tending to the vase and looked at Riene, holding the old flowers. "That's none of your concern. That's true. It's not my concern at all." Riene shrugged. "But won't your mother be sad if you die? That's not for you to worry about either." "Ha ha, true, it's just a pity. You seem quite talented." Riene slowly walked away from the graveyard but glanced back. "Hey, Jupiter's daughter. How did Jupiter die?" Junior answered succinctly. "Like a mage, I see." Riene slowly nodded. "That'll do." Riene walked away, her figure soon disappearing from view. Junior, who had been glaring at Riene's retreating figure, sighed softly and continued to clean Jupiter's tombstone. Downtown Crossroad, Alchemist's workshop. Standing in front of the tightly closed door of the workshop, Godhand spoke in a soft voice. "Lady Lily." Lily was undoubtedly inside the workshop, but there was no response. Godhand did not retreat but continued to call. "Lily, I know you're in there. Won't you please hear me out just once?" "Lily." After repeatedly calling the silent Lily, Godhand heaved a long sigh and rested his forehead on the door. "Lily, I'm leaving Crossroad now to carry out the task entrusted to me by Prince Ash. It's quite dangerous and maybe I might not return. This may be my last chance to apologize to you. Please, grant me the opportunity to offer my apologies." After a brief silence, Lily's voice finally came from behind the door. "Go away, Godhand. I don't want to talk to you." "Lily, you're a liar." Lily's voice was heavy with reproach. "You were a spy, and you pretended to lose your arm protecting me. You exploited my guilt for your own purposes. How foolish of me to have trusted you, even for a moment. That's just how elves are." From behind the door came a sound like a snort. "You people always lie, deceive others, betray. That's your nature." Godhand hung his head low. "I am sorry for hiding my identity as a spy, Lily. I'm truly sorry for exaggerating my injury to deceive you. But I swear on my soul, everything we discussed that night was the truth." "Lily, What I feel most sorry about is that you, who were reluctantly opening your heart to our race, have been wounded by me once again. Godhand cautiously placed his hand on the door. I'm not asking you to trust us again or forgive me. I just wanted to say I am sorry. I am truly sorry, Lily. To the silent Lily, Godhand steadied his breath and spoke again. Lily, my comrades and I are leaving for our mission now. If I can return safely, I want to see you face to face and apologize. Then I will take my leave. He bowed toward the firmly shut door, and Godhand turned and shuffled away. From a distance, Bodibag and Burnout, who had been waiting for him, joined him. The three elves pulled up their cloak hoods and vanished towards the northern gate of Crossroad. Squeak. Lily slightly opened the door to glance at Godhand's retreating figure and grumbled resentfully. Liar! At that moment, the alchemist guild master, who had been watching Lily from inside the workshop, tilted his head and asked, You two seem to be getting along well when I made that prosthetic for him. What happened now? Things happened. The guild master shrugged and returned to his work. Well, it's natural for various things to happen when two young people get together. It's not like that. Live without regret and enjoy yourselves. It's not like that, I said. Now Godhan's figure was no longer visible. Closing the workshop door, Lily continued to grumble. Humph, as if I would trust an elf again. Lord's mansion, reception room. Evangeline lay sprawled on the sofa, shaking her legs up and down with her calves rolled up to her knees, emitting a strange moan. Her bare feet fidgeted restlessly. Sitting on the opposite sofa, going through documents for the Lord's duties, Lucas frowned at Evangeline. What's with you, girl? Just because the Lord isn't around, you're letting loose like this. Leave me alone, sir, I'm just not motivated. Having tired of her fidgeting, Evangeline simply collapsed and pouted. The senior is away, so the party members are stuck doing their tasks. The regular soldiers are still gloomy, and on top of that, the Twilight Brigade has been officially disbanded. And the support troops from the imperial capital, why are they so insufferable? Have you seen, strutting around the town, stiff as boards, complaining about the lack of theatres and fancy restaurants here in this rural village? Ugh. Sticking out her tongue, Evangeline bared her fangs and growled. It really irks me how the city folks disregard the Margrave. They don't even realize that it's because we're digging in the Margrave that the inland cities are able to develop safely. Lucas chuckled at the remark. Weren't you the one who disliked this backwater place and wanted to move to the capital? Well, sure, I felt that way then. But it's my right to complain about my hometown. The right to belittle the countryside should only belong to its residents, don't you think? Lucas listened to Evangeline's words with a smile, but his thoughts were deeply troubled by the current situation. Friction had already unknowingly arisen between the reinforcements dispatched from the imperial capital and the existing crossroad troops. But the commander who could have reigned in both sides had gone up to the imperial capital. Riene was rampaging all over the city, and the original party members were irritated by these new reinforcements. The nerve-wracking situation between the two sides was likely to continue for some time. Evangeline heaved a deep sigh. With our senior gone, it feels like the whole of Crossroad has come to a standstill. Our senior will come back, right? Lucas' eyes widened at Evangeline's unexpected words. Of course he'll come back. What are you talking about? But you know, our senior is a prince and has extraordinary abilities. Evangeline's voice grew soft and whimsical. He has no reason to struggle against monsters in such a Margrave. I don't even know why His Majesty sent him down here in the first place. What if, on this trip to the imperial capital, he never comes back down? Lucas couldn't easily respond. Evangeline's words were without flaw. If Ash doesn't return to Crossroad, if that were to happen, what will become of this city? What about the monster frontline? Lucas and Evangeline's eyes met. Both of them were slightly pale. They had unwittingly imagined the scenario if Ash didn't return. Just then, bang, a faint gunshot echoed from afar, the sound of a magic gun being fired. Lucas and Evangeline both sprang to their feet. What's that? It came from the city center. Evangeline quickly opened the window and listened, quickly determining the direction of the gunshot. It's coming from the temple. If the magic gun was fired at the temple. Damien, Lucas muttered urgently. What's happened to Damien? Chapter 170, Sigh. Margarita, with a disheveled face, sat hunched in the temple's backyard, clutching a cigarette butt. How did it come to this? She had become a priestess because she wanted to heal the sick. If there was a problem, it was that she had been too enthusiastic about it. As a result of performing healing magic in the slums of the imperial capital, her reputation as a saintess soared, and her rank within the religious order was continually promoted. She became the youngest to hold the position of head priestess in the order's history, a position responsible for an entire temple. So far, it was all fine. As her rank increased, so did her privileges within the order, which would help even more in healing the sick. The problem was the host of other unrelated tasks that came with the promotion, having nothing to do with being a healing priestess. Not only did she have to handle administrative duties as head priestess, but also the management of subordinate priestesses, temple budgeting, collection of offerings, and so on. These were things she didn't have to worry about when working as a frontline healing priestess, but had followed her once she moved into management. I just want to treat and care for the sick, that's all. The biggest problem was the intelligence mission. It was her task to accurately gauge the situation and atmosphere of the assigned city and report back to the imperial capital. From this point on, it began to annoy her. What does this have to do with being a healing priestess? Seriously. But she performed it quietly. After all, she had to do what she was given. After receiving high praise for a few years of working in a provincial city, her new assignment was precisely at the crossroad frontline with monsters, a place where monsters were trying to kill people. It was a dangerous city where, if the defensive line were to break, everything including the temple would be lost. Margarita was genuinely scared there. Healing the sick was one thing, but stepping into the battlefield was another. But what could she do? If those above said jump, she had to jump. Day after day, soldiers with severed arms and legs were carried into the temple, screaming in agony. Specialized in chasing plagues with magic, Margarita now had to get used to bandages, disinfectants, threads and needles, and even saws. But it was still bearable. Although the corridors of the small temple were drenched with blood after each battle, she could manage. If anything, every day felt fulfilling. In the recent years working in management, she hardly had time to do her job as a healing priestess, but Crossroad had a chronic shortage of manpower. Margarita, despite holding the title of head priestess, was on the front lines healing the soldiers. Administrative duties as a head priestess, intelligence tasks she didn't understand why she was doing, and on-site duties as a healing priestess. It was insanely hard, but not bad. Everything seemed to be going well, but Prince Ash, the frontline commander, made a sudden request. Please lend me your strength, Margarita. Your healing abilities are needed. He wanted her to go up on the wall and fight the monsters. Was he insane? What could she do facing the monsters, except for casting healing magic? But there was no choice. Her opponent was not only the frontline commander, but also a prince. It was a command, not a request. If he said jump, she had to jump. So she went up on the wall too. Seeing the face of a vampire made her feel like wetting herself, but she fought on. They won. Hey, it's doable. But now her intelligence mission has been discovered. Grilled by Prince Ash, scorned by others in the castle, and soon someone from the central temple would come down to chastise her. Stress exploded as she was criticized and trampled from all sides, having long since passed the breaking point. When she came to her senses, she had alcohol and cigarettes in hand. No, in her mouth. I just want to be an ordinary citizen, curing the sick with magic, receiving thanks. Margarita was sorrowful. I am pained when the soldiers, whose arms and legs are flying off and intestines are spilling out, die one by one. I am sick of bathing in someone else's blood every time a battle breaks out. I'm terrified that monsters are outside the walls, but now I am told to face them on the wall. It's outrageous. She missed the days when she first started her priestess duties. The slums of the imperial capital were horrendous places, but compared to Crossroad, they were heaven. How I longed to return to those times. A time without concerns about administration, espionage, or monsters, when I was purely engaged in relief activities as a healing priest. Where is my life going? Saintess Margarita lamented. Feeling down, huh? Here, have a smoke. A gentle voice came from the side, along with a neatly packed new cigarette. Oh, thank you. Margarita absent-mindedly accepted the cigarette and put it to her lips. Then she looked to the side. A woman she had never seen before was standing there, her long black hair tied back, dressed in the tidy uniform of an imperial officer. A female officer of the empire. Who are you? Margarita asked nervously, and the woman who gave her the cigarette smiled wickedly. I am from Central. You're in charge of the South, Saintess Margarita. In front of Margarita's widening eyes, Renee licked her lips. You know why I am here, right? Of course, it was because her spying mission had been exposed and the divine communication device had been discovered by Prince Ash. Phew, next to the stiff Margarita, Renee put the cigarette to her lips and lit it. I've always told those above that something like this would happen. It might be convenient to use priests as spies, but without proper training, I knew that something would go wrong at some point. But my warnings were ignored. The cost of raising new spies and rebuilding the communication network nationwide was much cheaper than using the old method of employing priests. And look, eventually, something went wrong. Renee grinned widely. Anyway, you've made a mistake, so you have to take responsibility, right, Saintess Margarita? What? What should I do? Margarita finally stammered. That was quite a debate up above, Renee said, stretching out her gloved hand. You failed as a spy, but as a priest, you were nothing short of diligent. Central has decided that it's not right to punish Priest Margarita for this. Then, so only Spy Margarita will be punished. Renee's extended hand formed the shape of a gun. The mistake you made is too big to just overlook, Margarita. Let's die here cleanly. You will be honored as having died in service, and the church will promote you. You will be able to join the goddess in glory. Renee's eyes twinkled. It's a conclusion that satisfies both the church and the secret organization. It's a win-win, right? Eek! Terrified, Margarita sprang up and started running. Renee aimed at her back with her fingertip. I don't really like doing this, always ending up with this role, really. Whoosh! A wind bullet shot from Renee's fingertip. A wind magic spell she had wearisomely fired all her life. Renee was certain that in the next moment, Margarita's back would be punctured. However, bang! It did not happen. Almost simultaneously with Renee's wind bullet, a gunshot rang out, and a magical bullet flew like a beam of light. The flying magical bullet collided precisely with the wind bullet, neutralizing each other in midair and shattering into pieces. Ha! Renee looked in the direction the magical bullet had come from. There stood a curly brown-haired boy Damien, dressed as a priest. With the magical gun Cerberus aimed forward, Damien shouted, Saintess, this way! A-H! Margarita screamed and ran towards Damien, and Renee didn't just stand and watch. Where do you think you're going? Whoosh! Renee lightly shot another wind bullet. Damien's brown eyes flashed as he pulled the trigger on his gun. Bang! Pop! Burst. The magic and the magical bullet collided in midair and shattered. Renee shivered and muttered, What kind of sniping skill is that, kid? I've spent my lifetime on the battlefield, but I've never seen anything like this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Renee kept shooting the wind's magic bullets, and Damien precisely intercepted and burst them in midair. When the counter had reached more than 10 times, Renee couldn't help but laugh, disbelief in her eyes. To pierce through the center of the magic with magic bullets and forcibly dispel it, this is beyond the realm of humanity. What are you seeing with those eyes? All right, then let's see if you can destroy this spell with that gun. Shall we test it? With a mighty roar, a tornado began to form behind Renee. Damien gritted his teeth and gripped the handle of the shotgun slung over his back. That was when it happened. Enough! Lucas and Evangeline rushed desperately into the temple. Almost simultaneously, Junior, sensing the magical energy, hurried in. Lucas yelled furiously at Renee. Lieutenant Renee, what are you doing? Ah, dear me. I've spent too much time on this. Renee, grumbling, dispelled the tornado magic and spread her hands to show they were empty. It's nothing, Deputy Commander, just a small quarrel. Lucas' icy eyes glared coldly. Lieutenant Renee, you are merely the captain of the reinforcements for the defense battle here. Do not overstep your authority. I understand. I'll behave myself next time. With a casual smile, Renee raised both hands and exited the temple. See you next time, little sniper, and, Priestess Margarita, it would be best if you stayed well hidden. Heek! Margarita shivered, hiding behind Damien. Renee's eyes met Junior's as she chuckled. The two magicians exchanged a silent battle of glares. Eventually, Renee completely left the temple, and her figure was concealed. Phew, that was tough. Only after Renee had vanished did Damien slide to the floor. Evangeline rushed over to support him. What a headache. Lucas rubbed his forehead, sighing. He had suspected that Riene had other schemes, but hadn't expected her to act so brazenly, to think she would openly try to kill Margarita. And was that really all, if there were more hidden schemes? Wah! I don't want to die, as Margarita wailed and sobbed, and Damien and Evangeline tried to calm her. Lucas turned his head. Junior was sternly glaring in the direction Riene had left. Phew! He longed for Ash to come back and sort out this entire mess. Lucas sincerely wished inwardly. Please return soon, my lord. Imperial Capital, New Terra. Silver Winter Merchant Guild Building, 5th floor, auditorium. Ha! Sitting in a chair, waiting for serenade, I suddenly looked up. It felt as though someone had called me. A hallucination. As I pondered, the auditorium door creaked open, and someone entered. I looked in that direction. Serenade stumbled in, her eyes widening in surprise when they met mine. Having taken off her work suit and changed into a comfortable two-piece dress for dancing, she looked as stunning as she did professional. Startled and flustered, Serenade rushed up to me, her eyes tightly shut. You've been waiting for a long time, right, my lord? No, not at all. I smiled warmly and stood up from my chair. All right, shall we start? Yes, sure. Then silence. I stood there blankly, and Serenade's silver eyes sparkled as she looked up at me. No, well, I really don't know how to dance, at all. Really? Serenade's brow slightly furrowed. Must have forgotten then. I need to learn properly from the beginning since I have to dance at formal gatherings. I understand then. Could you extend your left hand, please? I extended my left hand, and Serenade reached out with her right to gently take it. Her long, slender fingers were cool to the touch. They felt like snowflakes falling in summer. Chapter 171. It was on the brink of developing into a romantic atmosphere. But as always, that sort of thing didn't happen in my life. Not even 10 minutes after we started dance practice, I stepped on Serenade's foot 4 times. Ah. At first, Serenade laughed it off, saying it was fine. But after her foot was stepped on 4 times, she finally crouched down, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Does it hurt a lot? Are you doing this on purpose, my lord? Serenade looked up at me with teary, reddened eyes. You are not tormenting me because you dislike me, are you? I swear I am not. I have no such wicked pleasure. Teaching a dance and repeatedly stepping on her foot to torment her. It's creative but overly complex torment. Looking down at Serenade's reddened foot, I sighed softly. I'm really sorry. I must be a klutz. Moving in sync with someone was much more difficult than I had thought. As much as this was true, I hadn't expected to step on my fiancée's foot so carelessly. It reminds me of our engagement ceremony. That was 10 years ago. Serenade, who stood up with my support, muttered, Looking back, you really couldn't dance then either. Did I step on your foot then too? Just my foot. You tripped over my skirt, and we both fell flat on our faces. Serenade covered her mouth and giggled. It hurt and it was embarrassing, but that moment was the happiest in my life. Serenade, who was murmuring distantly, shook off her foot a few times and then energetically nodded. All right, the pain's gone. This time, I'll teach you from the beginning. Serenade took a step closer to me. Now again, let's start with the hands. My left hand and Serenade's right hand clasped together. She held my right hand with her left, guiding it to rest below her left armpit. Place it here. Yes, like that. And Serenade's left hand rested on my shoulder. This was the basic stance for the waltz, a representative social dance. Our bodies were almost close enough to feel each other's breath. If we listened carefully, we might hear each other's heartbeat. Serenade, whose eyes met mine, quickly looked down and took a deep breath. Now, let's try stepping. I'll lead until you get used to it, my lord. I moved my feet cautiously as Serenade led, being careful not to step on her feet. Relax your body, don't tense up and go slow. Left foot forward, right foot to the side. Together, good. Right foot back, left foot to the side, together. You're doing well. As time passed, 1, 2, 3. Good. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Whether it was because the tension had eased and our bodies had warmed up, from that point on, I was able to practice dancing without stepping on Serenade's foot. Serenade too looked more relaxed, her face softening into a comfortable smile. You're learning fast, my lord. With a bit more practice, you'll have no problem at formal gatherings. I quietly stared at her newfound natural smile. Serenade couldn't maintain eye contact for long and quickly looked down again, her cheeks flushed. Watching her intently, I slowly spoke. Serenade. Yes, my lord, your family is about to be exterminated. The previously gentle atmosphere froze. At my unexpected words, Serenade's shoulders stiffened and her steps faltered. Her face hardened as she stammered. What? What does that? It's exactly as I said, Serenade. Your family will soon be exterminated. I glanced briefly at the window. Our dancing could be seen from outside the building. Keep dancing. There may be eyes watching us. I began to lead the waltz as I had learned. Serenade followed my movements, her face pale and confused. The dancing lesson was an excuse. I came to tell you this. That was my real purpose. That's how someone clumsy like me could ask a lady to teach him to dance. Well, the situation did require that I learn to dance anyway. I whispered in Serenade's ear, recounting what I had heard. The Emperor had long decided to use and discard the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Once the road construction project was completed, the engagement between Serenade and me would be annulled, and the imperial family would swallow the Silver Winter Merchant Guild whole. And now that time had come. I asked Serenade, her face pale and drawn, "Didn't you feel a premonition?" "Well, over the past few years that you, my lord, have been cold to me. I thought I might be disengaged, but—" Serenade shook her head slightly, trembling. "To think that they would crush our family itself, not even in my dreams. The imperial family intends to swallow the Silver Winter Merchant Guild whole. In the process, there's no way they would leave the Silver Winter family alone. Destruction was as plain as day. That's why I came here, Serenade, to protect your family and your guild. In the game, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild doesn't trade with Crossroad at all. Perhaps after the Silver Winter Merchant Guild is absorbed by the Imperial family, it will be utilized for other matters within the Empire. It won't be involved in things like the Margrave's frontlines at all. Do you think it'll leave it at that? I must preserve the Silver Winter family and make them sturdy supporters of Crossroad. That would be a great help in the future strategy. Above all, I had resolved to live as Ash. And so, rescuing this lady, Ash's first love and fiancé, was undoubtedly the thing to do. In a few days, I will meet with father and my brothers and hold a conference, the Guardian Conference. I would meet the Emperor and princes there and could grasp the true intentions they harbored. And once I understood those intentions, I could clearly devise a plan to save the Silver Winter. We must prepare ourselves beforehand. I looked into Serenade's trembling silver eyes. Tell me, Serenade. Yes, what products does your guild deal with? How could I save this small merchant family on the brink? The conclusion I reached was this. Among those products, do you have information? Serenade's eyes widened. I continued, there's no item more expensive and devastatingly tradable than information. I am sorry, but our guild has only traded in physical goods so far. Then let's create a new category this time. I slowly let go of Serenade's hand, separating from her. I will come to learn dance from you every day until the party. In this week, prepare your guild to buy and sell information as a product. Reorganize the entire guild. It sounds grand, but it's simple. All that's needed is to deliver information quickly and securely. And it wouldn't be too difficult for the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, which has a nationwide distribution network and has been involved in the National Road Construction Project. After the dance ended, the two of us bowed to each other. Serenade and I bent at the waist towards each other. It was a good time, my lord. I enjoyed it too, Serenade. And so today's dance lesson ended. When we were close, it was fine, but after we separated and distance grew, it suddenly felt awkward. I scratched the back of my head sheepishly, preparing to leave. Then, that's it for today. I'll be going now. My lord. I turned my back and Serenade hesitated and spoke. To be honest, I thought you hated me and our guild. I am happy that you're doing so much for us, but has something changed your mind? Is a reason needed? I smiled and looked back at her. We're engaged, aren't we? Do you not dislike me, a lowly girl from a merchant family? Never, not once. From Crossroads' perspective, they were always a trading partner I wanted. From Ash's point of view, well, they said it was first love. I've lived a life far from such sweet and bitter words, so I don't quite know the feeling. But I have no reason to dislike. I wish for a good partnership, both in business and in social dancing. I'll come again tomorrow. Serenade bit her lip and looked at me with troubled eyes. I pointed to her foot with the tip of my finger. Apply ointment to the top of your foot. Afterward, I visited Serenade every day to learn social dance and party manners. I felt watched from all around, but Fernandez did nothing to stop me afterwards. I decided not to worry too much and act as I pleased. 3 days later, in the morning, after dancing for several days in a row, I was dragging my sore body, low in stamina, to the Star Palace restaurant for breakfast when I noticed the atmosphere was more bustling than usual. The excitement was clear on the faces of the passing servants. "What's going on today? The victory celebration isn't for a few more days, is it?" I asked Alberto, who was serving my meal. Alberto responded with a kind smile. "News came this morning. Prince Lark is returning today." Prince Lark, the first prince, had returned from the Western Front. They are preparing a return parade at the imperial capital's West Gate. It's only natural that the citizens are excited. Alberto, pouring tea into my cup, gestured outside. "How about it? Will you go to greet your brother?" "Of course. As someone from the eastern country of etiquette, I must. I must go and welcome my brother after his long journey. I want to see his face too." So I rode in a carriage with Alberto towards the imperial capital's West Gate. The Western Road, where access was restricted, was already ringing with cheers, signaling that the return parade had begun. The streets were already bustling with people, so Alberto parked my carriage a little off the road. The soldiers lined up along the road saluted one by one as the parade approached. "Behold the Emperor's eldest son and the Imperial Army's Commander-in-Chief, Prince Lark Avalanche Everblack's return." Wah! The citizens on both sides of the road cheered and threw flowers. It felt like fans welcoming home an idol from the airport. Amidst the showering bouquets, cheers, and applause, Prince Lark was riding in, leading the parade. He looked to be in his early 30s. Dressed in practical and somber metallic armor, the white cape billowing behind him was the only splash of grandeur. His jet-black hair was neatly combed back, blue energy swirling around it. His deep-set eyes were also a dark blue color. This man was the supreme commander of the entire empire, the commander of the Western Front, and an undefeated knight. Lark, Wara. Despite the blessings and cheers from all the citizens, Lark's expression remained stoic. Even though it was a return parade, he could have at least smiled once, but he drove his horse forward with a stony gaze. "Why does my brother look like that? Did something upset him?" I asked. Alberto chuckled darkly. "Hasn't he always been like that? He's someone whose expression rarely changes." "Ah, so that's his personality." It felt like his face had been frozen like a marble statue since birth. Just then, Lark, who had been leading the parade, suddenly lifted his head and looked left and right. Then he turned his eyes sharply towards us. Ha! His dark blue eyes met mine unmistakably. "Ah, ta!" Lark spurred his horse, leaping over the crowded citizens on the roadside. The citizens screamed in unison, but he paid no attention, starting to approach my carriage. I unwittingly swallowed dryly. What's happening? What's going on?" Chapter 172. Emerging from the imperial parade, Prince Lark spurred his horse and started approaching the carriage I was in. "Ah, dear me. His Highness Lark is at it again." Alberto, rubbing his forehead, grumbled as if he had a headache. I was annoyed and snapped at him. Why is he doing this? He's coming to me, right? Do I have some deep grudge with my brother?" Honestly, it was terrifying as my undefeated knight of a brother approached with his stern, stone-like face. As I trembled and asked, Alberto nodded his head slightly. "No, Your Highness. It's not that. It's quite the opposite." Suddenly, dismounting from his horse, Lark brashly opened my carriage door. "Ash!" He grabbed my sides with both hands, pulled me out of the carriage, and then lifted me up high. I witnessed a smile spreading across Lark's face, hard as a marble statue. "My youngest brother, how have you been?" Ah, so that's what he meant. "His Highness Lark has been taking care of Your Highness Ash since you were young, on behalf of our busy Emperor. So, Alberto whispered in a creeping voice from behind me. "He cares for you very much." Although it was nice that Alberto subtly gave me information after finding out I had lost my memory, this time it would have been better if he had told me a little earlier. Lark swung me around in the air, still holding me aloft. "You're still adorable, my little brother. Your big brother missed you so much." No, this isn't merely caring. It's like treating me as his own child. There's only like a 10-year age difference between us, right? Being flown like a newborn in front of countless citizens was not an enjoyable experience. It was embarrassing, so I wanted to get down quickly. "I heard the news. You had a tough time at the Southern Front. I'm really sorry I couldn't come to help you." Finally ending the flying game, Lark pulled me into a tight embrace. Here, a hug of brotherly love, dear brother. Ugh. This may seem like a display of brother affection, but hey, muscled knight. It feels like I might suffocate and die when you're doing this in your armor. Prince Lark, Prince Ash. At that moment, Alberto called us urgently. Thanks to him, Lark released his embrace, and I could finally breathe. You have been summoned to the main palace. Receiving the message from a courier who had hurried over, Alberto read the contents with a serious face. Both of you are summoned by His Imperial Majesty. Lark furrowed his brows and set me down, and I clenched my fist. We were going to meet the Emperor. Finally, the Guardian Council was about to begin. How is the southern front, Ash? I heard the monsters are quite rampant. On our way to the main palace where the Emperor resides. Is there anything else you need? Although sending reinforcements to the western front is difficult, your big brother can still send you some pocket money. I couldn't reply at all. Lark was, carrying me on his shoulders as he walked. Sitting on the broad shoulders of Lark, and being not particularly short myself, I was the focus of everyone's gaze. Embarrassed, I covered my face with both hands and suppressed a scream. I had heard it from Lucas too. I had a good relationship with Prince Lark, the first prince. But this isn't just a good relationship, it's like uncle and nephew. Ah, big brother. Then Prince Fernandez, the second prince, who was standing at the entrance to the main palace, waved his hand. He seemed to be waiting for us. You have returned. You must be weary from your long journey. Fernandez. Lark finally set me down, spread his arms wide, and strode toward Fernandez. Come here. Ah, Fernandez sighed in resignation, obediently walked toward Lark, and was then tightly embraced. It's a hug of brotherly love. Ugh. Fernandez twisted his body and let out a similar scream as mine. This was somewhat amusing to watch. My brothers, it's so good to gather together like this. Lark slapped me and Fernandez on the back with hands as big as pot lids. With each slap, Fernandez and I shook like reeds. Enough already. As the overly affectionate greeting ended, Lark gestured toward the inner palace, asking Fernandez, how is father? He just woke up from a nap. He must be in a bad mood. It's been a while since he has been in a good mood. The two strode casually into the palace, and I quickly followed. Why did you arbitrarily declare victory, Fernandez? Lark suddenly scolded Fernandez with a stern face, his warm smile from moments ago seemingly insincere. The situation is precarious across not only the battlefield of Bringa Duchy, but also the entire Western Front. The Bringa folks are tough and stubborn. Guerrilla attacks continue, and even areas that were already subdued are witnessing revolts. Moreover, we haven't even captured the Bringa Duchess, that dragon lady, declaring victory in such circumstances, and even summoning me to the victory celebration. What were you thinking? There was a reason for declaring victory, Fernandez explained with a sigh. The allied nations in the northern front are agitated. The north? Why? Since we attacked our longtime ally Bringa Duchy, they're worried that they may be attacked too. According to spies' reports, some nations are even considering breaking the alliance and attacking us. Lark swallowed hard. Fernandez continued. That's why we declared victory quickly, to prevent the allied nations from making foolish moves, and to assure them that they won't be attacked. The victory celebration will have ambassadors from all allied nations. I nodded quietly from behind. Indeed. So that was the reason for the victory celebration. Although the situation in the west is precarious, we've surrounded the Bringa Duchy, and capturing the Duchess will conclude this war, won't it? Yes, but still. Please make an appearance at the event for a short while. You, brother, symbolize the military and martial might of this nation. It would be improper for you to be absent. Fernandez glanced at me. Most importantly, it's been a long time since all of us, the Guardians, gathered to share our situations and discuss how to protect the Empire. It's time for a Guardians meeting. The corridor ended, and the doors to a giant virtual reality room appeared. The Imperial Palace usually bustled with servants, but suddenly no one was around. Not even a single guard was left. It was eerily silent. Fernandez pulled out a necklace he was wearing. A golden key was attached to it. He inserted the key into a large lock on the door. Click, whirra. Magical symbols spread from the lock and door, and they slowly began to open. SSSSSS. White frosty powder flowed out from the opening. I looked down at the powder, puzzled. What's this in the middle of summer? When the doors fully opened and I saw what was inside, I froze. What is this? It was a giant tree made of ice. Its roots covered the floor, and its branches reached the tall ceiling. And at the center of the tree, a throne, a dazzling golden throne completely fused with the ice tree, buried within. You've arrived. That man was sitting there, the sole emperor of the empire, the man who ruled half the world. And my father, Traha Peacemaker Everblack, sat as if frozen on the ice throne, then opened his frost-covered eyes. My sons, father, Larkin Fernandez approached the throne, seemingly used to this sight, and knelt respectfully. Have you been well? I hurriedly followed my brothers, kneeling and bowing my head. The emperor, with black hair and black eyes, did not appear to be in his 40s, but in reality he had long surpassed the age of 60. He slightly shook his head. It's not good news. The situation at the northern front against the foreign gods is not favorable. He grumbled and tapped the chessboard beside his throne with his fingertips. The chess pieces lay scattered on the frozen board, stuck in place. The situation at the front is getting increasingly dire. I am concerned. How long can we hold this line and protect the empire? Do not worry too much, father. Fernandez smoothly responded. Once we annihilate the Bringer Duchy and seize their dragon's blood, you will be able to wield the power of the dragon's blood, father. Then the problem with the front against the foreign gods will be resolved. The emperor, silent till then, gestured towards us. How are the three fronts you are overseeing? Tell me. Lark was the first to respond. The Western Dragon's blood front is almost settled. Soon we will eradicate the Bringer Duchy and steal their dragon's blood. Fernandez seemed to wait before continuing. The Central Shadow front is in fierce combat. However, we will soon reveal the enemy's hidden forces' true identity and even eliminate their supporters. Good. The Emperor looked at me last. Lastly, Ash, how is the situation in the southern monster front? Having kept my mouth shut, I slowly rose. The eyes of the Emperor and the princes were fixed on me. Then I said, "What the hell are you all talking about?" The Emperor raised his eyebrows in puzzlement, and a look of confusion crossed the faces of the two princes. "Ill, speak plainly. Father, brothers." I had tried to hold it in, but I couldn't anymore. I decided to be straightforward. I suffered a severe head injury during battle in the southern front, and as a result, I've lost most of my memory. Therefore, I can't keep up with your conversation right now. Tapping my head to emphasize, I stared directly at the Emperor. Won't you explain at least a bit for your pitiable youngest? What exactly is a guardian, and what are you and my brothers scheming? Foreign gods front, dragon's blood front, shadow front. What the hell are those, you damn nerds? Speak so everyone can understand. I don't care about your fronts. Just let me protect our monster front well, and that's it. Chapter 173, Lost Your Memory. The Emperor's deep and dark, bottomless-like gaze scanned me. For some reason, I felt as though I was being scanned by an advanced machine, and my body shuddered involuntarily. Well, that's fine. Memory is something you can find gradually. Fortunately, the Emperor did not probe deeply. Was it that he trusted Ash so much, or was it something not even worth his concern? I couldn't tell which. As a guardian, I must at least explain this much to the son in charge of the southern front. Sunk into his throne, the Emperor began to explain slowly. Do you remember what color this tree originally was? What the Emperor pointed to was a white ice thorn tree that enveloped the throne and covered the real world. I shook my head. I don't know. It was black. A bitter smile formed at the corners of the Emperor's mouth. This tree is the national tree of our Everblack Empire and our guardian tree, always a black thorn tree Everblack. I swallowed dryly. Was the name of this nation derived from this tree? The first emperor brought it from the spirit world and planted it as a magical lighthouse that lights the way of the empire. The emperor stroked the frozen branches of the tree. But 7 years ago, suddenly this tree froze like this. Our alarmed guardians immediately rushed to find the cause. The emperor's eyes closed tightly as he recalled that day. The tree was frozen but still functioning. As the magic lighthouse showed the future, I realized that the tree had only 10 years left and that the fate of the empire would also end then. You mean? Yes. The emperor opened his eyes again. That was 7 years ago. In 3 more years, the empire will be destroyed. 3 years. A familiar number. I frowned. The tree revealed 4 destinies that would lead the empire to ruin. The emperor looked down at the chessboard beside him. The first ruin comes from the west. Our allies who bear dragon blood, the Bringer Duchy, invade and destroy the empire. The Western Front, the Dragon Blood Front. The second ruin comes from the center. Unknown shadows lurking within the imperial capital. They destroy the empire from within. Central, shadow front. The third ruin comes from the north. Alien races that we have conquered. The foreign gods they worship come down from the spirit world to free their children. They destroy the empire to set their children free. Northern, foreign god front. The fourth ruin comes from the south. Nightmarish monsters rise from the depths of the destroyed Lake Kingdom and destroy the whole world. Southern, monster front. Thus, four destinies of ruin were tightening around the empire. To stop those destinies, I summoned all the remaining guardians in the empire. I asked cautiously, "What is a guardian?" "Those who have the right to connect to this tree. They see the future as the magic lighthouse, protecting the empire. They are the ones who carry on the bloodline of our ever-black imperial family." The emperor looked at his three sons in turn and smiled. "Now, there are only the four of us." Lark and Fernandez were kneeling to one side, listening quietly to their father's tale. We identified these four destinies of ruin that day, and we resolved together. No matter what happens, we must stop these destinies of ruin. Whatever the sacrifice, we must protect the empire. No matter what happens, whatever the sacrifice. For hundreds of years, the loyal and devoted Bringer Duchy, my distant brothers, we decided to kill them before they attack us first. We have been preparing to attack the Bringer Duchy for 7 years, and now Lark has gone to do it himself. Lark bowed his head even deeper. As for the shadows hiding in the imperial capital, Aegis Special Forces Team 8 has tripled in size, and the Central Reserve Army has grown fivefold. Anyone even slightly suspicious is being arrested to uncover what's behind them. Fernandez has been working hard on this for years. Fernandez, too, bowed his head even deeper. Coming down from the northern spirit realm, these gods, I am blocking them myself. Through this tree, I connect to the spirit realm and face them with swords and magic every day. The emperor looked at his hands with a bitter smile. It's not something a person with the title of emperor should be doing at my age. But what can I do? Among our guardians, I am the most experienced in this matter. And lastly, the southern monster front. The emperor looked at me. My youngest son and the most naive and foolish one, Ash. You left to stop the monster invasion with the remaining scraps of forces this year as the invasion intensified. Surprisingly, you've held them off well so far. I clenched my fists tightly. So what's going on? The Emperor is playing an action RPG alone in the Northern Spirit Realm. The eldest brother is playing a real-time strategy simulation in the West. The second brother is managing a national operation simulation mixed with a mafia game in the center. I, the youngest, am in the midst of tower defense in the south. Is that the situation? Are we all protecting the empire like this? Are we playing 4 different games under the title Protect the Empire? This really is a generous game. How is it? Do you remember the situation now? The emperor asked gently. I raised my head. There's something I am curious about. Speak up. Why are you neglecting the southern front, the monster front, so much? I looked around at both my brothers and the emperor. If what you say is true, the other 3 fronts are also in grave danger, but ultimately it's the fate of our empire alone. However, isn't the monster front a global crisis? The West, the center, the North. Even if they're defeated, it's only the empire that falls. The world remains. But if the South is breached, it's not just the empire, the whole world would end. Everyone would die. Even the emperor knows this. Yet, despite putting all the effort into the other 3 places, the South is openly neglected. Why on earth? H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Then the emperor laughed, holding his stomach. I frowned. Why are you laughing? No, it's just that you're saying the same thing as before you lost your memory. The emperor seemed genuinely pleased, smiling with vivid wrinkles around his mouth. Ash, you asked the same thing 7 years ago. Despite the Southern Front pursuing a greater cause, why is it the lowest priority? I was surprised inside. The original Ash said that too. The answer is simple. It's because we are the guardians of the Empire. Yes, you're right that the monster's uprising is the largest of the 4 destructions. But it's not a direct threat to the Empire. That's why we postponed its priority. What is he talking about? What the monsters want is not the fall of the Empire. It's the fall of humanity. But the other 3 crises are clearly targeting the Empire, a natural hostility targeting the neck of our Everblack. The Emperor tapped his jade throne lightly with his fingertips. I am not the guardian of the world. I am the Emperor of the Empire. So, wouldn't it be natural to deal with the blade closest to the Empire's neck first? The Emperor's logic was clear. If the southern front is breached, the war with the monsters will spread throughout the southern continent. Then the other countries in the south will join the fight against the monsters and buy us some time. In the southern continent, there are also heterogeneous autonomous regions. If the monsters arrive, the gods fighting with me will also go there for salvation. In short, from the standpoint of our empire, the monster front can be given a lower priority. We have more time, the emperor declared. Do you understand? It is inevitable that the priority of the monster front falls. Of course, just because the priority falls doesn't mean we will ignore it. Once we overcome the other three crises, we will use all the power of the Empire to sweep away the monsters. I bowed my head slowly. I understand, father. So, the youngest prince, the least skilled among the guardians, and the remaining scrap forces are sent to the south to buy time. Even if the youngest died and the southern front collapsed, they could hold out by using other nations and races as shields. After removing the other three crises threatening the empire, they would finally muster all their strength to drive out the monsters. This was the thinking of those who called themselves guardians. Ah, how rational it was. They protected the empire. They used everything outside the empire and killed it. Even if the rest of the world perished, as long as the empire was protected, it was fine. In the act of protecting this structure called the empire, this concept called the empire, where else could there be a principle more clear and transparent? But I gritted my teeth. But could I accept their conclusion? As the youngest imperial prince, a commander of the southern front, could I, who had resolved to protect people, accept this? However, Ash, don't be too gloomy. The emperor chuckled and gestured to Fernandez. In fact, when I woke up from my nap earlier, I already talked with Fernandez. I heard about the rough situation. Don't worry, I'll send reinforcements to the south. I wanted you, young and foolish, to grow by fighting with life and death at stake. And it has happened. To have held off the monster's invasion to this extent, splendid. The Emperor gave me a warm smile. It's unfortunate that you lost your memory, but honestly, I am pleased to see you've become a much more valuable guardian. I'll send ample reinforcements. In exchange, you should listen well to your father and brothers in the future, all right? I couldn't respond and just hung my head silently. The Emperor reached out to us. I'm a little tired today. I believe you've managed the front lanes well, so I'll return to the spiritual realm. With a cracking of his neck, the worn Emperor sank back into his throne. We'll have a victory celebration soon. I must show everyone that I am still in good health. I'll rest my eyes until then. See you soon, my sons. Lark and Fernandez spoke in unison. Sweet dreams, father. Oh, yes. A white frost began to cover the chuckling emperor's body. There are only dark nightmares here, though. Soon the emperor and his throne froze solid, becoming indistinguishable along with the ice tree. Lark, Fernandez, and I, the three brothers, stepped back from the surreal scene. Your marriage partner has been decided. Outside the surreal room, in the corridor, Fernandez handed me a sheet of paper. This time, it's a lady of genuine noble blood, the princess of the Aryan kingdom. As you know, the Aryan kingdom is the largest among our northern allies. I took the document and blankly read the words written there. Fernandez's detailed explanation continued in my ears. Talks of marriage were arranged to strengthen the alliance between the Northern Front's Aryan Kingdom and the Everblack Empire, and since my engagement with my previous fiancé was due to be broken, they decided to proceed with this. What if I say no? I asked quietly. What if I refuse this marriage and insist on keeping my engagement with the Silver Winter family? Fernandez didn't hesitate. That's obviously not an option. The princess of the Aryan Kingdom is already on her way to the imperial capital to attend the victory celebration. This time, you'll just meet, and then the wedding will proceed within this year. You can have the ceremony on the southern front. Fernandez murmured in a low voice to me, who kept my lips tightly shut. You remember what father said, right? You must obey from now on. Please, Ash, don't resist anymore. If you feel a sense of duty as an ever-black imperial prince, as a guardian, don't hesitate over something like a political marriage. If you accept this marriage proposal, you can return with enough elite troops to protect Crossroad. A large hand grabbed my silent shoulder. Looking up, it was Lark. I know it's hard, but this too is the duty of a prince, Ash. You lost your memory in the midst of battle and suffered many casualties. We've come this far, paying such sacrifices. We can't stop here. Lark grinned, grabbing Fernandez's shoulder with his opposite hand. Now, my beloved brothers, how about a hug to rally our spirits? And then Lark's muscular arms reached out and forcibly embraced Fernandez. Gah! Thus, they were forcefully imbued with brotherly love. After the embrace ended, I let out a sigh and said, all right, all right. I'll do it that way. Lark and Fernandez laughed brightly. I gritted my teeth and nodded. I'll break off with Silver Winter Merchant Guild. And then I'll meet with the Princess of the Aryan Kingdom. Chapter 174. It's a story from a very young age. In the Star Palace, where the second Empress Dustia and the third Imperial Prince Ash resided. Today, the Countess of Silverwinter Merchant Guild and her daughter, Serenade, visited again. While the Empress and Countess were sipping tea and chatting, Ash and Serenade were playing in the garden of the Star Palace. Serenade seemed unusually down today. Ash tilted his head in front of her. What's wrong, sister? What happened? Sister. No matter how much she begged him not to call her that, it was in vain. Young Ash always followed Serenade, calling her sister. Ash asked innocently, smiling. Tell me, sister, I'll fix everything. Ah, well, actually. Serenade, looking around cautiously, whispered. I heard the word lowborn again. On the way here today, as they passed through the security check at the entrance to the Imperial Palace, she heard the officers on guard muttering, those lowborn merchant families keep hanging around the palace. The second Empress is lowborn, isn't she? Birds of a feather flocked together. They did not even try to lower their voices, even though they could be heard clearly. It seemed intentional. Serenade let out a heavy sigh. Even outside, they shun me, calling me lowborn, and the children. Serenade had no friends. No noble child would associate with the daughter of a merchant family that had bought its nobility with money. Nor did she have commoner friends. Though they had bought the title, they were still a count's family. No common child of her age would dare to associate with the Count's young daughter. Somewhere between nobles and commoners, the Silver Winter family existed in a grey area. In this situation, Ash was Serenade's first real friend of her age. You, Prince Ash, are the only friend who hangs out with me. Me too. You're my first friend too. Ash was in the same situation. In this vast imperial palace, no one sided with Dustia, the second empress, who had been born a battle slave. Her son Ash was treated the same. Whether judged by pure lineage or the power of the family, the next emperor would obviously be the son of the first empress, who openly despised the second empress. Since that was the case, no one tried to get close to the second empress and her son, except for the people of Silver Winter. Don't be hurt by what those fools say, sister. Ash reached out with his small hand, tightly holding Serenade's hand. Only those who have nothing to be proud of do that, judging by family or lineage instead of their ability. Serenade stared at Ash, astonished by his words. The young boy's hands were warm. I promise, sister. Ash smiled like an angel. I'll create a world where you don't have to hear such words. Create a world. Yes, a world where blood and nobility don't matter. A world for children like us who are shunned. A world where mom doesn't cry and where sister isn't bullied. A world like that. Ash's tiny fingers squeezed Serenade's fingers tightly. Ill. Definitely make it. On Ash's young face was a faint sadness and a clear determination. At that moment, Serenade sensed it. She would fall in love with this young boy, whether he kept his word or not. Just the bright sparkle he emanated at that moment was enough for her to know that she would follow this boy for the rest of her life. She thought so, watching the boy's white smile. Serenade suddenly opened her eyes. From the crack in the curtains, the faint morning light told her it was early dawn. She felt refreshed. Her body was light. Serenade quickly got up. Have you awakened, my lady? Elise, who had been waiting outside the door, entered as she heard movement. On the tray Elise brought in was a basin filled with hot water. Good morning, Elise. Good morning. Here's the water for you to wash your face. Thank you. Since she had bathed and fallen asleep the night before, washing her face was enough in the morning. With Elise's assistance, Serenade washed her face. Aren't you tired? Elise carefully asked Serenade, who was drying the water from her cheeks with a towel. You've been struggling with your duties already, and now you're suddenly giving dance lessons to the prince every day. You only slept for 3 hours today. I'm worried about your health. At those words, Serenade laughed lightly, covering her mouth with a towel. Elise blinked in confusion. Master, Elise, do I look tired to you? No, you look pleased. You're right, I'm not tired at all. Quite the opposite, I feel like flying. Serenade looked into the mirror before her, seeing her own face sparkling with energy. Sleep, who needed it? Is sleep really a big deal now? Ash had come to her first, asking her to teach him to dance. She didn't know why this mischievous prince, who was more skilled at social dancing than anyone in the capital, pretended to be inept at dancing, but the reason didn't matter. As she lightly applied makeup and dressed, Serenade couldn't hide the smile at her lips. She hadn't felt this joyous in years. According to Ash, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was now facing a crisis of extinction. Serenade was building up defenses against it, as Ash commanded. She knew this was no time to recklessly enjoy herself, but to be utterly honest. If she could get closer to Ash for any reason or under any pretext, Serenade was willing to pay whatever price it took. If I can hold his hand and dance today, that alone would make me. Bang! Miss! Just then, Serenade's door was roughly opened, and another maid rushed in. Serenade, startled, looked at her. What's wrong? What happened? The Count has had another seizure. Hurry! Father! Serenade stopped what she was doing and ran out of the room. Elise followed her with a stern face. The Count of Silverwinter had a seizure in his bedroom. Fortunately, by the time Serenade arrived, the resident priest had stabilized the Count with magic. Father! As Serenade entered the room, the trembling Count looked up at his daughter. See, Serenade. His face bore the traces of his illness. His yellowed face was fatigued and dark spots were visible. The Count extended his bony hand, and Serenade took it as she approached. I am here, father. Are you okay? Serenade, my daughter, my beloved daughter. His words trailed off, and Serenade's face stiffened. The seed, the imperial seed. Did you receive it? Did you get the gift from Prince Ash? Serenade bit her lip. The Count became agitated. Why aren't you answering? Do you know how much money we've spent on the imperial family to get that one seed? Father, don't forget, Serenade, the humiliation and scorn our family has endured. The Count stared at the ceiling, muttering to himself. They scorned us for buying our title with money, even when we became viscounts, and even as counts, they looked down on us for being of low birth. No matter how much money we made, we couldn't erase this stain. The only way to erase this stain is to mix our bloodline with the noblest blood in the world. Serenade closed her eyes tightly. Her grandfather and now her father. Their complex about status and lineage was enormous. They were desperate to rise by any means, so they chose money. They prospered in the merchant guild and acquired the titles they wanted, but the disdain did not disappear. Even after arranging a betrothal with the imperial family, the actual marriage did not occur even after Prince Ash reached adulthood. Serenade had already sensed a breakup. Then, her father had said, even if the betrothal breaks, we must still mix our blood with the imperial family. With blood. Beg Prince Ash if you must. Even a seed. Bring back a seed. What did it all mean? What was the significance of the seed from the wayward third prince, who could never be emperor, especially when a breakup was so apparent? What was the point? But the generations-long obsession with status and lineage had already moved beyond rational thought. The bloodline of the imperial family, the bloodline of the imperial family. Every day, her father screamed those words, and finally, Serenade had to seek Ash and speak her mind. We demand recompense for the devotion our family has shown to you. Give me your seed. The humiliation of begging like this from a man who no longer paid her any attention was more than she could bear. Serenade wished simply to die, her last shred of pride torn to ribbons, and all she received from Ash in return was a cold, disdainful glance. In the end, Ure just like everyone else, but she had obtained a promise. When Serenade returned home, tears held back. Her mother, the Countess of Silverwinter Merchant Guild, was preparing to leave the mansion, ignoring her husband's objections. Making your daughter go through this, you've gone mad. What's truly wretched isn't your family, but your mind. Leaving only a word of apology to Serenade, her mother left. As soon as her mother departed, her father fell ill and took to his bed, and Serenade was left to manage the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Prince Ash did not keep his promise. Thus, time flowed, leading to the present moment. Your mother, she doesn't understand. The Earl wheezed out these words. Because she's a noblewoman with pure blood, unlike our outsider bloodline. She doesn't understand our pain. Serenade, you understand, don't you? You with the same wretched blood as this father, surely you can understand. Serenade, who had remained silent, tightly gripped her father's hand once more, then rose. "Ill step out, father. Rest well." The Earl's strained murmuring continued to reach her even after she left the room. "We must mix the blood of the imperial family into our lineage. Only then can we escape this curse." Serenade clenched her jaw and walked down the hallway. She felt unable to breathe. It felt as if dark tar flowed through her veins instead of red blood. She simply couldn't breathe. Silver Winter Merchant Guild building, fourth floor. When Serenade, panting for breath, burst through the door, Ash was sitting there. "What's this? Why are you here so early?" In the bright morning sunlight, the third prince of the empire was dazzling. His lush and alluring black hair, those clear, direct eyes, his picture-perfect smile, it reminded her suddenly of their youthful days in the Star Palace. Serenade's heart ached. "I promise, big sister. Yes, the reason I loved you was not because you were a prince, not because your blood was noble. It was simply because you shared my pain, and because you embraced and comforted my wounds." Ah, Serenade slowly bowed her head. Why didn't she say it back then? What she needed was not your bloodline, not your seed, but simply just a piece of your heart. "Serenade?" Ash asked, puzzled, and Serenade quickly composed herself. "No, it's nothing." Her eyes reddened quickly, being prone to tears, but trusting the morning sunlight to shield them, with a smile, Serenade said, "Shall we dance, my lord?" Chapter 175. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. In time with Serenade's rhythm, the two of us waltzed. There were no mistakes anymore, and I found myself keeping a decent rhythm. Serenade grinned. "You're dancing quite well now, my lord, aren't you?" I quietly looked at Serenade. Fernandez's words kept ringing in my ears. This time, she's a genuine lady of noble blood, a princess of the Aryan Kingdom. As you know, the Aryan Kingdom is the largest ally in the north. If you accept this marriage proposal, you can return with enough elite soldiers to protect Crossroad. My teeth ground together. I'll break off the engagement with Silver Winter and meet the princess of the Aryan Kingdom. I had said this to avoid the situation at that time, but rationally thinking, this choice was obviously right. A daughter on the brink of ruin from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild and a princess from the powerful Northern Kingdom. The comparison itself was embarrassing. There was no need to weigh which side was more beneficial for the monster frontline. Even if the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was large, it couldn't compare to the strength of a kingdom. Moreover, the Aryan Kingdom was the strongest military power among the northern states. There were some mercenaries from the Aryan Kingdom in the game. As befitting those from the frozen lands, each was an incredibly tough character, with ice resistance as standard and even a few SSR ranks. If I strategically married the princess of the Aryan Kingdom, I could deploy these robust northern soldiers on the monster frontline. But was it only that? By strategically marrying as the imperial family wishes, my relationship with them would improve. Then I could receive support from the Central. Immediately this time, they would support elite troops when I returned to Crossroad. However, it felt uncomfortable. Something indescribable was nagging at my intuition. Thorns, guardians, another frontline, fate of destruction. My hesitation wasn't because the lady dancing and holding my hand was pitiable. It was a gamer's intuition, honed through 742 strategies. There was something in that route, but what on earth was it? Strategy isn't conducted through emotions or intuition. It is a well-trodden path based on concrete data and evidence. And the data and evidence clearly pointed towards the princess of the Aryan Kingdom. I sensed Serenade looking intently at my troubled face. Suddenly regaining my senses, I continued to dance and asked, "Serenade, what's the progress on the task I assigned earlier?" "Ah, yes. I was just about to tell you." I had instructed Serenade to reorganize the Merchant Guild's finances to enable information trading. That's what I was asking about. In every city where we have a guild branch, there are information sources. Mostly they were used to understand local prices, weather, and the status of specialty products. Can you make use of them? Yes. Since the connections are already established, all we have to do is change the type of information collected. The information network was already completed nationwide, and I have systemized a code that our family used independently and had every city's guild branch manager master it. Serenade spoke methodically. Using this method, all the branch managers can write the code, but only I and my closest staff can decode it. The encryption method was also prepared. Moreover, not to boast about our guild, each branch owns a messenger hawk. You mean they use hawks to deliver mail? Yes. After a rival guild deliberately killed our messenger hawks, my angry father introduced them. Taming magic was needed, so it was incredibly expensive, but the accuracy, speed, and reliability are far superior. This guild had more than I thought. I nodded my head. Good, serenade. Then use those information sources, the coded messages, and the hawk friends to collect the information ill instruct for the next 3 days. I then detailed the information that the Silver Winter Merchant Guild needed to collect, speaking at length and with precision. After hearing the entire story, Serenade looked at me, swallowing her dry saliva. Is this okay? This information could be quite dangerous, I spoke sternly. It's necessary for your family to survive, Serenade. You must carry it out properly. Serenade's face turned pale, but with a resolute expression, she nodded her head. Understood, as you command, my lord. Spare no expense on this. Even if the information seems unrelated, gather as much as you can. Quantity over quality, collect as much information as possible. Thus, we continued our meeting while dancing, and today's dance practice came to an end. Serenade and I stood facing each other, bowing. It was a good time, my lord. I enjoyed it too, Serenade. We exchanged greetings, now familiar to each other. I looked at Serenade's flushed face as she caught her breath and thought to myself, whether the Silver Winter Merchant Guild would survive or perish, it all depended entirely on the information they collected. Do your best, Serenade. The data and evidence had left Silver Winter, but my intuition was still telling me to stand by Serenade's side. I hoped my intuition was right, but if the data and evidence were too strong, I might have to make a cruel choice for the sake of strategy. As the Victory Celebration Festival drew near, the imperial capital became increasingly busy and chaotic. In every alley of the city, lanterns wrapped in colorful cloth were hung, and flags of many nations were displayed. The design of the international flags was quite deliberate, with the Empire's flag alongside the flags of its allied nations, particularly emphasizing those of the Northern Front allies. Click, but effective. Time flew, and suddenly it was the day before the party. Heeding Alberto's tearful plea to stay quietly in the palace, I donned an invisible cloak and stepped outside. It's too late to listen to you now, Alberto. The festival eve, what a mess. After safely escaping the palace, I removed the cloak and put it in my inventory. I whistled as I surveyed the bustling city streets, filled with vendors, stalls, food, entertainment, and throngs of excited people. It would be fun to bring my party members here. As I walked through the noisy streets, I briefly imagined bringing my party members here. Evangeline would lead the way, hopping around, promising to be the guide since she had recently graduated from here, and then fall flat on her face due to her error-prone trait. Damien would scout around with wide eyes, pointing out they're selling chicken skewers there, or they sell fried bread there, with his sharp eyes. Junior might hover around shops selling fireworks or magic balloons, muttering something like, I should have tried running a stall too. Lucas would probably stick right behind me, sternly protecting me and feeding me anything I picked to eat. As I wandered the festival streets imagining the antics of my main party members, someone tapped me on the shoulder. Ha! I turned to find Elise, still in her fearsome face, maid's attire, and carrying that ominous urn. Ure here, your highness. I clicked my tongue. Why don't you lighten up a bit for the festival, Elise? At least put down that coffin while you walk around. What's a coffin doing at a festival? People around are scared of it. Besides, its contents are truly frightening. Ignoring my words, Elise grumbled in her characteristic gloomy voice. My master commanded me. She said His Highness the Prince would surely roam the city alone, so I must escort you. So you were waiting for me. I was standing by near the palace, and I felt an invisible presence. I followed it and found it was your highness. Had she sensed and followed me through the cloak that even level 3 detection magic couldn't catch? Truly an SSR-ranked sniff. I mean, she certainly has good detection abilities. Right now, many foreigners have arrived in the imperial capital. Though the Central Commercial Army has heightened its security, the excitement of the festival, coupled with the usual circumstances, has increased the likelihood of disturbances. Eliza's piercing blue eyes sharply scanned the surroundings. I will escort you. Let's move to safer places. Aren't you the most dangerous of all? That was quite a statement coming from the one who had once aimed at my throat. At this moment, I have no intention of harming you, Your Highness. Elise glanced at me briefly. You've changed, Your Highness. And most importantly, I am not a shameless person. I have no intention of stalking the one to whom I owe my life. Then I am relieved. I shrugged my shoulders and began to walk forward. Elise quickly followed behind me. So, where are we headed? To your master. Where else would I go? I must check on the dance the night before the party. Why do you dislike it? I asked, and Elise responded brusquely. Honestly, I do not like it, but since she enjoys it, I have also heard that I should bring you to the lady as soon as possible. You are not being honest, I see. Some escort this is. She could have just sent a message saying, Elise is coming to meet you, so come to me. Is everything okay at the Merchant Guild? As I waded through the bustling street toward the dock, I suddenly asked Elise, is there no pressure from the imperial family or covert operations from the secret group? Nothing unusual. Nothing. Elise, who answered coldly, looked at me a bit surprised. Do you expect something to happen soon? Who knows? You never know how things will turn out in this world. So far, the imperial family hasn't touched the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Perhaps they've judged that it's better not to cause unnecessary turmoil with such an essential event ahead. Or maybe they're just too busy to care. There were no edicts from the Margrave, no movements to seize the guild. There's still a chance. If tomorrow's party goes well, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild still has a way to survive, even if I join hands with Serenade and Aryan Kingdom. Ha! That's when it happened. Elise began to sniff around, detecting a smell. What's up with that dog nose? I smell something burning somewhere. Really, isn't that just the smell of meat grilling from the left stand? No, this is. Elise's blue eyes widened. It's the smell of a fire. A foreboding sensation ran down my spine. Without a word, Elise and I made eye contact and started running south through the crowd. We could see the thick smoke rising in the southern sky. Pushing past screaming, fleeing people to reach the dock, we were met with enormous flames. The building engulfed in fire, burning intensely, was the very building where I had been practicing my social dance just yesterday. It was the building of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Milady. Elise let out an unprecedented scream of terror and dashed toward the burning building. Lady Serenade, damn it all, I hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 176. Serenade was staring at the stack of documents on her desk. The papers were messily written with encrypted text, and she had just decrypted and read them. Phew! Serenade swept the approaching sweat from her forehead with her fingertips. The information-gathering ability of Silver Winter Merchant Guild was more formidable than she thought. She had been able to conduct extensive research on the information Ash had instructed her to gather. The problem was the content. It's too sensitive. Though the investigation had been broad, most of it was fragmentary and piecemeal. Yet the astute Serenade could read the overall flow from those fragments at a glance. This information could be fatal to the Imperial family. That's probably why Ash had ordered the investigation. But gathering this kind of information was too dangerous. Did Ash truly think that this information could save the Silver Winter Merchant Guild? Then it happened. Ping, ping, a sound of something cutting through the air came from outside the window. Ah! As Serenade raised her head in confusion, crash. The window shattered and flaming arrows fell inside. Whoosh! In an instant, flames spread inside the building. Serenade quickly rose from her seat, her mind racing. What's going on? What's happening? Could someone have been following her, knowing that Silver Winter had gathered this information? Was someone trying to eliminate her? Or had the destruction Ash mentioned already begun? Cough, cough, cough. Her thoughts were many, but escape was the priority. Serenade covered her mouth with a cloth and attempted to leave the room. Then she stopped. The gold, jewelry, and silk in the head office could burn, but the information Ash had asked her to gather had to be protected. Serenade quickly unfolded her coat and stuffed the bundle of documents inside. Clutching the rolled coat to her chest, she fled the room. Whether the arrows were magically treated or not, flames spread rapidly through the building. Miss, head of the guild. As she emerged, she saw other servants struggling to put out the fire. Serenade shouted, calmly, evacuate the building. Check for anyone remaining. Evacuate immediately. If the flames were magical, ordinary people couldn't extinguish them. It was better to evacuate quickly. At Serenade's command, the servants orderly began to escape. Serenade looked around the corridor one last time and headed downstairs. Or at least she intended to until she found another maid collapsed from asphyxiation. Serenade hurriedly ran to the maid, hoisted her onto her shoulder, and got her to her feet. Whoosh, the flames intensified. The black smoke billowing from the burning building obscured her view. Feeling suffocated, Serenade gritted her teeth. Eliza and I rushed to the front of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild building, engulfed in flames. The fire demon lapped its tongues around the tall and magnificent building, consuming it. People were drawing seawater from beside them to put out the fire, but the flames were relentless. "Miss Serenade," Eliza screamed, rushing toward the building. She shouted at the guild's people struggling to extinguish the fire. "Where is Miss Serenade?" They haven't seen her since." Eliza stared at the building ablaze, her face pale. So could she perhaps have failed to escape? The building was already completely enveloped in flames, impossible to enter. Splash. Nonetheless, Eliza put a bucket of seawater on her head and tried to run inside. I urgently grabbed her shoulder. "Wait a minute, Eliza. What are you doing? Don't you see? If my mistress is inside, I must go to save her." "Are you out of your mind? If you go in there, you'll burn to death too." "If my mistress is in there, if she can't get out," Eliza spat out fiercely, "then I will burn to death with her. If that's the last thing I can do for my mistress, then I will do it." I hesitated, torn between stifling this twisted loyalty or letting it take its course. "You don't have to, Eliza." A weak voice reached my ears from beside me. Startled, I looked to find a woman wearing a grey robe among the uproar of the crowd. It was Serenade. Her face, visible through the robe, was smeared with soot. I escaped before the building was completely consumed by fire. Cough. "Serenade. My lady." "Shush." With her index finger to her lips, Serenade staggered toward the dock. "Over here." At the dock, a yacht belonging to the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, one that I had ridden before, was waiting. "Let's get out of here for now." Eliza hurried to the captain's quarters to prepare for departure. Serenade entered the cabin of the ship and collapsed as though crumbling. Sitting across from her, I asked urgently, "Are you okay, Serenade?" "I am fine." Cough. "More importantly, the information that you ordered me to gather." With a vacant expression, Serenade extended what she had been holding precious in her arms. "Everything got burned because I was delayed when escaping." The bundle of papers Serenade offered were all dampened by fire. The ink evaporated, making it impossible to discern the content. "I am sorry, my lord. If I had escaped sooner, the information would have been safe, but our people were suffocating from the smoke. I couldn't just leave them. As a merchant, I am still slow to decide what's more important, even though this information is more precious than anything else." "No, Serenade, you did the right thing." I grinned and carefully held Serenade's sooty hand. "Nothing is more important than people." Serenade looked at me with dazed eyes. The yacht set sail. The ship cut through the waves, departing the coast and heading into the inner sea. Serenade, instead of the burned documents, began to sort out the remaining information in her head and explain it to me one by one. The already fragmented details of information became even more jumbled, and the vague connections between them were all blurred. Whether it was the shock of escaping the fire, Serenade couldn't recall some of the information at all. But it was enough. After all, what I needed was not the detail of the information, but the minimal basis for me to play my cards. I nodded my head. "You've worked hard, Serenade. It's enough." "Have I been of any help to you, my lord?" "Of course." Relief flickered across Serenade's face, visible within her robe. This time I took something from my possession and gave it to her. Serenade received it with a startled expression. "My lord, what is this?" "It's an invitation to the victory celebration party. It's for the final battle here in the Imperial capital, happening tomorrow." Accepting the invitation, Serenade stood frozen. I cocked my head. "What's wrong?" "It's just that. It's the first time you've invited me to such a grand event at the Imperial family." However, soon after, Serenade returned the invitation to me. "But my lord, I'm truly sorry. I don't think I can attend." "Why?" Hesitating, Serenade slowly removed her robe. I swallowed a small breath. Her once beautiful blue hair was singed and twisted at the ends, and her fair skin was scorched in places, turning red. Avoiding my eyes, Serenade muttered, "How can I attend the Imperial family's party looking like this? Where all the world's celebrities gather, if I, the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, appear like this? Everyone will laugh." Serenade's head sank lower and lower. "Most of all, In this state, I can't stand by your side tomorrow. If that's the case, I'd rather not go at all. I firmly grasped Serenade's hand. Serenade, let me just say this. I need you there tomorrow. What? To save your Silver Winter family, and to solidify the path my southern front will take, you must come to the party tomorrow. The recent fire had made it clear. The Imperial family was already intent on eliminating the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Whether it was because they had discovered information that should not have been touched, because the time of eradication had come, or perhaps both, it didn't matter. To survive, Serenade had to attend the party tomorrow, for there is always a path in the midst of death. Serenade's face, stained with soot, tightened at my words of needing her. Her silver eyes squeezed shut and then opened, filled with resolute determination. In that case, I will go, no matter what. Even if I am in worse shape, I will stand at the party. I nodded heavily. We then spent a long time discussing what needed to be done at the party tomorrow. It wasn't until late at night that we returned to the port. The merchant building had completely burned down, leaving only ashes, and a few of the guild's people were seen cleaning up the debris. Not even an arrest, just a magical fire arrow attack, and then they flee. It was a method of the dark forces. I realized that even the path itself for Serenade to get to the party tomorrow would be perilous. Elise. The ship reached the port, and just before disembarking, I quietly asked Elise, "You can protect Serenade, right?" Elise's teal eyes flared, and she growled, "Even if it takes my life. Let's save the life part." But still, I trusted the protection of this SSR-ranked swordsman. Hang in there. I patted Elise's shoulder. Elise looked at me with narrowed eyes. Serenade quickly gave instructions to the guild's servants waiting at the harbor. The fire recovery efforts were to stop here, and everyone was to return to the Silver Winter family mansion and bolster the defenses. "Let's return to the Star Palace, my lord. I've ordered the carriage to be prepared." Serenade approached me. I gestured with my chin. I feel that wherever I am will be in danger, so tonight I will not return to the family home. I intend to stay on this sea with Elise." Serenade smiled bitterly, running her hand through her singed hair. While preparing for the party tomorrow, I smiled faintly. "Don't get your hopes up. Don't expect, but..." Clearly quite worried, Serenade heaved a deep sigh. The ship carrying Elise and Serenade once again set out to sea. I waved to Serenade, who kept bowing to me from the ship, and then headed for the carriage that the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had prepared. And then I made up my mind. For the southern front, and for the strategy of this harsh game. With Serenade, tomorrow I must propose. The next day. Finally, the morning of the victory celebration party had dawned. Chapter 177, early morning, my room in the Star Palace. I had risen before dawn and was surrounded by dozens of servants, caught in the midst of a fashion show. Washing, getting makeup done, hair being trimmed. At the same time, I was trying on this tuxedo, that suit, and even that evening coat, glancing at my reflection in the full-length mirror. In my life as a game addict, I never thought I'd be doing something like this. While being preened, plucked, and even having my ear hair trimmed, what the? I had a sudden realization. Back on Earth, I wore shorts and a shirt every day. It had reached the point where my viewers even called it a uniform. I had received donations several times, pleading for me to change my attire and buy some new clothes. But it was comfortable. Feeling the pressure of the suit that tightly encased my body, I let out a groan. I can't breathe. Since when do men's clothes constrict the waist like this? Your Highness has such a naturally graceful appearance that you look good in anything, but of course, for a day like today, we must be even more meticulous. Alberto announced, proudly grooming my facial hair. "In the past, you would rip your clothes somewhere or adorn yourself with grotesque skull decorations when attending events. On the worst day, you even wore a woman's dress." A woman's dress? Me? I pointed to myself in horror, and Alberto gravely nodded. "Yes, it was a vivid fluorescent green dress adorned with flamboyant flower decorations. You even wore high heels and put flowers in your hair." Looking around, all the servants who had been attending to me turned pale, as if recalling that day. Really, I dressed as a woman and attended an official imperial event. As the crown prince, you were a genuine living lunatic, Ash. I'm proud of you, you crazy bastard. Seeing your Highness in such a serious and elegant, party-appropriate suit after so long. There's no regret left in Alberto's life now, even if I die. Hey, you seem to still have plenty of regrets, so stop crying. Every time I do something, this old man claims to have no more regrets. Grumbling, I slipped my arms into the next dress jacket. I think I've tried on about 20 sets so far. I can't tell which is which, and my eyes are spinning. If there were item options or set effects to choose from, it would be easier. But there's nothing like that here. I just told Alberto to choose whatever he wanted, and after some deep consideration, he finalized a combination and dressed me in it. You look perfect, Your Highness, the most handsome man in the imperial capital. Listening to Alberto's flattery, I looked into the full-length mirror. It looks like I am going to a funeral. In the mirror, I was dressed in all black. From the shirt to the vest, tie, outer coat, trousers, belt, socks, and even shoes. There was nothing that wasn't black. I wouldn't be surprised if even my underwear had been switched to black. Isn't all black a bit overboard, even for the ever-black Empire's crown prince? All I could see in the mirror was my pale face. My face, already pale, looked even more so with makeup. I tapped my neatly combed, and therefore unfamiliar, black hair. Wouldn't it have been okay to put some other colors in the shirt or vest? Everything's the same black. Considering that the old Ash used to wear fluorescent dresses and go crazy, the suit was a bit much. What disheartening words, Your Highness. They are not all the same black, Alberto exclaimed. The coat and trousers were the royal symbols deep black, the shirt was a lighter ebony color, the vest was velvet, the socks were silk, the shoes were made of some leather, and so on. To my eyes, they all looked the same, but apparently they were different according to this nation's etiquette. All right, I get it. I'll wear it like this. Enough with the explanation, after all, I'm a gaming nerd who knows nothing about fashion. I'll just wear what's given. I inserted my finger between the tight tie and loosened it slightly. Catching my breath, I thought to myself, I wish I could take a selfie and show the kids. I want to show the kids in Crossroad that when their lord dresses up, he looks like this. Would they praise me for being dashing or grab their stomachs and laugh? Alberto was in front of me, bowing at the waist and personally polishing my shoes to a shine. Even though they were already gleaming enough to be used as a mirror, something seemed to keep catching the butler's eye. Alberto. Yes, Your Highness. Is there something else that's uncomfortable? I have a favor to ask of you. I calmly spoke to Alberto, who was looking up in confusion. It's a favor I am entrusting to you because I trust you. Can you do it? Perhaps feeling the weight of my words, Alberto's old eyes flickered craftily. The official start of the victory celebration party was said to be at 6 p.m. Why the fuss and preparation from dawn, I thought to myself. The main event may begin at 6 p.m., but the actual party starts from the morning and continues on. So my arrival at the main palace's grand banquet hall was around 11 a.m. This vast place, about the size of 5 of my palaces, was a venue solely created for the imperial family's events. My palace is 3 times larger than the estate of the Lord of Crossroad. That meant this grand banquet hall was about 15 times the size of the Lord of Crossroads' estate. What a difference in power. Anyway, this vast banquet hall was already swarming with people. Were there really so many idle people in the empire? First, I saw the servants carrying beverages, snacks, and meals, their faces expressionless, evidently used to this kind of work. The orchestra, which occupied one entire side of the banquet hall, was currently resting. Although the main event was still far off, the music team was already on standby. And then, in the center of the banquet hall, aristocrats, dressed to impress, were conversing with champagne glasses in hand, even though it was still morning. Sycophants, jokers, pleasure seekers, they all seemed to have their business. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people engaged in a battle of wits in this bubbling crucible. I stepped in. Presenting the third prince of his imperial majesty and commander of the southern front, Ash-born hater Everblack, Your Highness. With the herald's bellowing announcement, I made my entrance. The orchestra straightened up and began to play a lively, upbeat tune. What was this my character theme song? Like what plays for wrestlers or baseball players when they enter? All at once, every eye in the banquet hall turned to me. I'd given speeches before the citizens of Crossroads several times. The attention of this many people was nothing to me. With a relaxed smile, I strolled towards the center of the banquet hall. Whispering reached me from left and right. The biggest scoundrel of the imperial family has arrived. That face is so pretty. Did you hear? He lost thousands of soldiers in the first battle on the southern front. He's incompetent. If only he were half like his eldest brother. This is why lineage is important. Some aristocrats openly badmouth me while others, Kyra, it's Prince Ash, look this way just once. Hey Ash, marry me. Tonight, Mom, I want to be Prince Ash when I grow up. Date me, or else I'll die. Some aristocrats frighteningly fawned over me. They were like the obsessive viewers who would stick to me during broadcasts, sending chills down my spine. Why were they so extreme, this place's atmosphere? Anyway, outwardly maintaining a nonchalant smile, I spread cheer all around and made my way to the center of the party. Taking a champagne glass from a passing servant and sipping it quietly, I tried my best to blend into the party. Most aristocrats soon shifted their attention from me, but many young nobles crowded around me. How bothersome. Your Highness, how was the southern front? They say the monsters shimmer and glow. Did you kill them yourself? I heard you spent the night with the queen of the monsters. Kyra, Prince Ash, you beast. What were they talking about, you crazy people? Well, I did spend a few nights on the same battlefield as the Black Spider Queen, but I felt the urge to summon an automatic defense turret on the spot, point its barrel at them and shout, "Get lost!" But I restrained myself. After all, these people were nobles, possessing the family background and wealth to attend such a party. I had to put on a good show. They might become sponsors for the Southern Front. After downing a glass of champagne, I looked around with a smirk. A hot night with the Monster Queen never happened, but I've killed my fair share of Monster Legion commanders. How about it? Want to hear about my struggles on the Southern Front? They all gathered around me, eager to listen. I smiled bitterly. The stories of those who sacrificed their lives to defend the front lines were treated as mere entertainment in the imperial capital, and that saddened me. But such is the way of the world. The suffering of others, no matter how heart-wrenching, ends up being consumed as a novelty. All I could do was tell them how many were suffering on the Southern Front and wring out as much support money as I could. Clearing my throat, loosening my tie, I began my tale. All right, I guess I'll have to start with the story of my first battle. I used to be a streamer, making a living by running my mouth in front of a camera. Today's content was like a visual radio show for the nobles of the imperial capital. And so, we held funerals for the 155 who fell that day. After recounting all, including Stage 5 and the battle against the Vampire King, I took another sip of champagne. Oh, this is exhausting. The prolonged storytelling made my body weary. Time had flown, and it was now well into the afternoon. I covered my past in the dungeon with the Shadow Squad and all the details I had to hide. But even without any exaggeration, it had taken this long. The crowd of nobles listening had multiplied since I began. Even those who had started off distant and indifferent leaned in as the stages progressed, and they gasped as I described the warriors falling one by one against the Vampire King. I thought of those who had died defending the front lanes and looked around the audience with a faint smile. That concludes the stories of the heroes who are defending the Southern Front. If this stirs even a little interest in the front lanes, I would be pleased. The nobles rushed towards me as I finished. I want to send support money, Your Highness. Our family, too, for the warriors in the South. Why not establish a foundation for? I welcomed the flood of sponsorship promises and mentally yelled to my subordinates in Crossroad. Guys, your lord is working hard here too. I took down the list of nobles who pledged to support the Southern Front, promising to discuss the details at my mansion in a few days. The hours of talking had not been in vain, as the list was long and extensive. Besides money, I received promises for minerals, fabric, food, etc. I couldn't help but smile. I hadn't expected this, and it was an unexpected harvest. After spending considerable time organizing the pledges, oh my, this is tiring. I sneaked out of the banquet hall to rest alone and crouched in a secluded corner of the sprawling garden. Darn, this is exhausting. I'm suited for and enjoy playing single-player games where I can play alone. I don't even play MMORPGs much because mingling with people is too burdensome. What am I doing in this party? I've milked enough donations. Now go away, all you socialites. Ha! I then felt a gaze on me. Confused, I looked up. A girl was quietly watching me in the garden. She was a young girl, with ivory-colored hair tied up, and her skin, though pale, had a healthy cream color, slightly tanned by the sun. Her pearl-colored dress was trimmed with the white fur of some unknown animal. With ivory-colored hair, cream-colored skin, and a pearl-colored dress, the three hues were somewhat similar. In any case, there was a pale and pure sensation, truly befitting of the Empire's infamous philanderer. The girl slowly opened her mouth. You are quite articulate, Prince Ash. Just listening to you talk is entertaining. The girl's wild, yellowish eyes narrowed. But how much of what you just said is truth, and how much is mere bluff? I cocked my head. Who? I wonder. The girl shrugged indifferently. I might be one of the many women you've toyed with. Chapter 178. The unidentified ivory-haired girl seemed somehow displeased with me. Judging from what she was saying, she must have had some connection to me. I should have asked Lucas about Ash's relationships with women. But no, there wouldn't have been enough nights to cover them all. Ash was well known as a notorious playboy after all. There wouldn't have been time for a detailed briefing, and remembering every single instance would have been impossible. So, who is this young lady? Ah, suddenly, it dawned on me. That ivory-colored hair, the same shade as the SSR-rated heroes from the Northern Aryan Kingdom. Furthermore, though slightly tan and cream-colored, she had the pale skin typical of Northerners, with a particular light pigment, and those white furs adorning her pearl-colored dress. They must be from the White Bear, a symbol of Aryan Kingdom. By now, it was clear. I quickly got up, forcing a smile. I apologize for recognizing you late, my lady. I approached the girl and respectfully bowed at the waist. As you know, I am Ash, the third prince of the Everblack Empire. May I know your name, my lady? I already knew her name, having read the documents provided by Fernandez, but it's better to go through the formality of asking. Yun. The girl reluctantly spat out her name, as though it was a great inconvenience. It's Yun Arian, your highness. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Yun. As I continued to bow, Yun, looking uncomfortable, twisted her body and reluctantly extended her left hand. I gently grasped her left hand and kissed the back of it. Yun shuddered, disgusted. Hey, I was merely following the etiquette. Don't hate it so much. I mustered up the courage to do this, even though I am kissing the back of a hand of a woman I've never met. Though Ash was known to usually ignore royal etiquette and behave however he liked, he still had to act properly when meeting his betrothed. As I lifted my lips and smiled gently, Yun quickly snatched her hand away. Yun Arian, 19 years old. The second princess of the Aryan kingdom, she was described in her profile as clear-headed, wise, and as courageous as a bear, making her quite popular in her kingdom. Courageous like a bear. Looking down at the girl in front of me, I broke into a cold sweat. She looked more like a swan than a bear, no matter how I looked at her. I was sent as an envoy, and after I arrived, I found out that a marriage had been arranged in the meantime. Standing at the border of the garden and banquet hall, we were engaged in conversation. Leaning against the terrace wall, Yun absent-mindedly swirled the champagne glass in her hand. The fate of royalty is always like this. Ha, but to be matched with the most ill-reputed third prince. That third prince is standing right before you. You'll hurt the delicate feelings of the prince if you say it so bluntly. You are surely aware of your own reputation, aren't you, Prince Ash? One cannot truly know a person's essence based on public opinion alone. Princess Yun. Yun addressed me with the respectful Your Highness, but I did not return the favor. The Aryan Kingdom was nominally a vassal state of the Everblack Empire. Because of this, she could not easily refuse this arranged marriage, regardless of her own will. Do you dislike me? I asked with a broad grin, to which Yun rolled her amber eyes. Do I have a reason to like you? A philanderer, a good-for-nothing. You seem to have tried every bad thing a man can do. Perhaps all of that is merely unfounded rumor. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? I shrugged at Yun's sarcastic laugh. If I truly were such a playboy, wouldn't all the ladies I'd ever dallied with be swarming around me like bees at a party like this? Around me, all was calm. Yun was the first to approach me one-on-one, but Yun glared at me, her face filled with disbelief. Do you think I really wouldn't know? You're famous for approaching others, sucking them dry, and then ruthlessly discarding them. I've heard there were many young women who gave you everything, their bodies, hearts, and wealth, only to be discarded. Will you not use me and my kingdom only to cast us aside when you're done? She asked. I was at a loss for words, buffering. So what was this? Ash wasn't just a playboy, simply playing with fire. He was a piece of trash who ruthlessly used people and then cut them off when he was done. It reminds me of what he did at the Serenade and Silver Winter Merchant Guild, borrowing lots of money and causing a mess. He had been doing the same thing to other ladies' families. Oh, shit. Only then did I understand why Ash's ex-girlfriends had not come running to this party. If the ending had been that bad, it would be hard to rush in with open arms. Maybe if they had a knife clenched in each hand. I agree with strengthening the alliance between our two countries. I mean, which country in this world would oppose an alliance with the Everblack Empire? She said, pressing her thick red lips together and letting out a soft sigh. But to do it through a strategic marriage, it's really old-fashioned. Can't we form an alliance if there are no children of matching ages on both sides? So how else can we strengthen the alliance? I admit it's old-fashioned, but I don't think there's a closer way for adults to see each other. Do we need to get that close in the first place? We can just clarify what we need to do, draw the line, make a treaty, and announce it. She wore a dress that fully revealed her collarbone and shoulders, and she shrugged playfully. Instead of stickily sending our sons and daughters to mix blood, we can cleanly make a contract and fulfill our obligations to each other. A relationship that's as refreshing and crisp as snow falling in summer. Doesn't that sound good? Snow falling in summer. The northern metaphor of snow falling all year round was a bit hard to grasp, but anyway, I understood what she meant. She must really not want to marry me. I was about to say a few more words to her when a servant at the entrance of the grand hall shouted in a resonant voice. The second Prince of His Imperial Majesty and the Administrative Deputy, Fernandez Ember Keeper Everblack, has arrived. Oh my, brother is early. All eyes in the party hall were drawn to the entrance. Unand, I looked that way too, dressed in splendid ceremonial robes and adorned with his trademark oversized glasses and various glittering accessories. Fernandez made his entrance. Earrings, necklaces, rings, so shiny, tall and handsome, he did pull it off. The orchestra played soft and melodious music. Fernandez entered the party hall with a smile on his face, nodding at those around him. Before people could approach him, another announcement followed. The first Prince of His Imperial Majesty and the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army, Lark Avalanche Everblack, has arrived. Today's real star, Lark, appeared. Lark was not dressed in party attire, but in military ceremonial uniform. The uniform suited his tall stature and robust physique perfectly. It might have been less glamorous compared to the ceremonial robe, but it stood out in the party hall. Above all, at Lark's waist was a sword. A long sword was sheathed there. It was said that, in principle, one could not bring a blade longer than 50 cm into the imperial palace, totally against party manners. But Lark proudly entered with the large sword, a feat only possible as the commander who held the military power of the empire. The orchestra began to play a magnificent overture. Applause and cheers poured out from all sides, honoring the commander who had successfully ended, so it was believed, the war with Bringer Duchy. The nobles flocked around Lark without exception. His popularity was incomparable to when I made my entrance. Watching Lark from a distance, Yun asked me, "Prince Lark is already married, right?" "Yes, he already has 3 children." Lark's wife, who appeared to be a noble lady, brightly smiled, kissed her husband's cheek, and lovingly linked arms with him. A pleasant sight. Yun let out a disappointed sound. "What a shame, he's my type." "Perhaps you have a taste for married men." Was that the dangerous preference, Princess Yun? "What are you talking about?" "No, it wasn't. Among the 3 imperial princes, he was simply my type." Yun said this casually, with her future husband right beside her. Somehow amused, I covered my lips and laughed, asking, "What about Fernandez? He's still unmarried, and handsome too. He's even taller than me." "I don't like sly men." Fernandez had quietly moved to a corner of the party hall and was engaged in conversation with a few people. Since everyone's eyes were on Lark, he could move soundlessly. Yun, observing him, shook her head vigorously. "He's the scheming type. That's not to my taste." "How about compared to me?" Let me think about it. A sly man and a bad man." I burst into casual laughter. "Exactly what type of man is to your taste? What is the standard for your preference?" "Really, don't you southern men understand?" The princess of the continent's northernmost kingdom raised her arm, emphasizing her biceps, and said, "Of course, it's rippling muscles." I was momentarily speechless. Ah, of course. I understood at once. Muscles that fit perfectly, majestic physique, the kind of heroic presence that can uproot mountains with strength and overturn the world with vigor. Was this the aesthetic of a nation that survived in the icy wastelands? Indeed, it made sense. So she liked the muscular Lark, but disliked the scrawny but tall Fernandez and me. May I ask just one thing? I suddenly grew curious. What is the popular ideal for women in the Aryan kingdom? It's the same. Yunthan raised her opposite arm to emphasize her biceps. Muscular and strong, what else would it be? By that standard, Princess Yun doesn't seem very popular. She appeared frail and delicate. When I take off my clothes, it's quite impressive. Yun started to reveal her abdomen, as if to show off her abs, but realizing she was tightly dressed, raised both her hands. There's no way to show you. She seemed quite confident in her muscles, but those lines were a bit risky. Please be careful in the future, while engaging in this unproductive but enjoyable chatter. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, a loud, slow, heavy bell rang 3 times throughout the banquet hall. The previously noisy party hall became as silent as if doused with cold water. Everyone turned their astonished eyes toward the entrance. Even Yun, sensing the extraordinary atmosphere, covered her mouth and stared at the entrance. Could it be? Could it be? Expect the unexpected. The servant who had been loudly announcing the arrival of the royalty, this time uttered in a trembling voice, full of effort. Chosen by the goddess to build a paradise on this land, supreme, noble, and lofty, the sovereign of this country, his imperial majesty of the great Everblack Empire, long live! Long live! Everyone shouted, bowing their heads and showing respect, even though he had not yet appeared. Yun and I hastily bowed our heads and knelt on one knee. He enters! With a scream-like shout, that man entered the banquet hall. I opened my mouth slightly, looking up at my father. If a god were to shape a human not from clay but gold, would he look like this? I hadn't realized it when he was frozen on his throne. The appearance, the demeanor, and the twinkling golden light hidden in those piercing eyes. He truly seemed a man born to be an emperor. The majesty, authority, and transcendental aura overflowing from his body, clad in black and gold, formal attire. Thump, he merely stepped onto the platform, yet I felt a resonating sound. The sole emperor of the Everblack Empire. Traha Peacemaker Everblack, swaying his red cape, entered the banquet hall. He slowly scanned the thousands of kneeling attendees before him and then, "Where is Ash?" he asked for me first. "What? Why?" Chapter 179. Where is Ash? At the Emperor's muttered word, snap. The eyes of everyone in the party hall turned like dominoes, and all were fixed on me. "Yes," I muttered stupidly. Hiccup. The princess next to me began to hiccup. Noticing me, the Emperor nodded his head and slowly walked into the banquet hall along the carpet. Ah! Only then did I realize why the Emperor had sought me out first. Behind the Emperor were envoys from the Northern Kingdom, and at the forefront of them were people with ivory-colored hair like Princess Yun, leading the allied nations of the Northern Front, with Aryan Kingdom at the helm. After meeting with them and having a conference, the Emperor had attended this party. Even though I didn't know about it, discussions about strengthening the alliance must have come up, and naturally, the marriage proposal between Princess Yun and me would have been mentioned. Whoosh! As the Emperor approached, despite the path already being sufficiently wide, the people parted further as if on cue, widening the way. It was as if the sea was parting. Ash, follow me. The Emperor stood beside me and commanded in a soft, yet deep and heavy voice. The Princess of Aryan Kingdom is here as well. Come with me. How could I dare not to follow? Yun and I obediently followed the Emperor down the carpet, with the eyes of everyone in the hall firmly fixed on us. Father! Fernandez, who had been waiting at the midpoint of the path, bowed to the Emperor. Fernandez! The Emperor nodded in return and gestured backward with his chin. Follow! Yes! Joining the line, Fernandez gave me a sly wink. I reluctantly smiled back. Father! Lark, who had been waiting at the end of the path, bowed. The Emperor grinned. Lark, let's ascend together. It's an honor. Lark did not join the line, but stood next to the Emperor, walking with him to the end of the carpet. The carpet ended below the platform arranged in the innermost part of the banquet hall. The Emperor, Lark, Fernandez, and Yun and I ascended to the top of it. Flap! The Emperor, having reached the top of the platform, turned around and looked over the banquet hall. His red cloak swung in the air, tracing a round arc. My subjects hear me. The nobles, who had been bowing towards the entrance, quickly rose and turned to bow to the platform. The Emperor shouted in a clear voice that resonated in the ears. Our Everblack now stands before an unprecedented crisis. Threats are closing in from all sides, and even from within our country. It was a heavy speech, quite out of place in the festive atmosphere that had prevailed just moments ago. But the emperor himself was enough context and connection. He naturally led the mood of the hall to a more somber tone. All the nobles listened attentively to his words. I have remained secluded for a long time to resolve this situation. Meanwhile, my eldest son Lark has taken care of the worries of the West. The emperor pointed to Lark, who respectfully bowed to his father. The emperor broke into a wide smile. I am indeed proud, my son. All thanks to you, father. The nobles began to applaud as if on cue. Clap, clap, clap. The applause filled the banquet hall. The emperor waited for the noise to subside and then continued. This gathering today was held to celebrate Lark's achievements. But we all must remember other crises remain, and they are strangling the neck of Everblack. The emperor turned to Fernandez. To overcome this crisis, we must first strengthen the nation's domestic affairs. Fernandez smiled slyly and bowed. The emperor grinned back at his second son. We must also solidify our relationships with our neighbors and allies. The emperor turned his gaze to the envoys of the northern allied nations standing below the platform. They too looked up and bowed in return. Therefore I announce it here. The emperor spread his arms wide and exclaimed, the marriage between my third son, Ash, and Aryan Kingdom's second daughter, Princess Yun. I was calm, having anticipated this, but Princess Yun was startled, her shoulders trembling in surprise, as though she hadn't expected the confirmation here. The brave kingdoms of the north and our Everblack are no longer mere allies. They are bound by blood alliance. At that word, the faces of the envoys from the north bloomed with smiles. After all, there was no way to bring two distant countries closer together than by forming a marital relationship. My dear subjects, please extend a warm welcome to our guests from afar. The emperor pointed to the northern envoys with his hand and laughed heartily. They are no longer our guests, but part of our Everblack family. Clap, 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 clap. I wasn't sure if applause was part of the imperial etiquette, but thunderous applause filled the banquet hall as if everyone had been trained for it. I suspected that this proposal would not be refused, but, amid the noisy applause, Princess Yun let out a small sigh. I never thought it would be announced like this today. Indeed, I did not expect it to proceed so swiftly. They said that they were going to introduce us this time, but the Emperor just pulled the trigger. He completely disregarded our opinions. Well, I guess our opinions don't matter anyway. Yun gave me a faint smile, shrugging. Having been born a royal and lived well thus far, I guess it's time to pay the price in this manner. Yun reached out a hand to me. Please take care of me, my husband. I hesitated for a moment, but then cautiously extended my hand to grasp hers. Yun's wild, yellow eyes sparkled mischievously. Shall we see, then, how well the Emperor's greatest plebe can dance? The next moment, Yun pulled me close. Whoa, what's this? She seems stronger than me. All that talk about being brawny and bear-like wasn't just talk, it seemed. Yun led me down to the stage, dashing to the center of the party hall. I was dragged along helplessly. The crowd cheered and whistled at our sight. Leading me to the center of the party hall, Yun bowed respectfully, catching my bewildered look. Since it's come to this, let's become the stars of this party. What do you mean? The original star of this party was Prince Lark, but now that our engagement has been announced, let's outshine him. Let's make this a party in honor of our engagement, not a victory celebration. Staring blankly at Yun's words for a moment, I eventually broke into a grin. I quite like that idea. I bowed back in response. The next moment, we stood close together, holding each other's hands, placing them on each other's shoulders and waists. The quick-witted orchestra began to play a lively waltz, and Yun and I began to dance, twirling around the banquet hall, capturing the attention of everyone, including the emperors. Round and round, round and round. Serenade kept fiddling with her empty hair tips. Her blue hair, once long and beautiful enough to pass her waist, was now cut off just below her neck. In last night's fire, the ends had all become singed, so she had to cut it short to keep only the healthy part. It was hair I'd been growing almost all my life. Serenade looked at her reflection in the mirror with unfamiliar eyes. The bob cut, dangling from her neck, was tolerable considering it was done in haste, but it couldn't compare to the beauty of her original long hair. Her eyes were shadowed from not sleeping a wink last night. Her legs were lightly burned, hidden by stockings but still stinging. Her face wasn't burned, but it still felt hot and red as if the heat of the fire lingered. Makeup simply wouldn't apply properly. All the dresses and shoes she had saved were burnt, so she had to quickly borrow an outfit from a nearby dress shop. The problem was that today was the festival, and all the decent dresses were already gone. Serenade had to choose the best of the remaining ragged dresses to wrap around herself. Therefore, her reflection in the mirror was a complete mess. Her hair was awkwardly cut short, makeup didn't take, and the dress didn't suit her at all. This is the worst. To attend a grand party hosted by the imperial family looking like this. Everyone would be all dressed up, but she looked like a disheveled crow. I just want to stay cooped up in my room, but then, Serenade. I must tell you this. I need you tomorrow. Ash had said this to her. I need you, he had said. She never wanted to show herself in such a state, especially to someone she wanted to impress more than anyone else. But if that person needed her, she had to rush there, no matter how shabbily she was dressed. So Serenade boarded the carriage, headed to the party held at the Imperial Palace. Milady, the handmaid/coachman, Elise, cautiously spoke from inside the carriage. Madam, as you might have guessed, those who set fire to the Merchant Guild building yesterday might attack again. If they attack again today, going to the Imperial Palace is dangerous. We should immediately go to a safe place now. I must reach the Imperial Palace. Serenade answered with determination in her voice. It's not just because of the request of His Highness, Ash. The way for our Silver Winter Merchant Guild to survive is also in that Imperial Palace. Please, Elise, get me to the Imperial Palace. Understood, madam. Elise nodded with a stern face. No matter what obstacles we face, I'll smash through all of them and escort you to the Imperial Palace, madam. Thank you. Clop, clop, clop. The carriage began to gallop along the road. Judging the direct route from the wharf to the Imperial Palace too dangerous, Elise drove the carriage on a major detour. Whether her judgment was right or whether it was a false alarm, no attacks came even as they approached close enough to see the Imperial Palace. Elise took a short breath. After all, today is the festival. There's no way they would blatantly attack in such a busy and watchful situation. It was the very moment she thought that. Because they had taken a long detour, they had to pass through an alleyway instead of the main road, and as Elise drove the carriage into the alley, she sensed danger. The alley was completely empty. In a city filled with people due to the festival, this one block of the alleyway was devoid of pedestrians, merchants, playing children, or even loitering beggars. Sensing danger, Elise shouted sharply, "Hold on tight, madam." The next moment, crash! A magic-infused arrow shot from somewhere lodged into the wheel of the carriage and exploded. Elise desperately tried to maintain balance, but the carriage with the shattered wheel eventually toppled sideways. Thud, crash. The fallen carriage, scattering wooden splinters all around, smashed against the wall of the alley. As luck would have it, that wall had bags of dirt and sand stacked against it, and they burst open, filling the area with a thick cloud of dust. Trudge, trudge, and through that dust and smoke, 5 shadows approached. The Imperial family's direct Black Ops team. Aegis Special Forces, the Dark Division. Among them, the 4th team in charge of carrying out assassinations within the Imperial capital marched forward, clutching crossbows that gleamed blue with loaded bolts. The Imperial hunting dogs were closing in. Chapter 180 Trudge. Trudge. 5 shadows approached. Aegis Special Forces Team 4, crossbows raised, cut through the smoke and dust as they slowly made their way toward the carriage. They were professionals, having handled countless assassination missions in the Imperial capital. Once the higher-ups assigned a target, they acted like ruthless killing machines. Regardless of gender, age, how pitifully their targets wept, or how they pleaded, they wouldn't bat an eye in executing them. This time, there were 2 caught in their trap. Having overturned the carriage, the targets would surely be disoriented. The plan was to eliminate them quickly, obliterate all evidence, and then leave the scene, but that was how it was supposed to go. Swish. The plan went awry from the very start. Through the thick smoke, dusting away the debris, Elise burst out like a cannonball. The agent at the forefront, who was approaching with his crossbow, widened his eyes at the unexpected development. In the hands of the maid with navy blue short hair was a blunt, rectangular, bladed executioner's sword. Whoosh! And with that sword, she decapitated the lead agent in a single stroke. Swoosh, swoosh, thud, thud, thud. The other agents indiscriminately fired their crossbows at Elise. Arrows poured down like rain, and the smoke and dust that filled the air were momentarily torn apart by the trajectory of the arrows before settling down again. Elise calmly extended the sword coffin strapped to her back to use as a shield. Ping! Ting ting ting! Scratches marred the surface of the coffin, but the arrows couldn't penetrate it. Clink! Opening the sword coffin to her sides, Elise pulled out two short swords and threw them forward. Thunk! Whoosh! Gurk! The second agent was struck in the neck and forehead by the short swords. He collapsed on the spot. As she threw the short swords, Elise was already charging forward. Suddenly, in her hands, she held the initial executioner's sword and one more slender rapier. Swoosh! Swoosh! The agents shot the remaining arrows at the charging Elise, but ching ching ching. Elise deflected all the arrows effortlessly with her rapier. Donk thunk. Approaching the third agent, Elise swung her executioner's sword, cutting off his head too. Then, spinning her body in a full circle to gather momentum through the executioner's sword. Whoosh! The spinning sword impaled the fourth agent's upper body as he was loading his crossbow. Blood sprayed as he was pinned to the wall. Elise, catching her breath, looked at her last opponent just as an arrow flew toward her face. With a transcendent reflex, Elise swung her rapier to deflect the arrow, but it was a mistake. The last agent's arrow was the same as the one that destroyed the carriage, enchanted with explosive magic. Boom bang! A massive explosion erupted from the rapier as it blocked the arrow. The agent, staring at the thickening smoke and dust, calmly loaded the next arrow. He didn't let his guard down. That maid was no ordinary foe. I must end this carefully and decisively. Otherwise, I am the one who will suffer. Just as the agent cautiously advanced, a step at a time, sword coffin eject. Vroom! Suddenly, a magical light flashed from within the smoke and dust. Startled, the agent shot arrows at it. Swoosh! Swoosh! But what was there wasn't Elise, but the sword coffin. It was merely activated by Elise's command to emit a magical light. And she didn't miss the opportunity when the enemy's attention was diverted. Dash! Cutting through the smoke and dust, Elise leaped to the agent's side. Third sword. Swish! The long sword ejected from the sword coffin, spinning in the air above Elise's head. She caught it and slashed downward. Whoosh! The last agent's shoulder was cleaved to the ribs, gushing blood. He fell forward lifeless. Ha ha ha! Elise, having confirmed the elimination of all enemies, gasped for breath. She wasn't unscathed either. Her left arm that blocked the explosive arrow was soaked in blood and tattered. She couldn't feel it at all. Master! But Elise didn't care about her own body as she ran towards the carriage. Master, are you all right? Master, Elise frantically opened the door to the carriage, revealing the moaning Serenade. Elise, are you all right? I am fine, but what about you, Master? Elise quickly helped Serenade up and took her out of the carriage. The carriage had overturned, colliding with things here and there. Serenade quickly wiped the blood flowing from her scraped knees and forehead with a handkerchief. We can't use the carriage. What about the horses? One has broken loose and run away, and one remains. Shall I saddle it? Elise's motion to retrieve the saddle from the carriage's luggage stopped. Clenching her teeth, she looked towards the entrance of the alley. Clip-clop, clip-clop. From the alley where they first entered with the carriage, through the dust and smoke. The silhouettes of 5 new figures were approaching. Aegis Special Forces Team 4 consisted of 20 members. With the annihilation of the first execution unit, the second one had been deployed immediately. Damn it! Elise, gritting her teeth, drew her sword coffin to her side and spoke to Serenade. Master, those bastards are targeting you. But with the condition of my arm now, I can't protect you and fight at the same time. Then, I'll hold them off. We're not far from the Imperial Palace now. You must walk there alone. In the distance, the spires of the Thorn Bush Palace were visible. It would take some time, but it was within walking distance. Enemies are likely waiting on the other side of the alley as well. You'll be caught if you simply go, so use that equipment to get through. Don't worry about me. I'll kill them all and find a safe place to hide. Elise, glaring at the approaching agents, gritted her teeth. Master, these people are no ordinary thugs. They are undoubtedly under the direct command of the Imperial family, the hunting dogs of the Black Ops. From the moment they started targeting us, the only way for Silver Winter Merchant Guild to survive is to do as you said. Elise nodded gravely. Arrive at the Imperial Palace, participate in the party, and then, and then, and then what? Not even sure herself what to do, Elise offered Serenade a rare, faint smile. It was an awkward smile, unaccustomed to smiling. yet it was filled with pure affection for her master. "Get what you desire, master," she said. "You're the wealthiest person in this country, after all. You should have everything you want." "What I want?" "Yes, what you want, master. Not what the Silver Winter family wants, or that spoiled prince. To live life the way you desire. That was Eliza's wish. For this feeble woman to live, not for anyone else, but for herself, more selfishly than anyone. I know I can't do that. The future of the family, Serenade's fate, Eliza's life all were hanging by a thread. So at least her own wish could be spoken honestly, right? Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The once faint footsteps were now clear. The second execution unit was close. "Go, master. Leave this to me." Serenade gritted her teeth and stood, her legs still trembling from the shock of the accident. "Elise, yes, you know you still have a debt to repay our family, right?" The unexpected mention of debt deepened the awkward smile on Elise's lips. "You have to come back to pay it off. Promise." "Of course." Serenade's hand touched Elise's back and then fell away. Elise did not look back. Listening to the fading footsteps of her departing master, Elise briefly closed her eyes, then opened them wide, filled with determination. "I won't die here." She would kill them all, survive, and see Serenade's face again. And then, thump, the next moment, an arrow lodged into Eliza's stomach without warning. Startled, she coughed up blood and glared ahead. She hadn't sensed the sniper's attack, which meant there must be a sniper with special skills. "Fine." Drawing a new sword from the sword coffin, Elise growled. "Now it feels like I am dealing with the special agents of the Black Ops." The next moment, a fierce attack from 5 Special Forces agents fell upon Elise. The party's atmosphere was ripening by the minute. We had won the war against Bringer Duchy, solidified the alliance with the Northern Kingdom, and even announced my engagement with Princess Yun. Truly, it was a joyous time on all fronts. The newly engaged Imperial Prince and Princess energetic dance ignited the party's atmosphere to a whole new level. Even now, as Jan and I had returned to rest, the orchestra continued to play lively music, and in the center of the grand hall, the nobles each formed couples and enjoyed dancing. Everyone looked so joyful. Drained of energy, I dumbly stared at the spectacle. Jan had left to converse with the Northern Kingdom's emissaries, and I was sitting in my designated spot on the platform, catching my breath. "Well done, Ash." I heard someone call my name and turned to find Fernandez. Fernandez took a seat beside me and grinned broadly. "Simply by fulfilling your role so well, you've made father and your brothers extremely happy. I'm proud of you." "What? Well, I guess I've reached the age to get things right." Fernandez playfully ruffled my smiling head. After leaving it at that, I asked, "Brother?" "Yes. Setting the fire at the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, was that your doing?" "Yes." Fernandez admitted it with a refreshingly unabashed attitude. "We announced your engagement today, but what if we sent a divorce request to that side and got rejected? Anyway, we were planning to expel the Silver Winter family, so I went straight to work. The real power in the Silver Winter Merchant Guild is currently with Countess Serenade. Eliminate that young lady, and it's a snake without a head. They say the Count lost his taste years ago." Fernandez shrugged his shoulders. "But Countess Serenade didn't die in the fire, did she? I intended to disguise it as an accident." "Ah, our people are more clumsy than I thought." "So," I asked, straining to find Serenade at the party, even though she was long overdue, "did you send someone to kill her for sure?" "Yes. I hate to go this far, but she seemed intent on coming to the party. On the day of your new engagement announcement, how bad would it look if your former fiancé showed up? How ugly to the northern emissaries. I had to stop it. So I deployed smart kids who do a good job on our side. They'll erase her from this world without a trace." Fernandez playfully patted my silent shoulder, smiling. "Why? Are you uncomfortable because she's your former fiancé? You used to dislike her so much." "No, you did well, brother." With a cheer, I got up from my chair. "But brother, about that Guardian's meeting." "Yes, if someone has the qualifications of a Guardian, anyone can summon it, right? Of course, if there is an issue that important." "I see." I craned my neck, looking for the Emperor and Lark within my line of sight. They were all within range. "Then I'll summon it now." "What?" "The Guardian's meeting, right now. I want it summoned." I chopped out my words to Fernandez, who was looking at me with astonished eyes. "I have something to talk about. Yes, I've reached the age where I can fend for myself. Something very important. A discussion." Chapter 181. In the garden of the Imperial Palace, Alberto stood still at the entrance to the Star Palace. With a gentle expression, Alberto, who had been watering a tree planted near the entrance, suddenly glanced to the side. "You're here." Alberto seemed to smile gently. "Miss Serenade." The space next to Alberto shimmered transparently, and then, crumpling like clothing, someone revealed themselves by taking off a cloak. It was Serenade. What she had been wearing and had taken off was the invisibility cloak. It was an item that Ash had given her in advance for emergencies. Wearing this cloak and hiding, Serenade had come to the Star Palace. She was familiar with the way since she had often visited this place in her childhood, and above all, Ash had told her that an ally would be waiting for her here. Looking up at the ally's face, Serenade murmured with difficulty, "Alberto, it's been a long time. You've grown a lot." Although they hadn't seen each other in several years, Alberto was lively. Serenade smiled without even realizing it. "Alberto, you're the same as ever." But there was no time for the two to ease the tension. The sound of soldiers' footsteps began to echo around the Star Palace. Alberto nodded with a stern face. "I have already been informed by the prince. I will escort you to the banquet hall." Quickly scanning the surroundings, Alberto took Serenade's hand and led her. "This way." "But Alberto," Serenade blurted out in shock, "if you get caught helping me, it will have a bad effect on you too." "I have worked in this palace for 50 years now." Alberto calmly shrugged his shoulders. "It's about time I retired. To be able to help a young countess who's like a granddaughter before retiring, isn't that rather a joyous thing?" Alberto, who showed a broad smile, began to walk ahead. "There is no one who knows the shortcuts and byways between the palaces better than me. Come on, let's go. I'll guide you faster than anyone else." Serenade, limping due to her injury, followed Alberto towards the banquet hall. The evening sky over the imperial capital was red. The crimson sunset had covered the entire imperial palace. The banquet hall was no different, with both the large building and the surrounding garden glowing red. The party's starting time of 6 p.m. had long passed. Since it was already late, all the nobles who were to enter were already inside. Therefore, the entrance to the banquet hall was deserted. Alberto and Serenade had just arrived here through a shortcut. "You've had a long journey, Miss Serenade." Pointing to the entrance of the banquet hall, Alberto grinned. "Now, please enter. Prince Ash will be waiting for you." Serenade suddenly looked down at her disheveled appearance. She was already unsatisfied with her hair, makeup, and dress, and her condition had worsened due to the ambush on the way. Blood had oozed from her forehead when the carriage was rammed. The dress hem was torn, her stockings were frayed, and her shoe's heel was even broken, wobbling as she walked. She was in no shape to attend a party. She wanted to hide in a mouse hole rather than go to the banquet hall. To attend a party looking like this. Serenade tightly clenched the hem of her dress. "People will laugh at me." "What does it matter if they laugh?" Alberto uttered solemnly. "Who has come to see you, miss? Those foolish people who mock your appearance, or Prince Ash who awaits you?" At the mention of Ash's name, Serenade's shoulders flinched. The fact that he was waiting for her made her all the more unwilling to show herself in such a state. "His Highness the Prince will be ashamed of me too." "That is not the case," Alberto assured her. "Trust me, His Highness Prince Ash will never regard Miss Serenade as something to be ashamed of." "Prince Ash told me. He needs Miss Serenade today, so escort her to the grand banquet hall, no matter what." "And the reason Prince Ash needs Miss Serenade is not because of your appearance, right?" Serenade clenched her fists tightly. "Yes, she had come here because Ash needed her. Even if Ash were to feel ashamed of Serenade, what did it matter? She would endure that shame." "Thank you, Alberto." With her determination set, Serenade entered the grand banquet hall with a resolute face. Watching Serenade's retreating figure, Alberto smiled for a moment before his face turned stern, and he turned around. In the distance, he could see soldiers hurrying over. Dirty military boots at a party. They know nothing of basic etiquette. Adjusting his tie, Alberto walked sternly towards the soldiers. "Looks like Yowl need an old man's meticulous guidance." Blocking the soldiers with his body, Serenade entered the grand banquet hall. As soon as Serenade entered the grand banquet hall, sharp glances poured from every direction. Time had passed since the party had started. Her arrival, staggering on a broken heel, was noticeable. Some covered their mouths with fans and snickered, some openly jeered with derisive whistles. Look at that mess. She must be a commoner merchant. Does the Silver Winter House have no mirrors? If I were her, I'd have turned back at the entrance, ashamed of that appearance. Struggling to endure all the humiliation, a barbed comment stuck in Serenade's ear as she made her way in. Prince Ash is already engaged to Princess Yun. What face does the former fiancé have to show up? Ash's engagement to another princess. At those words, Serenade's vision turned white. With legs threatening to give out, she stumbled forward, forcing herself to maintain balance. Did she come to scatter ashes at the wedding? She spent 10 years ingratiating herself with the imperial family, yet she clings on till the end. That's why commoners are. Her heart, which she had steeled, crumbled at once. Serenade bit her lip hard, barely holding back her burning eyes. Squeak at that moment, the doors to the innermost room of the grand banquet hall opened, and the emperor and 3 princes appeared. They seemed to have been in a meeting. The emperor and the other 2 princes sat at their designated places on the platform with stern faces. Ash, the last of the 4 royal members to appear, approached a girl waiting at the front of the room with ivory-colored hair and knelt on one knee. Serenade recognized her at a glance. That lady, that beautiful girl was Ash's real betrothed. The prince, dressed in black formal attire, and the princess, in a pearl-colored dress, matched each other perfectly. But what about himself? I look like a crow, even the painstakingly painted blush worn off. Serenade slowed to a stop. He couldn't walk any further. He didn't have the courage to advance into that brilliant space. How great it would be if he could vanish without a trace from this spot. That's when it happened. Ash, who had just engaged in affectionate conversation with the princess, stood up from his seat and looked straight at Serenade. And then, step, step, he descended from the platform and began walking directly towards Serenade. The surroundings buzzed loudly. The nobles participating in the party looked back and forth between Ash and Serenade, pouring out words to each other. Serenade's breath caught at the sight of Ash, unswervingly striding towards him. He didn't know why Ash had summoned her here, but if her usefulness was over and she was to be divorced as the fiancé, and if Ash was to form a new bond with that princess, perhaps this was the last chance she might have to see Ash. Ha! Serenade inhaled deeply, straightened her back, and stood up tall. Then she opened her reddened silver eyes. Yes, I will bear it, even if what you have left to give me is only farewell and pain. Even if all that awaits me, a forsaken person, is a thorny path filled with humiliation, disgrace, and wounds. If that's what you've given me, I will willingly embrace it. With that determination, her mind settled. Ash approached right in front of Serenade. The once noisy party hall quieted for a moment. Serenade. Ash was the first to smile warmly. Lifting his trembling lips, Serenade smiled back. Your Highness, Prince Ash. At Serenade's greeting, Ash chuckled. You can call me my lord as usual. But Serenade glanced sideways at the princess sitting on the platform watching them. The new princess you've promised to marry is here. Instead of words, Ash slowly looked down at Serenade's feet. You've had a tough time coming all the way here for me. Observing Serenade's worn and broken shoes, Ash suddenly, heave-ho, whoosh. He took off his shoes and casually threw them aside. At this unexpected action, not only the people around, but also Serenade's eyes widened in surprise. And then Ash carefully knelt on one knee in front of Serenade, lifted Serenade's foot, and removed Serenade's shoe. The murmuring around them grew louder. The princess on the platform also appeared shocked, covering her mouth. Serenade's feet within the shoes were caked with mud and blood. Prince Ash, watching Ash, who had removed both of the broken shoes and tossed them aside, Serenade stammered in a bewildered tone. What are you doing right now? If it goes like this, stepping on your foot again won't hurt, will it? What? Ash looked at the orchestra next to him and swung his arm widely. Upon this gesture, the sharp-witted conductor immediately grabbed the baton and swung it. As the prelude to a waltz filled the air, Ash gave a sly wink to Serenade. There's only one thing a man and woman do at a party, right? We've practiced together all this time, so we should put it to use on the main stage. Ash grabbed Serenade's hand and skillfully pulled her close, assuming a posture as if embracing each other in the waltz. Ash displayed a playful smile, a smile that reminded them of their very young days. Dazzling. Shall we dance, Cinderella? The music began, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the two began to dance barefoot, 30 minutes before Serenade's arrival. in the innermost room of the grand banquet hall, at the Guardians' meeting urgently summoned by Ash. From now on, the Southern Front will refuse all support from the Imperial family. Ash said this outright to the Emperor and his two brothers. What? What? Lark, Fernandez, and even the Emperor looked at the youngest one, who was spouting nonsense, with bewildered eyes. I proclaim it here and now. Regardless of their reaction, Ash declared confidently, from this moment on, the Monster Front will follow a completely independent route, separate from the Empire. Chapter 182, the Monster Front will follow a completely independent route, separate from the Empire. Yes, I had made up my mind, cooperating in maintaining the Empire's four major fronts. Also, marrying Princess Yun strategically to benefit the Imperial family, and in return, having the Imperial family send reinforcements to the Southern Front as promised. All these matters, I decided to refuse them. Not only that, I declared that the Southern Front would break away from the Empire's protection and become an independent front. I had made up my mind. The atmosphere in the room turned cold at my declaration. After a brief silence, the Emperor stared at me intently and opened his mouth. Explain yourself, Commander of the Southern Front. I met the Emperor's gaze. His expression seemed more curious than angry. Why did you make such a choice? Why indeed? Sighing heavily, I swallowed a big breath. There are three main reasons. First, it was because of the negative impact the Imperial reinforcements had on the Southern Front. From stage one, I had requested support from the Imperial family. Back then, Ada had said to me, "Are you sure it's okay, my lord?" Both Ada and I knew that asking for support from the Central Empire would trigger a fatal event in the middle of the game. And that event was the erosion of control over the Southern Front by the Imperial family. As more and more Imperial reinforcements were sent to the Southern Front, they would gradually take control of it. And eventually, they would deprive the player of authority, manipulating the Southern Front to the Imperial family's liking. I remember when I was a naive beginner, abusing the command for reinforcements thinking it was good, only to lose all command authority and watch the game run automatically. Once the Southern Front was controlled, the Imperial reinforcements would never properly manage it. They would send SR-grade or higher hero characters to the Imperial capital and skim off high-grade items and magic cores for the Imperial family. The Southern Front would be reduced to a mere expansion base mining resources right in front of the enemy line, eventually falling into ruin when unable to fend off the monster attacks. That's why I decided to use the reinforcement chance only once and on a small scale. Just enough help to allow the Southern Front to grow strong on its own, only once. But if I cooperated closely with the Imperial family as it was, they would continue to send reinforcements to the south. Sooner or later, the Southern Front would be swallowed up by the Imperial family. So I refused. That's the first reason. A functional reason for the management of the front. Second, what I want to protect is not the Empire, but the people. I lifted my head and spoke with conviction. A look of bewilderment crossed the faces of the Emperor and the princes. The Emperor asked, perplexed, "People." While standing on the monster front, I had only one goal. I voiced the goal I had held from the beginning, to kill the monsters and save the people. Yes, never to forget that one sole purpose. Monsters don't discriminate between humans. They kill fairly. They don't kill the Imperial citizens first, nor do they kill other races later. The monster's goal is simple. Kill humans, destroy the world. Therefore, the goal of the Monster Front fighting against them is simple too. Save people, protect the world. The struggle on the Monster Front has no ideology, no nation, no race. All that exists there is the simple goal of saving the people behind the walls. A goal that is simple and thus sublime. But the moment I become subservient to the Imperial family, this simplicity will lose its brilliance. The Monster Front will prioritize the Empire's citizens, persecute other races, and exploit and discard people from other countries, just like the other fronts. That cannot happen. The Monster Front must not be divided by ideology, nation, or race. The priority on the Monster Front must be the people alone. Therefore, the Monster Front must pursue its independent course. The fronts commanded by the Emperor and the other two princes were solely to protect the Empire. Fronts to maintain the structure of the Empire, to protect the ideology of the Empire. But the Monster Front is different. I am also different from them. I don't fight to protect the Empire. I fight to protect all the people within my reach. That's all there is to it. And to not lose sight of this purpose, the Southern Front must be independent. I've heard your splendid reason, Ash, the Emperor said, tilting his head to the side. But is there a need to sever ties with the imperial family just for such a nominal reason? Humanity above the Empire. Good, very good. How beautiful this is. It may be a bit extreme coming from a prince of the Empire, but I like it. The Emperor's sly eyes shone with a golden light as sharp as a needle. But will you refuse all the benefits that the Empire can provide you with, just for that reason? That seems like a hasty decision. Is there another reason? Speak. I took a deep breath and swallowed dry saliva. Yes, the Emperor is right. As I told you, I fight to save people. My third reason for seeking independence for the Southern Front. It was, but father, you and my brothers are killing people to save the Empire. Are you not? Because they have strayed from the path of humanity and are walking a path of carnage. I glanced at the three people whose faces had hardened. Serenade. Use the information you've risked your life to pass on to me for the good of the Southern Front. Recalling the information gathered by Silver Winter's Merchant Guild, I spoke up. Lark, brother. In the Western Dragonblood Front, war crimes are rampant, are they not? Under the pretense of finding the escaped Duchess of Bringa and to annihilate the base of the guerrilla forces, murder, arson, plunder. You're turning the entire Bringa duchy into ashes. Lark shook his head with a stern face. Due to a surprise attack by the enemy guerrillas, our supplies were burned, so I permitted a little plundering. It's not as you think. Really? Is that all? With a smirk, I turned my gaze to my second brother. Fernandez, brother, in the Central Dark Front, you are committing horrifying deeds here in the Imperial capital. To root out the enemy's dark forces, you're kidnapping, torturing, and murdering innocent citizens as if it were a daily meal. Fernandez stared at me with narrowed eyes. I shrugged my shoulders. The rumors are already widespread in the outskirts and slums of the Imperial capital. Rumors of strange men who appear at night to abduct entire families. Rumors tend to be exaggerated, and to root out the enemy's dark forces, we have to do such things. I wonder about that. I glared back and forth at Lark and Fernandez. From what I heard, the prisoners captured in the Dragonblood Front and the citizens kidnapped from the Central Front are all being sacrificed for human offerings. Lark and Fernandez's eyes widened, their faces asking how I knew that. I turned my gaze from them, slowly facing the Emperor. Yes, father, to maintain the Northern Divine Front, you're conducting human sacrifices. To activate the dark black water Everblack and foresee the future, and to connect to the spirit world through that tree. An immense amount of magic power is needed, more than can be supplied by the magic stones available in the market. The Emperor's face was unreadable, but regardless of what the Emperor was feeling, I continued to speak. So you captured magical beastkin slaves from all over the continent and offered them as sacrifices. Their souls were used as fuel so you could connect to the spirit world. The divine beings were attacking to save their children, the beastkin, and the Emperor was burning those very beastkin as fuel to stop the divine beings. A cruel irony. But gradually, the number of slaves suitable for fuel decreased, and you had to come up with another solution. So, you began the invasion of Bringa Duchy that you had to strike anyway. If they were prisoners of war, if they were people of Bringa Duchy with even a faint trace of dragon's blood, they'd make excellent fuel. If you could catch the nobles and steal their dragon blood, it would be even more useful as fuel. As I looked on, Lark avoided my gaze. In the imperial capital, you captured citizens and tortured them to identify the true faces of the hostile hidden forces. And after the torture and interrogation were done, you selectively sacrificed those with ability to human offerings, I said to Fernandez, who continued to stare at me without averting his eyes. No matter what happens, we must stop that fate of destruction. We must protect the Empire at any cost, even if it means sacrifice. It wasn't just talk. They really did whatever it took, paid whatever sacrifice was necessary to protect the Empire. It really is an impressive circular structure. How closely the three fronts cooperate and mesh together. Without the slaves of different races, prisoners of enemy nations, and citizens of the outskirts, what will you burn next? I glared at the Emperor. To maintain this massive flesh called the Empire, father, you and my brothers are killing people. You're killing and killing and killing and killing and killing again. I spat towards them. To protect the empire, you indiscriminately kill innocents. You're a monsters yourselves. My purpose is to kill monsters and save people. This banner must not be damaged. That's why I can't be with you who have become monsters for the sake of a single nation. It's such a simple story. Ha ha. And then, ah ha 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 ha, the Emperor laughed. He laughed heartily and refreshingly. I scowled. What's going on? So, what's your point, my son? The laughter stopped abruptly as the Emperor challenged me. To stand alone, fall into that monster-infested southern region, and distance yourself from wicked people like us. To proudly claim yourself as righteous and wither away, the Emperor's voice rumbled. That path is hell. You say Ya'll protect people. Then what is the definition of a person? Is it a human, a different race? Or is it a monster that speaks human language? Where does humanity end? Faced with the Emperor's onslaught, I gritted my teeth. What about traitors, rebels, thieves, robbers, and frauds? All this foul-smelling trash heap is human. You declare Ya'll protect them all. The more you pursue a foolish righteousness, the more you will suffer. The place you're heading to is hell. Do you truly not understand? The Emperor roared, kicking his chair as he stood. Even if you raise a pure and clean flag, it will become soaked with blood and ash the moment you cross the battlefield. My young son, do you truly not understand? Clenching my fist, I barely managed to speak. I have already sacrificed much. 742 campaigns, 741 failures, and a single success. In all those games, I had always sent my characters to death. For the overall efficiency of the game, I had thrown countless subordinates into death without a moment's hesitation. I never questioned that act. I was a monster obsessed with efficiency, knowing nothing but strategy, not seeing people as people. I won't be that way again. There will be no choice but to bend my belief sometimes. I may end up half a monster again at the end of this path, but I will do my best. At least, at the very least, I will not forget what matters most to me. Even if there's a single white part left on the flag in my hand at the end. No. Even if nothing but the flagpole remains in my grasp. Even so, I will march forward with this flag. I will kill monsters and save people. I won't let go of this banner. For that, I will say it again. The monster front will follow a completely independent path, separate from the Empire. I told the Empire's defenders, I will protect people, not the Empire. Chapter 183, I understand your intentions, Ash. After a long silence, the Emperor finally spoke. Breaking free from the peace trapped in the game and becoming a player yourself, quite ambitious, isn't it? Peace. Player. Suddenly, game terminology was mentioned. I was so surprised that my eyes widened. What do you mean by that, Father? It means exactly what it says. The Emperor calmly smiled and sat back down. On the chessboard called the world, not just a piece controlled by others, but one who carves out their own destiny. In his hand was suddenly a chess piece, a black king, discussing the fate of the world, commanding others' lives with words, fighting for control of the world itself, a being of a higher dimension, one who is qualified to play chess. Crack. The Emperor loudly set the Black King on the armrest of his chair. That is what a player is. To put it more simply, one could also call it a king. I thought of the chessboard placed next to the Emperor's throne. The chessboard, the pieces, the players. Then those who have been calling me a player all this time. The youngest, the most foolish, and the most fragile of you have grown to this extent. As a father, I am pleased. Thump. The Emperor's hand fiercely clenched the chess piece, and he growled. But as an emperor, it's hard to forgive easily. There's no parent who wouldn't welcome their child's independence, but this place is the imperial family, and I am the emperor. The Declaration of Independence in the Southern Front means, in other words, that this territory will escape the empire's jurisdiction. A chilling aura emanated from the emperor's entire body. Do you think I would allow such a thing while I'm still alive and breathing? The Southern Front is undoubtedly the land of the Empire and your territory, Father. However, for the next 3 years, I stood firm, unshaken, and raised my voice. For 3 years only, as a completely independent front, I ask that all the struggles and governance of that area be entrusted solely to my hands. Whatever I did or caused in the Southern Front, the imperial family would not interfere. That was all I wanted. But of course, the Emperor was not going to permit it just like that. Why should I do that? What benefit would it bring to the imperial family, to the empire? Yes. In the end, what moves people is not reason, but real benefit. I had to persuade them with this benefit. I will offer the magic stones acquired in the southern front to the imperial family. My words caused the emperor's straight eyebrows to furrow. Magic stones from Crossroad. Yes, a source of magic power obtainable from monsters, magic stones were the largest strategic resource produced in Crossroad. However, most of its production was consumed in the southern continent. Because Crossroad was such a remote place, distribution was not easy. The merchants in Crossroad take the magic stones to other cities and countries in the south to sell them. There's quite a demand for magic stones there as well. But now, the monsters' invasions are getting more intense. In other words, the amount of magic stones that can be collected is increasing. After I took office as the Lord, the production of magic stones skyrocketed. It was because monsters were pouring out like mad. Right now, the warehouse in Crossroad is filled with unsold magic stones. While I refrained from selling some for profit control, the demand in the southern continent could no longer keep up with the supply. I will provide these magic stones to the imperial family for free. Not all of them, maybe about half. With this amount of magic stones, we should be able to operate the dark black water Everblack without human sacrifices, I said. That means you no longer need to harm innocent lives. Prisoners of the Bringer Duchy, citizens on the outskirts, there's no need to capture and burn them as fuel. A smile flickered across the Emperor's lips. Whether it was a jest, sarcasm, or some other meaning in his smile, I found it hard to guess. It's an interesting proposal, but the distance between the imperial capital and Crossroad is great. The road is not well maintained, and the security is unstable. How do you plan to transport the magic stones to the imperial capital? The thought of transporting them via airship crossed my mind first, but that's not possible. Airships are a vital resource, few in number even within the Empire. We can't deliver packages with a fighter jet. He'd surely rather refuse the magic stones than do that. Transportation by sea is also difficult. Crossroad is an inland city, and the southern seas are swarming with pirates, so we must transport overland. Father is right. Although the National Road project is in its final stage, the road to the southern front is not well maintained. It was a remote area that wasn't even included in the road project in the first place. That's true. So, I've already spoken to the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Here, Silver Winter is needed. Silver Winter Merchant Guild will take responsibility for building the road to the southern front and also handle the distribution of the magic stones entirely. Ho! If it's Silver Winter Merchant Guild that has been in charge of the National Road project, they will surely pave the way to the remote south, and with their vast distribution network, transport the magic stones safely to the imperial capital. The smile on the Emperor's lips grew deeper. Ignoring it, I turned my eyes to Lark. Furthermore, Silver Winter Merchant Guild has promised to supply the necessary supplies to the Western Front at cost. Lark, who had been listening with arms crossed, showed interest. Then there's no more need to set fire to the Bringer Duchy, no need to plunder innocent citizens. I looked at Fernandez next. Also, Silver Winter Merchant Guild's intelligence gathering is at a considerable level. They have informants all over the country. Today's sources of the information I spoke were all from Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Of course, the information Silver Winter brought was just fragmented circumstances. But I, who could string together various events that would occur in this world, had little difficulty in figuring out the truth. Apparently quite upset at being caught for the dark deeds he's done in the imperial capital, Fernandez kept glaring at me. I smirked at Fernandez. Aegis Special Forces seems to have expanded hastily, leaving considerable vulnerabilities. The Emperor had said. Aegis Special Forces had swelled to 3 times its size to maintain the central front. Such hasty expansion had left it riddled with gaps. The priest they had used as a spy was discovered. The attempt to kill Serenade with fire had failed, and even minor information was leaking to the Merchant Guild. The name Special Forces had lost its prestige, becoming a mess. Repairs were needed. No one would feel this more acutely than Fernandez, the commander of the Special Forces. If the Silver Winter Merchant Guild cooperates in gathering information for the Special Forces, it will help fill these gaps. Instead of randomly arresting and torturing innocent citizens, we could identify suspects with strong evidence. The Emperor, who had been quietly listening to my story, was now not just smiling but grinning, teeth bared. Ash, my son, So your point is, by sparing the Silver Winter family, it will benefit all your fronts, and there will be no need to snatch innocent lives. That's right. So you're asking me to call off the plan to crush the Merchant Guild and save your former fiancé? I nodded my head honestly. Yes. Ah ha 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 ha. The Emperor, laughing heartily, looked at me closely. Your proposal seems appealing at first glance, but why bother? Killing the Countess and absorbing the Merchant Guild into the Imperial family are things we could do afterward. Killing you and absorbing the Southern Front into the Imperial family are things we could do afterward. That was the implication I felt, because there is no need to kill and seize control. I shrugged casually. The current usefulness and efficiency of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild are all due to the Countess leading as the head. The current usefulness and efficiency of the Southern Front are all due to my leadership. There's no need to clumsily oust the Countess and put someone else in her place, reducing efficiency. Leave them alone, and they will surely be loyal to the Imperial family. There's no need to oust me and put another commander in the Southern Front, reducing efficiency. After all, the Southern Front is ultimately Imperial territory. The Countess and Silver Winter Merchant Guild will be useful to all your fronts and to the Empire here. I too will be useful to you. There is no one more capable of controlling the Southern Front than me. No one can kill monsters more efficiently, mine magical stones, and offer them to you. Please spare Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Also, permit the independent route of the Southern Front. Acknowledge my usefulness. Acknowledge Serenade's usefulness too. Serenade and I, you need us in your empire. The Emperor, his smile vanished, stared at me expressionlessly. It was a golden gaze that seemed to scan not my appearance but my soul. I did not back down and met his eyes. Very well. Finally, the Emperor spoke, but the decision will be made after I meet the Countess of Silver Winter. Where is she? She has not arrived at the party yet. Fernandez's eyes flashed sharply. I've dispatched the special forces. She won't make it back alive. We'll see, I smirked. We'll have to wait and see. Then Serenade arrived at the grand banquet hall. Though she had suffered through chaos and turmoil, she had kept her promise and entered this place. Before greeting Serenade, I approached Princess Yun. I knelt on one knee before her and carefully took her hand. I am sorry, Yun. Her eyes widened at my unexpected apology. We had a good time, though it was short, but I guess this is where it ends for us. Shock filled Yun's yellow eyes in an instant. The princess was quick-witted. You're not going to ditch me right after announcing our engagement, are you? That's how it is. Didn't you say you were marrying me? Sorry, but I never said that. I had said to my brothers that I would break off my engagement with Silver Winter and that I'd meet you. But I never said I'd accept the marriage, did I? The engagement announcement was something father did on his own, and I never once gave the okay sign, though I did enjoy dancing. No. You wanted this marriage, didn't you? I hope you meet a muscular man who fits your taste, not a bad reputation scoundrel like me. Standing slowly, I left Princess Yun standing with her mouth agape. Don't worry. The alliance between Aryan Kingdom and the Empire will remain strong. Not through an old-fashioned strategic marriage, but a clean contract for a functional alliance. Let's go for a relationship as refreshing and crisp as the snow in summer. When I threw her words back at her, Yun finally spoke. Prince Ash, you're really a shameless bastard, I shrugged. I've heard that before. Then I walked down the stairs, heading towards Serenade, who was standing by herself. Now, in the center of the party hall, receiving everyone's attention, dancing barefoot with Serenade, I whispered softly in her ear. That's what went on between father and me. I told Serenade about the conversation that had taken place at the Guardian meeting a little while ago. While dancing a gentle waltz with me, Serenade listened quietly to my story. Her face was pale, but her silver eyes were bright. Serenade, this is the final trial you must overcome, for you to survive, and for me to survive. The music was coming to an end. Before finishing the dance, I looked straight into Serenade's eyes and asked, Are you ready to defy the highest person in this country? Chapter 184, in the innermost room of the Grand Conference Hall. Carefully, Serenade stepped inside, finding the Emperor seated alone, waiting for her. Though tense, Serenade didn't panic and performed the proper formalities, kneeling and bowing her head. Long live your majesty, the great Emperor. This humble servant is here to serve. Her feet were bare, her attire splattered with mud and blood, but the Emperor didn't seem to care. Countess of Silverwinter, this is my first time seeing you in person." At the Emperor's words, Serenade silently bowed her head. Even on the day when Ash and Serenade were engaged, the Emperor did not attend. He cited official duties, but Serenade couldn't tell if that was the only reason. And so, for 10 years, while being the Crown Prince's fiancée, Serenade had never directly served the Emperor. This was the first time. "Let's get straight to the point," said the Emperor, stroking his chin slowly. "I heard that your merchant guild will be assisting the imperial family. Is that true?" "That's true, sir. Our merchant guild will." Serenade began to list the items they could supply on the 4 fronts, but the Emperor waved his hand to stop her. "I already heard from Ash, so there's no need to recite the details again. We'll manage that part gradually. What I want to ask is about the price that you will receive in return." Serenade's eyes widened. "The price? Your Majesty. You are a merchant, are you not? You should receive a price for the goods you provide." The Emperor grinned. "What do you wish for?" "In exchange for your devotion to the Empire and the imperial family, what do you seek to gain?" Stumbling, Serenade bowed her head. "This girl, your father, the Count of Silverwinter, was always precise in his calculations." The Emperor's smile did not wane. "He took exactly as much as he provided. That's why I liked him. A trustworthy trading partner. But he was too greedy in his last deal. He made a mistake in his calculations." The last deal. Presumptuously, the Silverwinter family had requested a marriage alliance with the imperial family. The Emperor had clearly defined that as greed and a mistake. "So, Countess, I hope you won't make the same mistake as your father. Make sure to calculate correctly. Now, answer me. In exchange for your devotion to the Empire and the imperial family, what do you seek to gain?" Serenade's bowed head dropped even lower. Serenade knew. The current crisis facing her family, the brink of extinction, was because of her father's greed at that time. Serenade also knew what she should answer here, what she should ask the Emperor for. "I should wish for nothing." She would pledge everything in the merchant guild to the Empire and the imperial family, become a loyal dog to the Emperor, do as she was told, and never harbor any vain ambitions again. So, just spare her life. That was the correct answer. She knew it well, so she had to say it. She had to say, "Get what you want, master." Eliza's voice flashed across her mind. Serenade blinked her silver eyes in confusion. "What did you desire?" "Desire what I desired." "I promise, sister." At that moment, the scenery of youth distantly shrouded her sight. The boy who smiled like an angel that day. The memories of young days that never ceased to clutch her heart. Ah, Serenade gritted her teeth. She knew it. This was greed. She was making a miscalculation. And perhaps through this mistake she might die. But a girl desires only one thing. If she couldn't attain the one thing she wanted in her life, how was that different from dying? With clenched fists, eyes wide open, Serenade held her head high and spoke to the man who ruled half the world. "Please do not annul the engagement between Prince Ash and me." The Emperor blinked in silence. Formal expressions continued to flow from Serenade's lips. Even if formal, they contained undeniable sincerity. "I will make him happy for the rest of his life." After a brief silence, the Emperor spoke. "Countess, yes. Do you know that your lineage is mixed with lowly blood?" Serenade cast her eyes down. "I know." "Do you know that your grandfather was a slave of mixed breed?" "I know." "Yes, you couldn't not know. You must have been reminded every morning when looking in the mirror." Serenade shut her mouth tightly. The bluish hue of her hair, inherited from her grandfather and father. It was flowing with the blood of the merfolk, who once lived in the Eastern Sea. Her beautiful hair color was that of the merfolk, and was also an inescapable mark of slavery. It's shocking enough that one of lowly mixed birth has risen to the rank of a countess in this country. Now you dare to try to marry into the imperial family. You are an insolent woman." Serenade's demand was the same as her father's, marriage with Ash. Even though the Emperor had clearly defined it as greed and mistake, she brazenly demanded it again. "Why do you keep demanding engagement with Ash?" The Emperor looked more bewildered than angry. "Is it because obtaining royal blood and shedding the yoke of lowly birth is the family's long-standing wish?" "No." "Then, is it because you want to rejuvenate your family and the merchant guild by becoming related to the imperial family?" "No." "Then what kind of calculation and trickery lies beneath? Speak honestly to me." Serenade answered sincerely. "It's because I love him. I've loved him my entire life." That was the end of the reason. The emperor, who was dumbfounded and blinked in silence, finally slapped his knee and burst into laughter. Ahaha, ahaha, love, you say love. For such a trivial, childish emotion, you put yourself and your family's lives at risk. How foolish, utterly foolish. But your majesty, Serenade spoke softly. Thanks to that childish emotion, Prince Ash was able to be born. The emperor closed his mouth and glared at Serenade. Because of love, the emperor, despite cornering himself politically, had finally accepted Dustya as his second empress. It was because he loved Dustya, who was a war slave. The emperor himself had foolishly ignited the feeling of passion, and as a result of that passion, Ash was born. This girl is a merchant, your majesty. She calculates, assesses profit and loss, weighs gain and failure. But this girl knows the world does not just flow that way. Outside of calculations and assessments of profit and loss, countless things bloom. A faint smile passed Serenade's delicate lips, and she knows that it is beautiful as well. The emperor continued to remain silent. Serenade knelt before him, slowly bowing her head. My Silver Winter Merchant Guild will dedicate itself entirely to the imperial family. Therefore, your majesty, please do not annul the engagement between Crown Prince Ash and myself. Serenade prostrated herself before the emperor. What this humble girl wishes for is only that. A long silence ensued. In the heavy quiet, the emperor sat motionless in his chair, and Serenade too lay prostrate on the floor without a twitch. Then, finally, youngsters, little children. A bitter smile crossed the emperor's lips. Foolish, bold, silly youth. It reminds me of Dustya. The emperor suddenly remembered the woman he had loved. She was a beautiful person. Raised harshly as a slave, she wasn't much to look at, but her nature was gentle and warm, enough to captivate the ruler of the empire. Serenade, who had spent her childhood with Dustya in the Star Palace, nodded her head in agreement. She was more beautiful than anyone else in this world. The emperor, slightly nodding his head, waved his hand. I permit the existence of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The Silver Winter family will continue to lead the Merchant Guild, contributing fully to the imperial family and the empire as promised. Serenade immediately touched her forehead to the ground in gratitude. Your grace is boundless, your majesty. However, Serenade's eyes widened at the emperor's following words. I cannot guarantee the engagement with Ash. Watching Serenade's body stiffen, the emperor chuckled. That's something you young ones have to figure out on your own. Yes. One day they say they love each other to death, the next they break up. That's what lovers do. And Ash is the Empire's most notorious playboy, isn't he? The Emperor rubbed his forehead as if in pain. He dumped the Princess of Aryan Kingdom, smearing mud on his father's face, who announced the engagement. And what? Going his own way? Goodness. Just when I thought he had matured a little, he remains a wayward brat. If you truly love that damned boy, you'll have to suffer a lot in the future. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Take back my troublesome youngest son. A mischievous smile played on the ruler's face. Embrace him, prepared to be kicked aside. When Serenade stepped outside, the grand hall was in turmoil. The Northern Kingdom's envoys were seen stepping out of the grand ballroom, chattering away. Lark and Fernandez were seen beside them, attempting to soothe their grievances. Unaware of what had happened, Serenade blinked in confusion when a voice reached her ears. Did you sort it out? Serenade looked in the direction of the voice, and there lay Ash sprawled across a pile of broken chairs. Startled, Serenade stammered, What has happened? Well, various things. Things I had to take responsibility for, Ash grumbled as he got up, his elegant ceremonial robe covered in dust and wood splinters. So, is everything settled with father? Ah, yes, everything has been resolved. They agreed to respect my merchant guild. Ash whistled sharply. You did well, you really pulled it off. It's all thanks to you, my lord. Really, really thank you, my lord. We did it together. Ash smiled warmly. Serenade swallowed dryly. And about our relationship, permission to, that is to say, our engagement hasn't been broken off. We are still pledged to marry. So from now on, I really want to be true lovers. There were many words swirling inside her, but none came out. Serenade hesitated for a long time. Serenade. Then Ash reached out and tightly held Serenade's hand. Serenade held her breath. Ash grinned as if he knew exactly what Serenade was thinking. Serenade couldn't face him and lowered her blushing face. And then Ash said, Let's break off our engagement. Serenade's shoulders stiffened. For a moment, unable to understand what this man was saying, she froze. Then cautiously, Serenade asked, "Pardon," but she hadn't misheard. Ash, in a clear voice that resonated unnecessarily, said once more, "Let's cancel our engagement." Chapter 185, 10 minutes ago. It may sound sudden, but I was hit with a German suplex. I'm talking about the wrestling technique where you grab your opponent's waist with both hands, lift them up, and slam them head first onto the ground. I don't know what this move is called in this world, but anyway, I was on the receiving end of it. The person who did this to me was none other than Princess Yun. Woo-ah! With bear-like strength, she lifted me up and slammed me onto the wooden chairs arranged on the stage. Crash! Ugh! The chairs were smashed to pieces, and I found myself buried in the debris. I gasped, feeling no sensation in my throat. It seemed my back was severely injured too. As I lay sprawled out, Princess Yun gave me a fierce look and cast a healing spell on me. Really? Hurt me and then heal me? What's your class, princess? Fighter or priest? There's no one who cheats in the north. Do you know why? After finishing the German suplex and the healing spell, Yun looked down at me, sprawled on the floor and dusted off her hands. Anyone who cheats, regardless of status, age, or gender, must suffer this. I am sorry, I stammered. After announcing our engagement today, I had openly danced with another woman, as if to reject Princess Yun. It had caused an uproar among the Northern Kingdom's diplomats. It was a major diplomatic faux pas. The enraged people of the Northern Kingdom decided to punish me in their own way, and this was the result. What a refreshingly straightforward country. Now, I think this should soothe your anger a bit. Fernandez stepped forward, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. His face showed a certain satisfaction. Marrying a scoundrel like my brother, someone with a bright future like Princess Yun, is such a waste. Actually, even in our imperial family, there was much talk. We feared that an arranged marriage with this troublemaker might be detrimental to Aryan Kingdom. Lark joined in as well. Being betrayed by my brothers felt somewhat sad. The two princes placated the Northern Kingdom's diplomats and led them out of the banquet hall. Since the strategic marriage had already gone awry, they must strengthen the alliance in other ways. Princess Yun gave me one last disdainful glance before leaving. I waved at her back with a smile. Did Prince Ash cause trouble again? It seems so. He's truly the Empire's #1 scoundrel. So what's the deal? Didn't want to marry the Northern Kingdom, so he danced with his old, impoverished former fiancée, whom he'd never even glanced at before. Does he have any awareness that he's bringing shame to the royal family? The Emperor must be deeply worried. As I monopolized the scorn of the other nobles remaining in the party hall, I narrowed my eyes. Thanks to my well-established reputation as a crazy troublemaker, they might curse me, but they weren't too shocked. I've added another page to the legend of Ash, the scoundrel. Just as Id resolved to live as Ash, I pulled off something like this. Perhaps I have quite a talent for mischief. That's when Serenade finished her private audience with the Emperor and came out. I grinned and spoke to her. Did you resolve it well? Let's annul our engagement. After hearing that the conversation between the Emperor and Serenade had gone well, it seemed Serenade had more to say to me, so I made the first move. Serenade froze. I smirked wickedly. Of course, I knew. I knew that this lady harbored affection for me. But the thought of breaking off our engagement with Serenade had been on my mind for a while. Quite a few eyes are on us. Our exchange on the party platform was drawing attention. I took Serenade's hand and led her towards the garden terrace. Let's talk over there. Serenade followed me, her energy drained. The garden was in the full bloom of summer. The evening glow was still visible, and the green shade was clear. A refreshing summer scent pervaded the garden. By the terrace, the last spring flowers were shedding their petals, one by one. They were pale blue in color. Why is this happening? A tearful voice reached my ears. I turned around. Why are you trying to leave me again? Tears welled and rolled down her pale cheeks. With tears streaming below her silver eyes, Serenade looked up at me. I remembered the first day I met Serenade. She had looked up at me and cried like this too. My lord, I simply can't understand you. After treating me coldly for years, you were so affectionate these past few days, and now why? Why are you proposing to break off our engagement? Why did you treat me so warmly if you were just going to cast me aside? Once I've come to know warmth like this, I can't go back. Serenade. Approaching the sobbing girl, I sighed softly. Our relationship was flawed from the beginning. The imperial family needed money, and the merchant family needed social elevation. Ash and Serenade's engagement was the result of an alignment of these needs. And for 10 years, misunderstandings, misconceptions, and misdeeds piled upon each other. The relationship between the two crumbled. Ash became a rascal, tormenting Serenade and exploiting her financially. Serenade, needing Ash's lineage, hung on passively. A relationship between people is like a Jenga puzzle. You remove a pillar from between and place it on top, building a wooden tower. The relationship between Ash and Serenade was like a precarious Jenga puzzle on the verge of collapsing. The pillars were so thin and fragile that the slightest shock could send everything tumbling down. They managed to stitch up the wounds temporarily and withstand greater crises, but there was no way to build upon this relationship. The festering wounds would eventually burst. Sooner or later, the tower would crumble. That's why I decided to rebuild the tower from ground zero. Since I've decided to live as Ash, I will perform surgery on Ash's human relationships as I see fit. So, Serenade, let's start all over again. Serenade, who had been sobbing fitfully, looked up at me with wide, wet eyes. I grinned broadly. Poor lady. Her shortened hair was disheveled, her dress was torn, her stockings were run, and barefoot, she had come all the way here to rescue me, a pitiful person. We are on the same side. I wouldn't abandon you. The situation of the imperial family, the long-standing wish of your house, I don't care about any of that. Let's disregard everyone else and start anew, purely between us two. First, as the Southern Front commander, and in terms of our dealings with the Merchant Guild's head, as good business partners. No longer would someone depend on another. Equally, at the same eye level, they could walk while looking at each other, starting anew, a fresh start. What do you think? Serenade, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, mumbled softly. A dance partner too. Ha! Will you continue to be my dance partner? Looking at Serenade making a snuffling noise, I burst into a chuckle. Of course, partner. The evening wind came. From the swaying branches above our heads, the last petals of spring spilled out. Suddenly, a verse from a poem crossed my mind. With a delicate touch trembling one day when petals fall leisurely. Spring ends and summer comes. We grow up a bit more. As the poem said, there are relationships that mature through separation. So, I smiled and said, let's break up. Looking into Serenade's tear-filled silver eyes, I softly said, let's move forward together from the beginning, Serenade, through the immature spring to the maturity of summer. Together. Serenade no longer cried. Wiping her tears away roughly with the back of her hand, Serenade composed herself and bowed to me first. It was a neat and beautiful gesture. It has been a wonderful time, my lord. It was the greeting after the dance had ended. With a big smile, I slowly bowed back to her. It was a pleasure for me too, Serenade. Swoosh. After the greeting, after the wind died down, after the petal rain stopped. My lord. I mean, your royal highness. Correcting her address, Serenade smiled faintly. I know it's really shameful to say this after breaking up, but her voice trembles. Her eyes turn red. She's truly a woman of many tears. Can you grant me one wish? What is it? Tell me. Just once. Can you hug me? It was a voice that seemed to squeeze all her will. I chuckled and spread my arms wide. Serenade cautiously stepped into my embrace. I hugged her tightly, tighter, until I can't breathe. So tight that it crushes me. I gently gripped her fragile shoulders, which seemed they would break if I didn't hug her more firmly. In my arms, Serenade sobbed. This is how we broke our engagement. This is how we parted. 3 days had passed. The victory celebration party was over. The duel with the Guardians was finished. The Silver Winter family was spared, and the independent stance of the Southern Front was guaranteed. Everything seemed to have ended well, but that wasn't exactly the case. First of all, after dumping Princess Yun at the end of the party, about half of the promised sponsors withdrew their support. They said they couldn't trust such a frivolous man. Isn't it just that they don't want to part with their money? Still, about half actually came to Star Palace and gave their sponsorship. I wondered where I was, but one thing was for sure. My die-hard fans were a little scary. Every time I received a donation, I felt a chill. Trying to spit while shaking hands was common, but what was with the bizarre requests like asking for an autograph on their butt, or to lick their eyeball, or demanding some sort of reaction? Why were there so many crazy people? Nevertheless, with years of experience as a streamer, I handled the patrons without much difficulty. Those who crossed the line with their donations would simply be banned, and that was that. The negotiations with the Guardians seemed to have gone well, but I was summoned to the Imperial Palace every single day for additional meetings afterward. The main discussions were about the production and stock of magical stones and how much would be sent to the imperial capital. Of course, the imperial capital demanded everything, and I strained myself to conceal the amount earned and sent only about half. Half was still frankly too much, but I had to send a generous portion if I wanted to avoid becoming a human sacrifice in this terrifying place. I could convince myself to send more than half, thinking I was saving lives. After all, there would be surplus magical stones from the mid-game onwards. Delegates from the Northern Aryan Kingdom also visited me once. Surprisingly, Princess Yun had a bright face. "Thanks to you, I don't have to get married, so I am relieved, you know." She said she came to see me one last time, having finished preparations to return north. The alliance had apparently been successfully concluded. Perhaps Fernandez had played a hand in it. I felt a bit sorry since this was almost like trolling on my part, but using others for political marriage as pawns shouldn't be done in the first place. "Oh, by the way, I'm going to tell everyone in my country that I beat you in arm wrestling. That's fine, right? Do as you please." I could gladly grant that much. Go brag that you not only beat me but threw in a German suplex. "See you later, Your Highness. Next time, put on some more muscle. I think it'll suit my taste." With that, Yun, before leaving, suddenly lifted her top to show me. Yun's subordinates, and even Alberto, who was clearing teacups, were shocked. What the heck? Yun's abs were proudly shining beneath her shirt. "How about that? Cool, huh?" With a cheeky smile, she left. Well, it was impressive, but what was the purpose of showing that off before leaving? After a few chaotic days, I sighed in relief, feeling exhausted. Phew, I am tired. With no more guests, I began preparations to head south. "Your Highness, a new guest has arrived." "Ha!" With Alberto's guidance, someone visited. I grinned widely at the familiar face. "Hey, Ure alive." Clad in a maid's dress with sword coffin strapped to her back, it was Elise. Chapter 186. Elise was in surprisingly good shape, considering she had faced the Aegis Special Forces alone. Her entire body was covered in bandages, but hey, she was alive. I've been living in back alleys for a long time. I've become quite adept at surviving by any means necessary. Elise calmly pulled out an empty potion bottle from her pocket and placed it on my desk. "This, which your Highness gave me, was of great help." Curious, I looked, and it was the potion I had given her a while back. Had she saved it without using it and only used it now? Quite thrifty. "Anyway, I did not come here to report on my well-being." Elise cleared her throat. Of course, she must have come to me as the Lion of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. I smiled broadly. "Is Serenade doing okay? It's not a question for a man who's rejected a woman who's been loyal all her life, but I will answer you." Elise glared at me sharply. "She spent 3 days crying until yesterday and returned to work this morning. She then sent me here. Surely she didn't send Elise here to kill me. I was momentarily scared, but fortunately that was not the reason. I heard you will use the road when you return to Crossroad." "Yes. The stingy Imperial family won't provide a spaceship for my return, so I was stuck riding a carriage to Crossroad. The further you get from the Imperial capital, the more dangerous and lawless the southern roads become. You'll need an escort." Elise held her hand up to her chest. "Thus my master has sent me. You are to use me as an escort to Crossroad." "Ha, you, Elise." "Yes, of course, your Highness, who easily bested me, may not find it significant, but I believe I will be of help." Well, of course, it would be a huge help. But more than that, if you follow me, then who will guard Serenade? That was the problem. Serenade had been safe because of Elise. There are many other outstanding escorts at Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The young lady will be fine. That's what she said. But aren't you trembling? I can see you biting your lip until it bleeds. The Merchant Guild has already started a joint venture with the Imperial family. Since the Imperial family has promised the survival of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild and family, no one would dare to touch Silver Winter. Your Highness will be exposed to greater danger on a long journey than my master, staying at the headquarters of Silver Winter Merchant Guild. That's what my master said. She's not wrong, but I don't know why she's so upset about not being able to take care of a man she's already divorced. Elise grumbled, and I chuckled. "Didn't you want me to get away from Serenade? I always wished for your Highness to disappear from my master's life, but when your Highness was the one who rejected her first, it's extremely Extremely. It pisses me off. What a complex and subtle loyalty. Anyway, having an SSR-rated swordsman as an escort is undoubtedly a boon. The road down is long, and if the monster frontline situation is urgent, I might be able to borrow her strength. Only Serenade felt sorry for me. So, when will you return to Crossroad? Tomorrow, I replied, glancing over my simply packed belongings. I'll leave tomorrow at noon. You should join me then. Naturally, I had to pay my respects to the Emperor before leaving, so I headed towards the royal palace. But the timing seemed to be off. Father just went to sleep. Lark and Fernandez, who were in conversation in front of the royal chamber, waved at me. Lark pointed to the firmly shut doors of the chamber. He has been awake for a long time, and the situation on the front line is becoming quite critical. He's fast asleep. Did he leave any message for me? Lark smiled at that. He said to do well. The southern front line will not receive the protection of the imperial family, no, the empire anymore. It's an independent route. Even though there is a limit of 3 years, it won't be easy. You've chosen a difficult path for yourself. Lark patted my shoulder. But thank you, Ash. Ah, what for? We no longer have to slaughter the prisoners of war as human sacrifices. Gratitude filled Lark's deep blue eyes. No matter if I am a guardian for the Empire's security, I am still a knight. Even if they are from the enemy country, I do not wish to cut down those who are not soldiers. Thanks to you, I can avoid unnecessary killing. Really, thank you. Lark's large, lid-like palm patted my back. Hey, if you're really grateful, be gentle. Well, I should return to the front line too, to organize the battlefield and have a real victory celebration. So I'll leave today. What about you, Ash? I'll leave tomorrow at noon. Ha ha, we had a hard time gathering together, and now we're all dispersing. Lark spread his arms wide towards Fernandez and me. Come on, both of you. Fernandez and I reluctantly approached Lark, who pulled us into his massive marble pillar-like arms. This is a hug of brotherhood. See you next time, my brothers. Arug. Urug. After a warm hug, Lark left the royal palace without looking back. Thought my waist would break. Phew. I felt a subtle gaze and turned to see Fernandez looking at me with narrow eyes. I chuckled. What's bothering you now, dear second brother? You came all the way to the imperial capital for something as trivial as an independent route, little one. His unexpected words made me frown. You were the one who dragged me here. But well, Fernandez was right. Originally, when coming to the imperial capital, my plan was to take more of the royal troops with me. I had thought about taking twice the number of support troops currently stationed in the southern front line. I had the confidence that I could control that many without losing authority. But the exact opposite happened. The royal troops were declined, and there would be no more coming in the future. I even lost a chance to forge a good relationship with the Northern Kingdom, a military powerhouse. Always whining about the lack of troops, it was something I shouldn't have done. But then, what are you talking about? I'm gaining an enormous amount. As I chuckled, Fernandez scrunched his brow in apparent displeasure. That's right. I've gained a lot. I had secured cooperation from the largest merchant guild in the empire, gathered sponsorships from various nobles, learned the secrets of the emperor and princes, managed to rent an SSR-grade sword coffin character, and much more. But above all, I had firmly resolved. Who would I live as, and how would I live? That alone made my visit to the imperial capital meaningful. You really have been inscrutable since the old times. Fernandez shook his head in exasperation. Sometimes overly smart, sometimes acting like a thug out of nowhere. Good at obeying, then suddenly wrecking everything. You never change. Sigh, you were just cute when you were young. Fernandez sighed, waving his hand. Fine, go safely. The troops I lent you can be used for the promised period, so rest easy. Oh, I am really grateful for that. Without them, I would have had a real headache. I'll stay here in the imperial capital, diligently guarding this nation, as I always have. Good, guard it well. I'll use the troops gratefully, and go easy on the Margrave inspection from now on. Well, I can't promise that. Fernandez grinned wickedly, fitting for the leader of the Black Ops. I turned my back after snorting at him. That's when it happened. Oh, by the way, your aide at the southern front, Ada. I turned around, eyes wide. Fernandez mumbled expressionlessly. Don't trust that immortal bastard too much. He's a scammer. What? What do you mean? Without further explanation, Fernandez walked away and disappeared down the corridor. I stood there, dazed. What's that? What's he talking about? Come to think of it, Godhand had said he received such a secret order from the center. Keep an eye on Lord Ada. It means that Ada is a person to be wary of, even in the imperial family. Ada, an immortal, don't trust him. A scammer. Why? He's a game director, isn't he? Whether I like it or not, he's helping me. Why on earth is the imperial family watching Ada? Damn it, don't just throw a hint, explain it too. How am I supposed to react to a sudden warning not to trust him? Just like my damn second brother. It was time for my last dinner in the imperial capital. I had informed Elise through that I was leaving, so I thought Serenade might come to see me one last time, but nothing happened. So the last dinner was shared with Alberto. When I invited him to dine together as a guest, not a butler, Alberto adamantly refused, but he couldn't withstand my persistence. We sat facing each other and ate. Other servants attended to us. Alberto looked both embarrassed and happy. It's been almost 50 years since I started working in the palace, but this is the first time I've had an occasion like this. Your Highness. Save it, Alberto. Both you and I will find it hard to eat in this palace for a while. At my words, Alberto gave a bitter smile. Alberto held the title of chief steward, but he had been pushed into the position of managing the Star Palace, given his age. Moreover, it seemed that he had restrained the soldiers to protect Serenade during this victory celebration. One way or another, he had fallen out of favor with those above him. So Alberto had already submitted his resignation. He would be leaving the imperial palace at the same time I departed tomorrow. What are you thinking of doing after retirement, Alberto? I don't know. I've spent my whole life in this palace. Outside, I have no home, no family, nothing. You can build them one by one from now on. Heh heh. That would be a pleasure for the rest of my life. Dinner ended, and dessert and tea were served. I spoke quietly to Alberto, who was savoring the tea's fragrance. Alberto, could you put off your retirement plans just a little bit? Excuse me. It's too early for you to step down from the front line, isn't it? There's a place that needs you. I took a piece of paper from my pocket and handed it over. Alberto received it with a shocked look, and I smiled. Let's work our bones off for a few more years. The next day, morning, a new building bought by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Since the original building had turned to ashes, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had hurriedly bought a nearby building to use as a new Merchant Guild building. The Merchant Guild was bustling. It was busy moving into the new building, busy calculating the quantity of goods that had burned, busy preparing for a new business linked to the imperial family. Sitting at her desk on the top floor of the building, in the guild master's office, Serenade was also busy. Dressed in her usual elegant women's suit, wearing glasses, and holding a pen with her long, slender fingers, she was processing documents at a rapid pace. Except for her shortened hair, she looked exactly the same as usual. Approaching Serenade, Elise bowed her waist. "I'll be going now, my lady." Elise was carrying not only the sword coffin on her back, but also two large bags. She was going to accompany Ash to the southern front, so it would be a long journey. Serenade gave Elise a faint smile. "Go on, Elise. We said our goodbyes yesterday, so we'll skip it today." "My lady." "Yes. Are you really okay with this? Would it be all right to send Ash away without even seeing his face?" That's what Elise was asking. "Yes, of course." Serenade dropped her gaze back to the documents. "Go on, take good care of Prince Ash." "Yes, my lady." After hesitating for a moment, Elise bowed once more and left the guild master's office. Serenade bit her lip and continued to write. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded, and someone opened the door and entered. Serenade looked up, puzzled. "Excuse me, Countess Silverwinter." The person who had come in was Alberto, dressed in a neat suit. Serenade's silver eyes widened in surprise. "Alberto, I have brought the letter of recommendation from Prince Ash." Alberto approached and courteously placed the paper he was holding on Serenade's desk. "Since Ya'll be dealing with the imperial family more in the future, he said I, who used to be the palace steward, will be of help." Serenade unfolded the paper. It was a recommendation letter, personally written by Ash, suggesting Alberto as a counselor for the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. "Welcome, Alberto," Serenade exclaimed, offering her hand with a broad smile. Already tired and busy, Serenade knew that Alberto, who had been a caretaker in the imperial palace, would be a great help. "I look forward to working with you." "I am the one who should say that, Miss Serenade." Serenade immediately tried to discuss business related to the imperial family with Alberto, but he raised his hand to stop her. "Business talk is good, Miss Serenade, but in life there are moments that never come back," he said. "Yes, I don't think this is the time for you to be here. Prince Ash will be leaving for the south soon. Truly, is there not a single thing you wish to tell him?" Serenade lowered her head, stuttering. "But, Prince Ash, he already broke off our engagement." "So, we are no longer engaged, not even lovers. How can I?" "So," Alberto smiled kindly. "Will you give up just like that? You, the head of Silver Winter, the Empire's largest merchant guild. There's something you want, and you're going to let it leave without a fuss." Serenade looked up at the old butler with trembling eyes. Alberto spoke with confidence. "Life is short, miss. Run in the direction you truly want to go." And so, tossing aside her pen and paperwork, leaving behind the pile of unfinished tasks, Serenade bolted out of her office. She began to run towards the south gate of the imperial capital, towards the place where Ash was preparing to leave for Crossroad. Chapter 187, Imperial Capital's South Gate. Standing beside a carriage laden with goods, I looked back at the enormous city. Time to say bye-bye to this city. After inhabiting this body, my world had been confined to Crossroad. Monsters, dungeons, and villages were all there was. But coming here changed that perception. This world is vast, so vast that I couldn't fathom it. And the monster frontlines, that's where this whole world was protected. Shall I return to the days of strategizing? A brief outing had been enjoyable, but indeed, I shouldn't forget my true calling. Thinking of the subordinates waiting for me in the southernmost part of the continent, I climbed onto the carriage. 10 soldiers assigned as my escorts 2 nights, and allies also mounted their horses and carriages. "All right, let's depart." I was about to say depart, but then it happened. Clatter, clatter. From inside the imperial capital's gate, I saw a woman frantically galloping on a horse. I was slightly startled at first, then soon smiled. It was Serenade. "Huff, huff." Serenade, who had stopped beside the carriage, bent over, panting. Sweat beads were forming at the tip of her delicate chin. How hurriedly she must have come. I opened the carriage door, stepped out, and looked at Serenade, bowing slightly. "Serenade, have you come to say goodbye?" "Huff, huff, your highness." Catching her breath, Serenade muttered, "I am your business partner, aren't I?" It was an unexpected remark, but I quickly acknowledged it. "And a dance partner, too. I was your fiancé. We were comrades who fought together at this party." With an invigorated expression, Serenade smiled. "I won't give up on you, your highness." Her smile was lovely, so I just looked into her face without speaking. "I was always on edge, fearing being abandoned by your highness. But yes, I've already been abandoned, so there's nothing to worry about anymore. Whatever I do from now on, it'll only grow closer to you." Serenade took a step closer to me. Her upward silver gaze didn't waver. "Even if you push me away again and again, I will keep approaching you, your highness, and I will become so amazing that you'll have no choice but to look at me. If your highness were to go to the end of this world, I would follow you to the end of the world. I'll follow you forever, harboring this black-hearted devotion in my chest." Her audacious shout was endearing, and I grinned broadly. Having shouted so proudly, Serenade's face turned bright red as her words came to an end, and she bowed her head. "I just wanted to tell you that." Covering my mouth, chuckling, I took Serenade's hand and lightly kissed her hand. Startled, Serenade's shoulders jumped, and I gave her a smile. "I'll wait. At the end of the world. See you again, Serenade." After squeezing her slender hand once more, I turned and climbed onto the carriage. Holy moly, how did such cheesy actions and words automatically spring forth? Was it a habit ingrained in this body of ash? The carriage had set off. Serenade stood modestly at the southern gate of the imperial capital, continuously waving her hand. I waved back through the window. We were destined to meet again. There was much to be done with Silver Winter's merchant guild in the future. The road quickly grew distant. When Serenade was out of sight, Elise, who had been driving the horse right next to my carriage, muttered, "But weren't you two breaking up? It's just a fresh start." Seems like something a playboy would say when dumping someone. That's not true. This prince is sincere. Elise let out a soft sigh. "I just wish for Miss Serenade to be happy." Me too, truly. I wished for her happiness. And so I set out to protect the world once again. It will take about 3 weeks by carriage to reach Crossroad. A few hours into our journey, our party took a brief rest at the first station. The knight guarding me informed me of the general schedule. I clicked my tongue. That's incredibly far. The roads are not well maintained as you head south. Until the mid-continent, you can travel like we are now, changing horses at stations. But once we enter the Margrave's territory, we won't have such luxuries. So, our current party was moving at quite a fast pace. We needed to travel as quickly as possible where the roads were good and stations were prepared. It's been over 10 days since we left Crossroad, and an additional 3 weeks from this point. That meant leaving the front lines for more than a month. I believed Lucas could handle it, and there were support troops led by Riene. The frontline operations would likely go smoothly, but I still feel uneasy. After a long time, I opened the system window and looked at the information for the next stage enemy. My party members had gathered the information themselves during their autonomous exploration. Enemy information, Stage 7. LV-32 Giant Salamander Elite, 10 units. LV-24 Salamander, 410 units, starting in 10 days. The next stage was a Salamander Legion. Fire-breathing lizards. They couldn't be taken down easily with our kill zone strategy, as they could burn wooden fences, but compared to the recent battles with gargles, vampires, and wyverns, they were much more manageable. 10 days from now, it was confirmed that the defense would take place without me. I let out a heavy sigh. Could our kids handle it? 10 days later, Southern Front Crossroad, atop the ramparts. Lucas swallowed hard, watching the flames ripple across the field beyond the walls. Thump, thump, thump. The monsters attacking this time were a salamander legion. Among them, the boss monsters, giant salamanders, each as big as a large house. The massive beasts, moving their bulky legs, approached the center of the field. The giant salamanders lowered themselves and shot fiery balls from the 3 holes in their backs. Boom, whoosh. They were like enormous living cannons, and there were 10 of them. The barrage of fireballs they launched simultaneously fell upon the walls. The direct attack threatened to set the walls ablaze completely, but fortunately, there were means of defense on this side as well. Hugh, support troops dispatched from the Imperial capital, a 5-member party of magic officers. Riene Windwell, the leader, conjured a massive tornado, and the other party members assisted her. Swoosh, swoosh. The fireballs, blocked by the giant tornado, dispersed in midair. Above their heads, fireballs and wind collided, scattering flames in all directions. The infantrymen screamed in terror. Riene Windwell, who kept summoning the tornado, grew frustrated. "Look here, Deputy Commander, how long do we have to keep blocking like this? Our magic power isn't infinite, you know." Lucas said nothing, his eyes fixed on the giant salamanders. While defending this place, nearly all the monsters had engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Even if there were creatures attacking from a distance, they were all within their range. It had been possible to counter with their firepower, but the giant salamanders had a much longer range. From beyond the reach of the cannons on the walls, they had been bombarding them with one-sided fireball attacks. There were only 3 means of attacking them from the fortress walls. Bang! First was Damien sniping. Damien fired 2 shots from his magic rifle, Black Queen, and knocked down 2 giant salamanders. Since Ash had instructed him to fire only 3 shots before leaving, he saved the last one and continued sniping with other weapons. But the giant salamanders were tougher than he had thought. With the other magic guns, they wouldn't go down easily. SSSSSSS. Second was Junior's magic. The magic attributes that Junior could handle were 3 lightning, wind, and water. Among them, she fired water magic, which opposed fire. Intense streams of water repeatedly struck the giant salamander, and it couldn't endure long, letting out a heavy scream as it fell. That made 3 giant salamanders they had brought down. Ha ha, cooler, cooler. But attacking a distant target with long-range magic was, of course, strenuous on the body. Junior coughed violently. Riene Windwell looked at her with displeasure. The last, third means was Riene herself. However, Riene was in charge of defense during this battle, blocking the enemy's fireballs. It wasn't just the giant salamanders spewing fire. Regular salamanders also approached, continuously spraying fire. Although the regular soldiers were eliminating them as soon as they appeared, the attacks didn't stop. If they deployed Riene in the attack, the walls would become a sea of flames. In the end, the only viable means of attack were 2. Damien was running out of bullets for his magic gun, and Junior's condition was at rock bottom. There's no choice. Grinding his teeth, Lucas pressed his helmet onto his head. "I'll go out and take care of the remaining 5 giant salamanders myself. Evangeline." "I've been waiting, sir." Evangeline grinned, gripping her spear and shield. She was wearing her sturdy golem armor. You mean to go out there, just the two of you, Deputy Commander? Are you in your right mind? Riene asked, astonished. The area outside the castle walls was a sea of flames. Not only that, but more than 100 regular salamanders remained. Would two knights really dash out into such a place? Were they in their right minds? Do you have any better alternatives, Lady Riene? Lucas, coldly staring at Riene with his frosty eyes, unsheathed the large sword he had recently received from Ash, the Karma Eater. So our means of attack have diminished, but do you plan to continue being bombarded like this? If the shells don't reach us, we must counterattack with our bodies. Is there any other way? Riene clicked her tongue, considering it typical of a muscle-brained knight. But Lucas' words had some merit. They couldn't just sit there forever, merely fending off fireballs. But to think that only the two of them would go out. Watching the two knights descending to the first floor and mounting their horses, Riene shook her head disapprovingly. Whether it was a step of confidence or a youngster's recklessness would soon be revealed. Lucas and Evangeline, each mounted on their horses, exchanged glances while waiting for the castle gate to open. Evangeline playfully grinned. It would be nice to have a few more stalwart melee warrior comrades. Indeed, just 3 more would be perfect. With 5, they could form a party. If they could form a melee party consisting of strong warriors, their utility would greatly increase in the future. Suddenly, the memories of the fallen warriors from the past vampire defense battle flashed before their eyes. If only a few more had survived then. With his eyes tightly shut, Lucas expelled his distracting thoughts and shouted up to the castle walls. Damien, I entrust you with our cover. Leave it to me. Lily, place all the artifacts you can on us. Activating them now. Saintess Margarita, I request shield magic. May the blessings of light. And Junior, he sharply pointed at Junior, who was wiping the blood from her mouth. Rest. Junior's expression soured. Seeing this, Riene couldn't help but chuckle softly. Kugagung, the castle gate opened, and charge, let's go. Yahoo, it's a salamander hunt. Lucas and Evangeline raced out of the castle gate like arrows. In response, hundreds of monsters simultaneously spat flames at the two knights. Chapter 188. Lucas and Evangeline had been waiting on the walls throughout the defense. Neither was the situation to go out and fight, nor were their enemies approaching for a hand-to-hand battle, so their strength had been entirely preserved. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The two knights mounted on horses charged forward like chariots. The firepower of Salamander's legion concentrated on them as they burst out of the open gates. However, the first bombardment was completely negated as Riene swung a tornado to counter it. That mage officer, I don't like her on a personal level. Lucas glanced at the walls as he muttered, but her skills are reliable. If her abilities were worth nothing, I would have kicked her out long ago. Let's go. Evangeline spurred her horse and took the lead. The ordinary salamanders continued to breathe fire, but Evangeline raised her shield and blocked them all. Immediately following behind her, Lucas swung his sword to the left and right. Swish, snap. The salamanders in the path of the two knights were all cut in two, spraying blood. In no time, they approached the closest giant salamander. The giant salamander, as large as a house, slowly turned its body and aimed its fiery muzzle at the two. Lucas and Evangeline split to the left and right simultaneously, as if by some agreement. Boom, boom. Where the two knights had stood a moment before, fireballs now fell, but the two knights had already dispersed, diving under the massive body of the giant salamander. Ha! Lucas' soul strike skill glowed as he struck down his sword. Ha ha ha. Evangeline thrust her spear, dealing damage payback with the accumulated damage on her shield. With Lucas' sword strike and Evangeline's spear strike, one of the thick legs of the giant salamander flew off. The giant salamander twisted its body, letting out a heavy scream. Its head, held high before, came down. The two knights, seeing their prey, simultaneously glowed with anticipation. Let's go, Tada. Evangeline, driving her horse towards the neck of the giant salamander, sprung up like a squirrel. Despite wearing heavy armor, she moved in an unbelievable manner. The giant salamander tried to breathe fire at Evangeline, but don't breathe fire. On me, she smashed the monster's crown with her shield. Bang! With the shock, the giant salamander's head fell even lower, low enough to reach Lucas' galloping sword. Flash! Lucas' sword erupted with brilliant rays of light. With the first skill soul strike, and the unique ability of his newly acquired sword Karma Eater to create sword energy, there was no surviving this attack. It was a finishing blow. Snap! Lucas' fierce upward swing cleanly severed the giant salamander's neck. The monster's enormous body collapsed, spilling lava-like blood onto the ground. That's one down. Flicking the blood off his sword, Lucas muttered, and Evangeline landed next to him with a thud. The start's good. 4 left. Don't let your guard down. Let's go. The two knights mounted their horses again and charged towards the next giant salamander. The battle continued, and it was when Lucas and Evangeline had toppled the third giant salamander. Vroom! Evangeline's horse looked noticeably fatigued. When it refused to move properly, Evangeline was taken aback. "Ha! What's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" Examining the horse, Evangeline slapped her forehead in realization. Oops, the armor was too heavy. The golem armor that Evangeline wore offered immense defense, but at the cost of its tremendous weight. Besides, it was only logical that even the most robust warhorse would have its limits when the rider was performing acrobatics on the saddle while wearing such heavy armor. I should have worn lighter armor if I planned to ride. Why did she have to make these trivial mistakes? Evangeline swept a hand over the panting horse's mane. Thanks to the shield Saintess Margarita had provided, the horse had not been burned, but the battlefield was still a sea of flames. Superhuman heroic characters were not significantly affected, but it was only natural that ordinary warhorses would tire more quickly. What do? We can't fight like we did earlier. No choice. Let's return to the castle for now and then again. Lucas stopped mid-sentence as fireball bombardments rained down from above. Damn, retreat! Instinctively driving his horse out of the bombardment's path, Lucas faltered. Evangeline, following him, was too slow. Her horse couldn't move properly. With no time to act, a fireball bombardment struck right above her. Boom! Evangeline! Lucas shouted in front of the thick explosion. A moment later, a choking voice emerged from the dark smoke. I am okay. Despite taking a direct hit, Evangeline had not been seriously injured. Her armor and shield were merely blackened. The horse. But the warhorse caught in the fireball's blast was instantly killed. Evangeline mourned beside her fallen horse. Ugh, I am so sorry. Now's not the time. Lucas quickly grabbed Evangeline by the back of her neck, hoisted her behind him, and fled the area. The falling fireball caused an immense explosion. We've lost our mobility. We must finish this as quickly as possible. But without their feint, the monster's attacks focused on them. Lucas and Evangeline's horse was continually bombarded. Approaching the fourth giant salamander, their horse was finally swept away by the relentless attack. Nay, damn. Whoa! The two knights who had fallen from their horse quickly rolled to their feet, but flames continued to fly at them from all directions. Bang! Whoosh! Evangeline held her shield forward, blocking the fireballs, while Lucas swung his sword to fend off minor attacks. They were stuck in place, continuously battered by flames. Was it a mistake to come out here with just the two of us? In the sea of flames, Lucas bit his lip. He had been confident in his individual strength during previous battles. He had judged that he and Evangeline could handle the situation by themselves. Better to finish it as the two best knights rather than risk unnecessary casualties by bringing other soldiers. That had been his thinking. But had he been wrong? Had it been a reckless strategy? What would my lord have commanded? Ash's confident smile, always delivering the optimal instructions, flickered before my eyes. I missed it. No, because of that. Lucas gritted his teeth. Ash had said he trusted Lucas and had entrusted him with the command. He had said that no one but Lucas could handle the role of commander. He had to honor that trust. Lucas gripped his sword tightly. That's when it happened. Swoosh! A blue wave shot out from the castle wall, hitting the face of the fourth giant salamander. Boom! The monster, just about to launch an attack on Lucas and Evangeline, twisted its body, screaming in pain. Startled, I looked toward the wall to find it was Junior. Exhausting her last strength, Junior had cast a spell, but now she was falling to the ground. Now's our chance. The monster's attack had weakened momentarily, and Lucas and Evangeline dashed forward with all their might. Once they closed in, the rest happened in an instant. Lucas and Evangeline slew the fourth giant salamander in a single strike. Thump! Standing next to the massive fallen monster, Lucas and Evangeline caught their breaths. Only one left now. Yes, we just need to take that one down. The last giant salamander was particularly far away. 50 other regular salamanders were also gathered there. They couldn't just rush in without a plan. Lucas wiped the sweat and blade grime from his jaw with the back of his hand, clicking his tongue. How do we take it down? Meanwhile, atop the castle wall, Damien was deep in thought. He looked down at the magic gun Black Queen in his hand. The prince commanded that I only fire this gun 3 times. Although the reason was not given, Ash had urgently instructed not to fire the Black Queen more than 3 times. He didn't understand why there was suddenly a constraint on his well-used weapon, but Ash's words must be obeyed without question. So he had fired only twice so far, saving the last bullet. Damien looked back at the battlefield. He saw Lucas and Evangeline isolated in a fiery hell without their steeds. Eventually, Damien made up his mind and nodded. "I'll fire the last shot here." He raised the Black Queen and took aim, targeting the giant salamander, then hesitated. Ash had said to shoot only 3 times, but not that he should kill only 3. With one more shot, hitting as many enemies as possible would make the remaining battle easier. If I align the trajectory well, hit as many as possible with a single shot. Running to the end of the wall, Damien soon finished aiming. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a resounding blast, the magic bullet was fired. Soaring to the end of the battlefield, the magic bullet precisely pierced the giant salamander's eye, penetrated its head, and additionally impaled 2 regular salamanders that had been guarding it. Kagagang! The last giant salamander spewed flames and fell. Phew! Watching the scene, Damien felt a secret relief. With this, they had passed another critical point in this defensive battle. That's when Damien noticed something odd. From the magic core of the Black Queen, a faint, unknown aura began to spread. It was like smoke. Hungry, so hungry. It seemed like a voice could be heard. What's that? Rubbing his tired eyes and looking back at the Black Queen, it was unchanged. It retained its usual smooth and beautiful appearance. Did I see something false because I used my eyes too much today? Shrugging it off, Damien wrapped the Black Queen back over his shoulder. As Damien's gaze shifted away, once again, a faint aura began to spread from the Black Queen's magic core. It was a sinister light, like the darkness of midnight. Crash! With Damien supporting fire, the last giant salamander fell. Lucas and Evangeline took care of the remaining ordinary salamanders one by one. Regular soldiers also streamed out of the gates to assist in this process. After defeating all the monsters and putting out the fires scattered across the battlefield, the sun had already set. The defense had taken the entire day. Returning to within the castle walls, Lucas suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Evangeline had already leaned against the wall and started to doze off as soon as she got back. "You worked hard, Deputy Commander." Renee, who was overseeing the aftermath of the battle, smiled at Lucas. "I must acknowledge your bravery, but you won't last long with that approach. You only have one life, after all." Lucas agreed. Today's battle had certainly felt more awkward than usual. Although they had managed to pull through safely, the process had been dangerous and sloppy. Above all, Lucas himself lacked confidence in giving the orders. What this front line needed was Ash. My lord. Surveying his party members, scattered and fatigued around the castle walls, Lucas murmured to himself, "Please come back soon. Stage 7 clear. Stage MVP Damien N. Leveled up characters. Lucas, SSR LV45 1. Evangeline, SSR LV45 1. Jupiter Jr., SSR LV54 1. Damien N. LV43 2. Deceased or injured characters. None acquired items. Salamander Legion Magic Stones. 290 Giant Salamander Magic Core. 5 stage clear rewards have been given. Please check your inventory. R-grade reward boxes. 5. Get ready for the next stage, Stage 8. A lucky day. Chapter 189. 3 weeks had passed since we left the Imperial capital. At present, my companions and I had successfully made our way to the southernmost end of the continent, near Crossroad. The hardships of those 3 weeks had taken their toll, leaving all of us, including the knights, soldiers, mercenaries who joined us along the way, and even Elise, looking quite worn out. I'll skip the detailed recounting of those 3 weeks, for if I were to record everything, the story would never end. We had indeed embarked on a grand adventure that was anything but easy. If I were to write a novel about this journey, it might well fill a whole volume. After a journey filled with blood, sweat, tears, dreams, hope, friendship, and much more, We had arrived within a day's distance of Crossroad. Tomorrow, this journey will come to an end, the knight who had led us thus far said, smiling faintly as he spoke to me. Having shared life and death experiences over 3 weeks, we had grown quite close. The thought of parting the next day was a bitter one. How about settling down in the southern frontlines for good? I must respectfully decline, Your Highness. I have family back in the imperial capital. Ah, family is something we can't argue against. I discreetly asked the other knights and soldiers, but they all declined as well. Well, the rural areas like these backwaters probably wouldn't meet the tastes of the people from the imperial capital. Or maybe it was because they'd have to fight monsters. Anyway, you all worked hard. As dusk fell, we set up camp in the mountains and gathered around the bonfire. It was the last day of a long journey, and everyone's faces showed some relaxation. I looked around at everyone and smiled. Rest well once we reach Crossroad tomorrow. I'll make sure to treat you generously. It's exciting to hear that from the prince, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I'll feed you all the generous countryside hospitality. After all, the food in Crossroad is decent, right? The local lord recommended it. Just then, the other knights and soldiers who had been scouting the surroundings returned. They carried full water containers in their hands. No enemies in sight. There happens to be a clear pond nearby. The water is cool and tastes good. That's great. Let's drink and wash up comfortably tonight. While the rest of the soldiers rushed to the pond to fill their containers, a large pot was hung over the bonfire, and dinner was prepared. Tonight's cook was Elise. As I listened to the contents bubbling inside the pot, I asked Elise, "What will you do, Elise? Are you going back to the imperial capital too?" "I'm a servant of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild and a slave to Miss Serenade." Elise answered in her characteristically indifferent voice. "My place is by her side. Of course I must return." "That's a shame." Over the past 3 weeks, Elise had saved my life several times, and I had saved hers once or twice, so we had grown quite close. I had thought about persuading her to stay and fight on the monster frontlines, but her loyalty to her original master was too strong. It seemed like a difficult task. "You'll rest for a few days though, right? It's too soon to let you go. You've worked hard for 3 whole weeks. Rest at my residence before leaving." Elise briefly glanced at me with her enigmatic violet eyes. "No, it's purely out of consideration, you know. Of course, I do fully intend to ask for help if a defensive battle occurs while you're here, but bubbling." Then the sound from the pot grew slightly suspicious. Silently cooking, Elise drew anxious glances from me and the other soldiers as we silently broke into a cold sweat. Elise was incredibly adept at anything related to combat, but everything else in daily life, cooking, laundry, mending clothes, was a complete disaster. It was unclear why she stubbornly wore the maid's attire. Why not just wear the Undertaker's costume like in the game? That would be brilliant. You have to play to your strengths. But since she never tried to escape these tasks, she also volunteered for cooking duty. Tonight's dinner might be downright terrifying. Well, it was the last night, so we could laugh it off. But I guess we'd still go to bed hungry tonight. "Hmm." Elise, who had been stirring the pot, suddenly stopped to taste it, and her expression soured. She then spat out what was in her mouth. I couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Why does it taste bad this time? Is it salty, sharp? What's so bad that you had to spit it out?" "No, this is." Elise suddenly looked at the pot. A large water container that was filled from the pond earlier was visible. The same water had been used to cook the food. "This water, something's wrong with it." "Ha! It's laced with paralyzing poison." I blinked in disbelief. What was she talking about? GRR. I'm paralyzed. At that moment, the soldiers, who were either chatting or preparing camp, suddenly began to convulse and fall one by one. The knight who first fetched the water looked at the container in despair. "No, this can't be. I made sure there was no poison in it." Cough. Soon, he too fell to the ground, groaning. In an instant, everyone fell. In the entire camp, the only one unaffected was Elise, who hadn't drunk the water. Me. Of course, I was affected too. I gulped it down with enthusiasm, for heaven's sake. What a world. Well, it doesn't feel like a huge crisis, though. Paralyzed and sitting, I let out a chuckle. There had been too many incidents over the past 3 weeks, especially last week's ghost frenzy. That was terrifying. Falling paralyzed as a group didn't feel like a big crisis, but the subsequent emergency was definitely serious. "Russell." As the soldiers fell paralyzed, people with swords in hand suddenly appeared all around our camp. Their sly faces, ragged clothes, malicious eyes, and sharp blades were the typical look of bandits. In the northern mountainous region of Crossroad, bandits have lived for quite a while. They've been a problem for a long time. I was suddenly reminded of a conversation I had with Evangeline. It was when we recruited Godhand and the Shadow Squad. Bandits had stolen a prisoner transport, only to be bested by the Shadow Squad members. Those bandits had looked mediocre, but the ones surrounding us now were different. The way they were slowly tightening their encirclement, well coordinated and orderly, smelled of good training. Clank! Elise quickly grabbed her sword coffin and stood in front of me, blocking the way. Fortunately, my paralysis hadn't taken effect, so I grinned and shouted, "You must be the grand bandits of the Green Forest. What brings you to us?" Hungry, we were preparing dinner. Care to join us? Elise's cooking might not be tasty, but still. While spouting this nonsense, I thoroughly scanned the surroundings. I wasn't just shouting for fun. The reason I threw this joke was to, "Ahaha, it's been a long time since someone invited me to dinner," find their leader. Someone took my bait and walked slowly toward us. "Just accept our heartfelt thanks and eat your dinner on your own. You'll have to follow us anyway, since you can't escape the paralysis poison that you can only find here in the Margrave's territory." Soon, the bandit's leader revealed himself, a young, muscular brute standing at least 2 meters tall. His flaming red hair was braided into a ponytail, and on his forehead was a vivid X-shaped scar. My eyes widened in recognition. Bandit King Quillan, why are you here? The leader of all the bandits in the southern continent, the named enemy NPC boss Quillan, commonly known as the Bandit King. This guy even appeared in the game, mainly as an enemy during subjugation events. A randomly roaming NPC in the southern continent, so hard to find. How did he get caught here, of all places? An SR-ranked fighter, he's strong himself, and his followers, true to the Bandit King's elite guard, are incredibly well trained for bandits. During subjugation events, if players weren't careful, they could end up with even greater losses. I immediately revised my earlier thought that this didn't feel like a big crisis. This bandit chaos is a bigger crisis than the ghost chaos. People are indeed scarier than ghosts. You folks caught in our trap look like you're worth a lot. This is going to be quite the profit. A ferocious smile spread across Quillan's face. Today's my lucky day. This is bad luck indeed. Grumbling, I saw Quillan gesture at me. And you there, if my eyes and instincts don't deceive me, you must be the new Lord of Crossroad, right? I narrowed my eyes. There was no point in denying it. Yes, I am Ash-born Hater Everblack, the Lord of Crossroad and the Emperor's third son. Oh, indeed, such an esteemed person. You know that messing with me could be more trouble than it's worth, right? Leave now and ill let it slide. Ahaha, I can't do that. You're the biggest catch in ages. Quillan laughed heartily. If I take you hostage, I can make a good fortune. I can't possibly back down. No, I promise to escort you without a scratch. It's been a long time since someone acknowledged my worth at first sight. How touching. Grumbling, I whispered to Elise, who was guarding me. Elise, get out of here. Yes. With a sharp gaze surveying her surroundings, Elise looked like she might draw her sword from the sword coffin at any moment. She turned her flustered eyes to me. What do you mean, Your Highness? Of course, Elise is strong. Among all the people here, she might be the strongest. However, our opponents were the Bandit King and his close guards. Each one of them was strong. Their numbers were large, and they had us surrounded. No matter how much of a monster Elise was, being the top tier in the SSR grade swordsman, winning the fight alone while protecting all the paralyzed allies was impossible. Instead, it would be better to. Crossroad is only a day away. Go there and ask for reinforcements. This was the better option. In the game, Quillan was a bandit who kidnapped people, then released them after receiving money. There was a suppression event where you had to raid the bandit hideout to rescue allies who had randomly been captured before they met a terrible fate. Even if all of us were captured, they wouldn't kill us right away. They'd probably demand a ransom and wait. Elise examined me with her flowing navy blue eyes, then finally nodded. I understand. Having traveled together for the last 3 weeks, Elise had come to trust my command ability unequivocally. Thus, she decided to follow without question. I will organize a rescue team as quickly as possible. Please take care. You be careful getting out too. I grinned at Elise. Talking big while paralyzed from the neck down felt rather amusing. Thump! Elise suddenly stomped the ground and dashed toward a corner of the encircling net. The bandits guarding that side were surprised and tried to block her, but in the face of Elise's martial prowess, it was futile. Thwack, thud, bang, bang. In no time, Elise had pierced one side of the encircling net and disappeared from sight. Ho, not bad at all. But Kulan simply watched Elise run away, whistling in admiration. I was puzzled. Aren't you going to stop her? Somebody needs to go and demand the ransom anyway. No need to stop her. Kulan yelled at Elise's retreating figure. If you don't want this precious person to get hurt, bring plenty of gold coins. If the price isn't right, we won't release him, so make sure to bring the correct amount. Kulan's voice echoed, and Elise was quickly out of sight. Chuckling with a low, sneering laugh, Kulan gestured to his minions. The bandits began to tie up and drag away my comrades who lay paralyzed here and there. Now, let's us enjoy our time together. Kulan came to my side, grabbed the back of my collar, and effortlessly lifted me up. It was a light movement, as if lifting a baby kitten. Holding me as carefully as a chunk of gold, paralyzed and unable to move, Kulan licked his lips. Shall we have a fun time, Your Highness the Prince? I asked, trembling. What kind of fun time are we going to have? Will we play a board game together? What? Chapter 190. And so, we were dragged to the lair of Bandit King Kulan and his minions. Yahoo! Party time. We were truly having a good time, just as Kulan had said. In the midst of the mountain stronghold, a large campfire was blazing, roasting wild animal meat. They had just successfully hunted deer and wild boar and were now busily grilling a massive barbecue. It was like a scene from some pirate cartoon where they'd shout party time and make merry. The bandits around the campfire were gleefully playing. As for us, we who were captured were huddled together, tied up, and watching the campfire. We were bound with rope around our bodies and upper arms, but our forearms were free, and grilled meat had been placed in front of us. As the bandits sang and danced, we chewed our individual pieces of meat, dazedly watching. The leader, with a face that had given up on everything, mumbled, "It's tasty. Really, it's better than Elise's cooking. I guess so." I chewed the meat, which was gamey but had a certain wild flavor as I surveyed the surroundings. The stronghold, or perhaps it would be better to call it a village, was an unlikely place for so many people to be living in such a rugged mountain. Among the 100 or so villagers, only about 30 who had attacked us seemed combat-ready. The rest were emaciated, looking just poor. They looked like refugees, to be honest. Thud. Kulan came and crouched in front of me, holding a large bottle of liquor. How is it? Any discomfort, guests? Kulan, after chugging from the bottle, smiled, his lips curling up. He appeared quite young, but his actions, speech, and the fact that he was a bandit chief gave him an old man's vibe. I shook the wild boar bone in my hand. Thanks for treating us, the hostages, to meat. Yuhahaha, don't mention it. I've already looted all your valuables and will be ransoming you, so what's a bit more meat? I can give you as much as you want. Ha, that's true. This is a total loss for us. Not just in words, Kulan ordered his minions to refill the plates with meat in front of us. I did not refuse and ate with relish. Kulan laughed heartily, watching me. In a situation like this, you are so composed, truly brave. It seems the rumors I heard about the third prince were all false. You never really know a person until you meet them, right? Yuhahaha, so true. I smiled at Kulan, who was slapping his knee in laughter. I didn't know you were this kind of person until I met you either, Kulan. Kulan's eyes widened. Did I tell you my name? I am the Lord of Crossroad. How could I not know about the bandit king Kulan of the South? Actually, I just knew from playing the game. Bandit King Kulan, notorious for relentlessly targeting only the citizens of the Empire for the last 10 years. An evil bandit who made a bad name for himself in the southern part of the continent. But those who were robbed were only citizens of the Empire, and you even helped the war refugees from other nations, didn't you? I looked at the emaciated villagers. Near Crossroad, there had been people living like this. From the Empire's perspective, you are nothing but bandits to be subdued. But to the refugees hiding, you are righteous outlaws. That's you, Kulan. At my words, Kulan laughed dejectedly, as if it was absurd. Righteous outlaw, they call me that. Haven't you done things to be called that? I am not at liberty to do such honorable deeds. I'm just taking advantage of the refugee tribes while I find someone worth robbing. Kulan glanced at the shabbily constructed refugee tribe and chuckled. We provide these people with daily food and money, and these pitiful folks provide us with a place to sleep and hide. Just like this, after about a decade or so, we've formed a sort of symbiotic relationship. There are more than a couple of countries that the Empire has destroyed. In these remote areas where the Empire's laws don't reach, there are many refugee tribes. I clicked my tongue. If they are citizens of a country annexed by the Empire, wouldn't there be a legal path to become citizens of the Empire? You don't honestly believe that this path would work properly in these remote areas controlled by a Margrave, do you, Your Highness? Hulan had a smirk on his lips. These people are the dregs of the earth, unable to live under the Empire's rule. Their original country was burned and ruined, and within the Empire they're discriminated against and oppressed. Hell everywhere they go. With nowhere else, they're pushed to live at the very edge of cliffs. Hulan gulped down his drink, wiping his mouth, laughing. Since I've robbed someone of your caliber this time, I guess I'll have to move all these people somewhere else. But it's worth it, right? I'm banking on your ransom, Your Highness. My ransom? I'll send someone to Crossroad in a few days. Well, negotiate, get the money, and release you right away. Just endure until then. Being a distinguished person, will provide you with all possible comforts. I forced a smile. I hope you don't ask too much, Hulan. I didn't know precisely how much I was worth, but the more my comrades value me, the harder it will be for you to afford it. The night deepened. The campfire went out, the food was gone, the refugees who were excited after a long feast, the bandits thrilled with their big catch, the captured Imperial soldiers, all had dispersed. Staring down at the darkened tribe, Hulan continued to gulp down his drink. The image of Ash, with whom he'd been conversing moments before, was lingering in his mind. Did I mess with someone too big? From the moment he met Ash's gaze, a chill had been running down Hulan's spine. Though just a bandit group, Hulan, who had reigned as their leader and evaded the Empire's pursuit for 10 years, felt uneasy. He considered himself not very bright, but was confident in his intuition. Something didn't smell right. It was ominous. Task. He thought he'd scored big for the first time in a while, but of all people, his opponent had to be a prince. But what could be done? The prince and his party had already been captured, and his own situation was even more desperate. He urgently needed money and supplies. After all, this is the southernmost point of the continent. It's a margrave among margraves. It didn't matter if the hostage was the prince or whoever else. This place was the end of the world, where neither the imperial family bothered to watch nor the goddess paid attention. Kidnapping and demanding a ransom, as usual, was all that needed to be done. Once the money was snatched and they escaped cleanly, everything would be resolved. As long as the prince was returned unharmed after taking the money, the imperial forces wouldn't risk their lives to pursue them. Thinking this way, Hulan struggled to lie down and went to sleep like his subordinates. Crossroad was more than a day's distance away, and this neighborhood was far from the kidnapping location. Finding this place would be difficult in itself. Even if a rescue team were to storm in, there would be plenty of time. They could rest easy at least for the night. I have always been lucky. It will be fine this time too. With that thought, Hulan slowly drifted off to sleep. That was a mistake. Inside a building at the edge of the neighborhood, I was sitting on an unimpressive but assigned bed, lost in thought. I had considered taking advantage of the boisterous atmosphere to escape, but the bandits' watchful eyes were sharp. True to their bandit king's direct command, they were on high alert. Escape was impossible with my hands and feet bound like this, so all I could do was wait for the rescue team. With that in mind, I was about to lie down and sleep comfortably when thump, thump, a dull thumping sound came from outside. Ha! Wondering what was happening, I looked out of the building to find Evangeline carefully laying two defeated bandits on the ground. Our eyes met. It was our reunion after almost a month, and both Evangeline and I were momentarily stunned to encounter each other in this place. Immediately after, tears welled in Evangeline's green eyes. Senior. She rushed over to hug me. I was shocked. Wow, Seniora. Are you crying? I mean, a tearful reunion is good and all. But right now, the ones who really feel like crying are me and my team. We were kidnapped. Wow. Yes, Evangeline. It's good to see you again after such a long time. I did my best to comfort the sniffling Evangeline. Was my being kidnapped that big of a worry? Honestly, her reaction was somewhat pleasing, but something was off. Sob Senior, help me. Wiping her tears, Evangeline mumbled, What? I broke out in a cold sweat. Shouldn't you be the one helping me? I am the one who's kidnapped, see? Look, I'm still bound up like this. While you were away, Lucas, Juju, Damien, everyone. Evangeline, sniffling and swallowing her snot, said, "They've all gone crazy." Gone crazy. My reliable comrades, all of them. They all started acting strange since you weren't around, and now they've turned completely insane. Eh, you'll see when you see them. They all came to rescue you. Having calmed down a bit, Evangeline undid my restraints. As we walked outside together, I asked, "But how did you get here so quickly? It's not even half a day since we sent the distress signal." "We were on our way to meet you as soon as we heard that our senior was coming. We were camping, and then Elise came with the request for rescue. So that's what happened. But how did you find this area? The kidnapping place was quite far away, making the search difficult." "That is," Evangeline let out a deep sigh. "You'll find out soon." Anyway, Evangeline and I hurried out of the building to rescue the rest of my kidnapped companions. Junior, who had arrived before us, was releasing the captured soldiers. Junior looked back at me with a bright complexion. "It's been a long time, Your Highness." Yes, it's been a while, but—" I pointed at the things dangling all around Junior's body. "What are those?" Junior was equipped with packed lunches full of food and cups full of drinks, even chewing on spinach at that very moment. I was suffering from a loss of blood, so I came up with a solution. Then she picked up a bottle of tomato juice that was hanging from her waist and took a sip. "If I throw up a lot of blood, I just have to make more, right?" So I decided to eat food that's good for anemia 24 hours a day. This way, it'll make more blood than I lose, maintaining the balance. I am so smart. Well, it's not entirely wrong, but is it right or not? Is it? Just then, Evangeline, who had been watching Junior, shook her head slightly. "Juju's craziness is on the cute side." That's considered cute. The other two are really in bad shape. At that moment, we were spotted by a bandit guard who was about to blow a horn. However, before we could even react, whiz-thwack, an arrow flew in and shattered the horn into pieces. Kerhak! The horn was destroyed, sending shockwaves in all directions, and the startled guard fainted. Only one person could make such a precise shot. I looked in the direction the arrow had come from, pleased. "Damien, my trigger." Hey, and there was something covered in a dark aura. Damien, who was laughing unnervingly and making an unpleasant sound. What's with him? With a crossbow in one hand and a magic gun, Black Queen, in the other, Damien posed bizarrely and muttered, "These eyes see the darkness well. Why has he suddenly come down with a case of 8th grade syndrome? What on earth is happening here? Chapter 191. It's been a while, Your Imperial Highness." Damien posed with one hand over his eye, murmuring ominously, "But please do not come near me. Right now, a nightmare is slumbering in this right hand, a very vicious and dark nightmare that might consume the world." Then, suddenly, he grabbed his right arm, which held the magical gun, and groaned. Calm down, Orlop. I understand your urge to rampage, but we are in front of His Imperial Highness now. Seriously, he's become such a cliched junior high character. I pointed at Damien with the tip of my finger and asked Evangeline, "When did he start acting like that?" "He's been like that since the last defensive battle." Evangeline shook her head back and forth. "It seems the magical gun is the cause. I tried to take it away somehow, but he wouldn't let go of it even if it killed him." The Black Queen seemed to be causing the problem. A dark aura emanating from the magical core of the gun enveloped Damien. A recollection of something the magical blacksmith Celebi once said brushed through my mind. "The more you kill with the Nightmare Slayer, the more the nightmare slumbering in the weapon awakens." I quickly opened the party menu in the system window to examine Damien's equipment status. Black Queen engulfed in Nightmare, SSR LV-55. Type: Magical Gun. Attack Power: 225-250. Durability: 7/7. Ammo Capacity: 7/7. Shoots cursed bullets that may instantly kill the enemy. The probability increases with weapon proficiency. Kill count achieved. Nightmare Legion Commander Black Spider Queen Orlop trait unlocked. Orlop's Rage. As the magazine empties, the bullets grow stronger. The seventh and last bullet does double the damage of the first, always inflicting a critical hit. Orlop's Hunger. The user is eroded by nightmares, revealing their inner darkness. If the user wins the struggle against the nightmare, the darkness disappears. If they lose, they are completely consumed by the darkness. Indeed, the kill count had been filled, unlocking the Nightmare Legion commander trait. An odd prefix was also added to the equipment's name. After reading the description, I looked at Damien with apprehension. So that's Damien's Inner Darkness. Damien's Inner Darkness is 8th grade syndrome. It's kind of cute for darkness, isn't it? Anyway, the additional damage option was terrific, but the other aspect was a problem. A struggle against nightmares. Who knows what could happen if Damien loses this struggle with the nightmare? I can't lose Damien over a single piece of equipment. I thought that unequipping the Black Queen might alleviate the situation, and I approached Damien to take it away. Snap! At that moment, Damien reached out with his left hand and opened it to me. Please trust me, Your Imperial Highness. Holding the magical gun with his right hand lowered, Damien growled in a strained voice. I need the power of this magical gun. Please trust me, I will surely subdue this darkness and make it my strength. From amidst his tousled brown curly hair, Damien's round brown eyes, the farsight that had saved this monster frontline from game over time and time again, were sparkling brightly as usual. Although he had suddenly started showing severe symptoms of an acute delusion disorder consumed by nightmares, he was undeniably my trigger, my Damien. So I chose to believe. I believed that Damien alone could win the battle for control against the nightmare. Ill trust in you, Damien. Just leave it to me. Heh heh. I wish he'd fix that laugh. I should watch for now and snatch the magic gun away if his condition gets worse. Anyway, that's how it went. Damien, who was cackling while holding the magic gun, joined us, along with Junior, who was diligently eating health food without a break. They're both definitely not in good shape, I said, clicking my tongue. Evangeline whispered to me, her face pale. Compared to the last person, these two are like gentlemen. Ah, that state is gentlemanlike. Lucas, he's really. I can't describe it with words. Should I just say he's completely gone? Evangeline, sighing and holding her forehead, pointed to one side of the camp. Ah, there he is. See for yourself. I looked in that direction. Thwack, thud. Gah, ah. From the shadows of the night, a large figure swung his fists like a beast, and two rushing bandits crumbled, their weapons shattered. Grrr. A beast-like growl faintly cut through the midnight darkness. Blue eyes flickered like flames between disheveled blonde hair, and slowly the figure stepped out from the shadows. A wolf. No, that wasn't it. It was Lucas, crouched down like a wild animal, huffing breaths visible between bared fangs, wobbling unsteadily. Lucas emerged into the moonlight. Beast transformation. My knight, who had strayed from the path of humanity in his thirst for strength, was there. We made it to the site where our senior was kidnapped, but it was night in the mountains, making tracking difficult. Evangeline sighed heavily, watching Lucas growl and bare his teeth. I figured as much. Tracking is a specialty of classes like thieves or hunters, not our party members. Damien's sharp eyes might have made it possible, but with his current condition, Lucas himself decided to enter that wolf state, saying that waiting until daylight to track would be too late. He initiated the beast transformation. He used beast transformation to become more like a beast and track me. And as a result, the transformation progressed too far, turning him into something fierce like a wolf. Lucas. I stepped forward to calm him down. It's me, Ash. You recognize me, right? It's okay, right? Beast transformation progresses in 3 major stages. First stage. The power of the beast begins to inhabit the human body. This is a relatively sane stage where human beings use the power of the beast as a tool. Second stage. The beast starts to swallow up rational thought. Language ability is lost, and the person begins to act half like a beast. Yet there's still some semblance of human self-awareness, even though the boundaries have become blurred. Third stage. Transforming completely into a beastly state. Losing all human reason, normal thinking, and becoming a monster that merely thirsts for violence. Phase 1 seems to have passed, and if it reaches Phase 3, there's no turning back. But if it's just at Phase 2, it can still be reversed. I swallowed my dry spit and approached Lucas. Please, Lucas, recognize me. Your lord has returned, Lucas, with all limbs intact. Growl. But Lucas still emitted a wolf-like groan and approached me threateningly. Evangeline tensed and raised her shield, while Juju and Damien also gripped their respective weapons. In an instant, the distance between Lucas and me closed. Lucas stared at me with his blue eyes, advancing menacingly, but I didn't back away and stood still. He stopped right in front of me. A silence ensued. Lucas and I simply looked at each other. The other party members tensed their bodies, ready to intervene at any moment. Then, thump! Lucas knelt on one knee before me. His once fiercely burning blue eyes suddenly softened. Lucas grinned like a big dog, slowly bowing his head. Even as his rationality was transforming into that of a beast, he still recognized me. Thank goodness! I let out a sigh of relief. He may be a beast, but he's our house's dog still. Unconsciously, I tousled Lucas' blonde hair as one would handle a large dog. Lucas stayed obedient. Good boy. Evangeline, who had been watching from the side, muttered in disbelief. He's literally turned into a faithful hound. Keep quiet. That's not something to say to a sick person. Anyway, it seems he still recognizes me, but if left like this, he might really become a dog, and I'll have to scratch his belly and play catch with him, so better turn him back into a human now. I pointed to Lucas' waist. Try to grab the karma eater. With a big nod, Lucas obediently drew his long sword and handed it to me. No, don't give it to me. I put it back into Lucas' hand. Activate the sword's energy. Then, from the tip of the sword Lucas was holding, a surge of sword energy erupted. Karma Eater is a weapon that generates sword energy by consuming temperament values. It can also use the beastification value as fuel. After about 10 minutes of burning the sword energy, Lucas suddenly gasped and regained his senses. Gasp, my lord. You're safe. You're the one who's not safe, you big Canaan brat. I am truly relieved, my lord. You don't know how worried I was. Listen to me. It's fortunate that I had the Karma Eater looted. Otherwise, you might have lived your whole life as a dog. I gave Lucas a light smack on the head. I told you not to use beastification recklessly, you brat. My apologies. Upon hearing the news that you were kidnapped, my lord, I lost my reason. Lucas hung his head with realization, yet still bared his teeth in a grin. I am truly relieved that you're safe, my lord. I heaved a heavy sigh. How could I scold him further, this foolish knight who had even burned his humanity for my sake? Don't do that again, seriously. I will be careful, my lord. Anyway, Lucas had regained his sanity, but he was still not entirely free from his beastly state. Still crouching with a twisted posture, his bright blue eyes looked fierce, like a wolf's, when they weren't focused on me. I clicked my tongue, looking at the disheveled appearance of the main party that had finally reunited. To think everyone would lose their minds just because I was gone for a little over a month. I patted Evangeline's shoulder, who seemed to be the only one in a normal state. Evangeline, you managed to hold it together. He. Who am I? The heir to the Margrave, the last line of defense protecting Crossroad. I'm Evangeline Cross. Of course, I held on tightly and endured. You're the only one, seriously. Hey, you all should learn from Evangeline. You're all her older brothers and sisters. But the looks on the faces of the other party members were strange at my words. They all seemed somewhat aggrieved. Junior, who had just emptied a bottle of tomato juice, spoke up. Actually, Miss Evangeline was the one who lost her mind the most. Ahem, ahaha, well, let's leave that story behind. Let's finish cleaning up this place. Evangeline hurriedly mumbled and looked around. This is enemy territory. The enemy territory. We never know when more enemies might pop out. And then, as if on cue, tadadadat. Bandits ran across the roofs of the nearby buildings and leaped down towards us. At their forefront was a giant with flaming red hair flaring like fire, the bandit King Quillan. Heh! With an unbelievably nimble motion for his large stature, Quillan soared through the air, executing a smooth flying kick. Reckless, Lucas, charging forward, struck with Karma Eater. Chang, the sound of metal rang out as the sword and foot met. Quillan was wearing metal gauntlets and boots on both arms and legs. The bandit king swung his metal fists and feet, adorned with rings and spikes, all around in a dazzling display. Chang, chang, chang. In an instant, Lucas and Quillan exchanged over 10 blows before they each backed off. To think a pursuit team would catch up overnight. Should I praise the Imperial Prince? Or should I say that I was sloppy? Quillan straightened his stance with a sneering smile as his subordinates readied their weapons. I crossed my arms and grinned. These guys are my direct elite party. You could say they're my hand-picked dream team. Of course, they'd rush to me if I were in danger, right? Dream team. A magician struggling with spinach, a sniper holding his right arm yelling stay still, a knight on all fours like a beast. Kuelan looked over them in turn and tilted his head. For a dream team, they seem a bit broken. Watch your mouth, you brat. Broken, that's harsh. My guys might be in bad shape, but Kuelan pointed to the 4 bandits behind him. These are my handpicked guys too. Even when pursued by the Imperial Army's Medium Knight Division last year, these guys fought equally. So, it was 5 against 5. A party PvP situation. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go here, Your Highness. I need your bounty. Y'all have to be kidnapped again, quietly. Kuelan's gauntlets clashed together with a resounding bang at his chest. Lucas growled at him, asking, "Shall I kill him, my lord?" "What? No, what are you talking about?" I grinned and looked over Kuelan and his party. "We should kidnap them." That bandit king was an SR-grade character, wasn't he? His followers were likely all at least R-grade, right? I absolutely must take them to Crossroad. Id said it before. If they were capable of killing the monsters, whether they were ghosts, demons, or zombies, I was more than willing to take them. A bandit was trivial in comparison. Hey, you're mine too. Y'all have to be captured quietly. Chapter 192, 5 versus 5. Party PvP. As with any team game, the difference in team composition played a significant role in this setup. The bandits on the other side were composed of 1 brawler, 2 warriors, and 2 bow rogues. Our team consisted of 1 commander, 2 knights, 1 sniper, and 1 mage. The most significant difference between the 2 sides, wash. Of course, it was the presence of a mage. The massive wave summoned by Junior swept the bandits away. In truth, that move had already sealed the game. Caught in the current, the bandits stumbled and fell without even getting a chance to fight back. I'm feeling faint." Junior grabbed his forehead and wobbled after casting the spell. What was the point of eating health food then? Tap, 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 tap. Then the cheerful sound of footsteps was heard, and there was Kuelan, narrowly escaping the wave's range. Kuelan looked at his subordinates floating in the wave and exploded with frustration. Damn, having a mage is cheating. What's cheating about it? Do you know how much I spent to hire Junior? Isn't selecting and utilizing strategic weaponry a skill? Regardless, Kuelan, living up to his title as a bandit king, broke through the magic and charged forward. I reached out. "We have to capture that one alive. Take him down gently." As soon as my words fell, Damien took aim with his magic gun. Damien, didn't I say to capture him alive? Too slow. With those brief but arrogant words from Damien, the magical bullet was fired. Thump! The shot was aimed at Kuelan's leg. It wasn't a bad idea to injure the leg to subdue him, but screech. The problem was that the opponent was a brawler class. Kuelan swirled magic around his hands and drew a large, round circle. The magical bullet was sucked into Kuelan's magic-infused hands, and it took a strange trajectory, spinning inside his hand before bouncing back. Kuelan's passive skill, Leaf Drift. Brawlers commonly have parrying skills that nullify an opponent's attack, but Kuelan's passive skill went 1 step further. It countered the enemy's attack. What? Seeing the magical bullet return on the exact path it was fired, Damien was startled. This skill not only nullified all kinds of attacks regardless of their power, but also returned them to the enemy. It was practically an overpowered skill. It's true that without such an overpowered skill, how would a brawling class stand on the battlefield? Although the skill had a relatively long cooldown, making consecutive usage impossible. How could it reflect Black Queen's magical bullet? Damien hastily fired another shot from Black Queen to intercept the returning magical bullet. Thump! The returning magical bullet collided with the newly fired one and exploded in midair. Damn! Calm down, Olorb. Stop misbehaving. Whether it was the after-effect of firing 2 consecutive shots, Black Queen spewed a sinister aura and trembled. Damien struggled to calm his magical gun. In the meantime, Evangeline charged forward, her green eyes narrowed, and a sly smile on her face. "It's okay if you get hurt a little, right, Mr. Bandit? I return those words back to you, Lady Knight." Kuelan let out a low chuckle, spreading his legs and lowering his stance, his hand snapping forward. "You think you won't get hurt?" More than anything today, beneath the X-shaped scar on his forehead, Kuelan's tiger-like eyes flashed. "I am incredibly lucky." Kuelan's fist stretched out like a flash of lightning towards the charging Evangeline, who naturally raised her shield to block the attack. That's when it happened. Red energy wound around Kuelan's fists. I swallowed hard. I already knew all about Kuelan's skill set, but I had decided not to advise my party members. With our current party's level, I thought we could win even without knowing our enemy. Facing an unknown enemy could be a learning experience. But that skill was something I felt I needed to warn them about. I yelled to Evangeline. Don't defend against that attack, Evangeline. You have to evade. Ha, what? What's that? But Kulan's gauntlet-clad fist had already touched Evangeline's shield. Thump. A loud sound echoed, and Evangeline's arm armor shattered without any damage to the shield itself. Evangeline's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It was Kulan's first skill, Leaf Crush. The moment the fist makes contact, the skill infiltrates the magic power inside the opponent's armor, bypassing it to deal direct damage. Perhaps it's akin to what's referred to in martial arts novels as the principle of inner fist, using penetration force. In a world filled with plate armor and defensive magic, it's undoubtedly a handy technique for a mad brawler job that relies on his two fists on the battlefield. Stunned, Evangeline was defenseless as Kulan leaped at her side. With a grace and smoothness inconceivable for his massive size exceeding 2 meters, he lunged. Swish! Kulan's fists thrust forward simultaneously after he effortlessly closed the distance, the red energy from the already applied leaf crush, flickering like flames. Panicking, Evangeline blocked with her shield again. Boom! Leaf crush passed through the shield to strike Evangeline's body. Shockwaves spread in all directions, and Kulan's long hair flew back. Agog! Evangeline was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, letting out a strange scream. Her body reacted on instinct to block rather than evade. The fate of a shield knight. Who? Regaining his composure, Kulan turned his body, taking a martial arts stance. His muscles, clinging to him like chainmail, writhed. Next! Lucas was already charging at Kulan like a beast. With a violent rush, Lucas swung his greatsword recklessly. There was no trace of his usual neat swordplay, only the movements of a wild animal, eager to rip its prey apart. Apparently he was still under the effects of his beastly state. Tishkarak, but the power was undeniable. The greatsword, sparking with crimson sparks, slashed through Kulan's gauntlet. Kulan clicked his tongue and shook off the shattered gauntlet. This guy doesn't seem like a knight, but more like a beast, huh? Shut your mouth, bandit. Flames erupted from the longsword in Lucas' hand. It was the aura of Karma Eater. How dare you kidnap my lord? 100 times should you bear the punishment. No, we were supposed to capture him. Don't kill him. If he's that precious to you, you should have protected him properly. Kulan, who deftly dodged Lucas' sword strike, kicked flashily. It's not my fault you drop things in the street, and a villain like me steals them. A red energy swirled from the tips of his metallic boots. Lucas twisted his body and leaned his upper body back, narrowly avoiding the kick. Quickly creating distance, Kulan caught his breath, and his body began to shimmer with red energy. Kulan's second skill, Leaf Rise. A self-buff skill, it increases the speed of all actions and adds extra damage. Shall we play, Sir Knight? Kulan shouted cheerfully and charged at Lucas, who growled low like a beast and rushed to meet him. Lucas' beast-like sword strikes were powerful but lacked precision. Kulan, sped up by his self-buff, dodged all the sword strikes by a hair's breadth, continuously pounding Lucas' armor with his bare hands. Bang! Crack boom! The sound was like fireworks exploding. Kulan had lost his gauntlet weapon, so his attack power was greatly reduced. However, a fighter can still deal blows with bare hands. As the damage accumulated over the armor, Lucas' face gradually twisted. Everyone seems to be struggling more than expected. I guess I can't help it. Maybe it's time for me to step in. That's when it happened. Someone rushed towards the two men, exchanging sword and fist. It was Evangeline. Lucas, sir, Evangeline screamed. Catch him. Lucas threw his longsword aside, lowered his stance, and tackled Kulan, who was about to kick. Gah! Kulan, not expecting Lucas to discard his sword and engage in hand-to-hand combat, was caught. He stumbled and stammered. What? Wait a minute. Evangeline swung what she held towards the back of Kulan's head. Rara! It was a shield. Bang! Hit squarely on the back of his head with the shield, blood spurted from Kulan's nose. It's strange. My luck wasn't bad today. Kulan mumbled, and his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed with a thud. Ah! Evangeline looked down at Kulan, knocked down with a single blow, rather bewildered. What's this? This bandit guy is really weak. I nodded my head. Yes, she finally realized it. Though he looked like a muscular giant over 2 meters tall and easily deceived by his appearance, Kuelan was actually an agility all-in fighter, agile and with decent damage, but it wouldn't make sense if he also had high stamina. His stamina stat was at rock bottom. A decent blow would take him down. It's hard to land a hit on an agility-type character, though. They all fall for it at first because of how he looks. With muscles bulging and enormous, yet as fragile as glass, the fighter was an extreme character, even in Protect the Empire. The class of fighter itself was a high-risk job, hardly used in the game, but Kuelan was especially notorious for his bizarre balance. Though fighters are inherently a high-risk job class, and rarely used in the game, this guy Kuelan has an especially weird balance. Yet, with the right equipment and proper training direction, he could be useful. I shouted to the knights who were tightly tying up the bandit king and his elite troops, binding them like fish. Tie them gently. Don't hurt the kids. If they get hurt, we can't properly use them later. It sounded like something a wicked slave trader might say. Capturing a wild bandit monster, it's somewhat similar, right? The east began to brighten. The refugee camp was bathed in morning sunlight, and from there I could see a knight in a maid's uniform running towards us. Your Majesty, it was Elise. She seemed to be alone, but behind her the rest of the bandits were being dragged along, tied up. She had apparently subdued the rest by herself. Impressive. The knights and soldiers who had been captured with me were all released, helping to arrest the bandits and refugees of the camp. By the time the morning sun was fully up, the suppression of the camp was complete. Both the bandits and the refugees were all strung up like dried fish, sitting with blank expressions on their faces. Just yesterday, when I was brought here, I was the one bound, and they were the ones dragging me. But overnight, the situation had reversed completely. Now, shall we head back? I said with a grin, mounting a horse along with my party members. To Crossroad, the fortress city of dreams and hope. With the bandits trailing behind, their faces filled with frustration and despair, we began our journey back to Crossroad. Chapter 193 that evening, as the released glow of sunset blanketed the world. And at last, after the lengthy journey, the shape of Fortress City began to enter my sight. Its Crossroad. Never did I think the day would come when this terrible monster front line would be a welcome sight. Though it'd been away just over a month, it felt like it'd been gone much longer. Perhaps it was because I had experienced so much. So many tasks must have piled up. I have to go dungeon exploring, check the equipment I ordered, re-examine the city management plan, establish an advanced base, recruit and train additional characters. So damn many things to do, but I guess I can rest at least today. The journey from the imperial capital to here took a full 3 weeks. There's a reason the word poison is in the term fatigue, right? I must make sure to recover from it. As I approached the city's north gate, the hero characters and soldiers came out, stood in line, and greeted me. Welcome back, Your Highness. We are truly pleased that you've returned safely. Riene, an imperial officer standing in front with her 50 soldiers, bowed to me. As both acting Commander Lucas and Margrave's successor Evangeline came out to greet me, it seemed Riene, being the highest-ranking person, acted as the representative. Captain Riene, everything has been well in my absence. Of course, Your Highness. As long as there are enemies to fight, we will always do our job. You mean monsters when you speak of enemies to fight. Are there any other enemies on this front? Riene responded with a sly smile. What a sly old snake. I know from Lucas that you tried to kill Margarita at the temple, but she seemed to have behaved herself since then. I could see Margarita standing perfectly fine over there. Lily was also there. I waved at them. Have you all been well? Margarita and Lily bowed shyly, smiling at me. They seemed to have been getting along well. After greeting the other heroes and soldiers, I entered the city through Crossroads North Gate. Anything unusual to report, Captain Riene? Nothing much. We fought a defensive battle 10 days ago, but we managed to repel them without any significant damage. I had already checked the stage result window for the defensive battle, and I also heard a report from Lucas on the way. It's a relief they handled it well without me. Riene paused for a moment before continuing. I also sent a rider to the imperial capital ahead of Your Highness. The messenger had been much faster than us, who came by carriage. I gestured with my chin. What did they say? Not much has changed. They told us to support 3 more defensive battles and then return. Were there any other instructions for you? Well, There was something like "Don't cause any trouble." Riene smiled knowingly. Sure enough, Fernandez had changed his instructions after the incident at the imperial capital. So that's why Riene hadn't attacked Margarita and had behaved herself. I'm counting on you for the remaining 3 defensive battles, Captain Riene. I will do my utmost, Your Highness. Though I couldn't fully trust them, the magician and her subordinate soldiers were top-notch. I needed to grow my troops to defend this place while they helped with the defense. As I stepped into the city, citizens who had been engaged in their daily work flooded the streets to greet me. Lord, you've returned, Lord. We thought you'd never come back. Why wouldn't I? This is my home. With a chuckle, I waved back at the citizens. It didn't feel too bad being treated like a lord. Enjoying the citizens' hospitality, we first headed towards the prison located on the outskirts of Crossroad. Normally, it served as a resting place for mere drunks and petty thieves, but today was the time to use it as a proper jail. All right, let's go in. We stuffed the captured bandits into the prison cells. The bandits were pale as ghosts. They probably thought they were going to be executed. Ha ha, such naive fools. Watch them closely. Double the guard forces. Yes, your lordship. Leaving the prison, I dismissed the soldiers in the city's central square. You guys need a break. How long are you going to follow me around? The rest went back to their lodgings, and I headed to the Lord's mansion with Lucas, Evangeline, and the escort forces that had followed me down from the imperial capital. In a pleasant place, even if called my only resting place is my little home, humming happily, I led the way. Soon, the mansion made of red bricks and marble appeared before our eyes. My sweet home, the Lord's mansion at Crossroad. The imperial capital's guest house was fine, but indeed my home in this world is here. As we arrived at the mansion, Ada, who had been waiting at the entrance, rushed out. Lord, you've returned. Ada, I knew you'd come back safely. Now I've prepared hot bath water and a meal, so please come inside. I had much to talk about with Ada, but first I had to take care of the escorts who had come with me. Assign rooms for our guests as well. Let them bathe and well dine together. As you command, Lord. Following Ada's guidance, everyone went to their rooms. Stretching, I went upstairs to my room in the mansion. It was time to relax in my own space. Suddenly, someone grabbed my shoulder. Ha! Confused, I turned to see Evangeline, looking pale with Lucas standing behind her, rubbing his forehead as though in pain. I blinked in surprise. What's going on? Please, don't be angry. Promise me, you won't get angry. Evangeline forcibly took my little finger and entwined it with hers. Okay, promise, maid, you can't get angry now. Not knowing what was going on, I was taken aback. What? Why would I be angry? Don't ask. Just promise. Promise not to get angry at me. I was wondering why she was acting like this, but Evangeline's intentions soon became clear. Lord's mansion, 2nd floor, the Lord's bedroom. Upon opening the door and stepping in, my jaw dropped. What the? Time had settled into the dignified, old-fashioned beige wallpaper, now neatly painted over with pink. The graceful dark brown furniture had all been replaced with brand-new white wooden ones, and the adorable-sized bed was covered with frills and lace everywhere. Above the soft quilt was even a giant teddy bear. And flowers. Every corner of the room was covered with colorful flowers. The smell of flowers was so strong that it made my head throb. I rubbed my eyes fiercely. Was I seeing things because I was tired? Had my sweet home become sweet in a different sense? What a tremendous! Why does my room look like a flower garden? Shivering, I quickly turned around. Ada, Lucas, and Evangeline were there. What is this? Why is my room like this? What is this pink and bling-bling interior? Why would you do this? Who did this? I meant, who had such wickedly bright taste to remodel someone else's room into a flower garden style. At that, Ada and Lucas' eyes all concentrated in one place. I looked in that direction too. The culprit was obvious. Whistling. Whistle there. I saw Evangeline, clumsily whistling, her lips rounded, not even whistling properly. Her big green eyes were desperately avoiding our gaze. Evangeline, startled, with shoulders jerked, Evangeline poured out cold sweat as she continued to try to whistle. Her protruding lips were trembling. May I demand an explanation? No, ahem, so. Rolling her round eyes from side to side, Evangeline whined. The Lord had left without any promise to return. I thought that maybe he might never come back at all. So, the Lord won't return, and Lucas, sir, was losing his mind. I thought that as the heir to the Margrave, I might have to rule this city in the future. So, Eventually, the Lord's mansion will be mine, and the Lord's bedroom will be mine too. It's the house I was born in, after all. Evangeline pointed to the room with a sheepish smile, so I did some remodeling in advance, to my taste. But just as the remodeling finished, the Lord came back. So, although I worked hard on the interior, I've stepped aside so that the Lord can use it again. Humming in agreement, Evangeline pointed at the room with a smack. Honestly, isn't it pretty? Admit it. If you stay here, the Lord's dry sensitivity will also grasp and blossom. Oh, don't look at me like that. Just try living here for a week. Your dry sensibility will become moist. That's when Lucas, who had been shaking his head behind me, whispered, I told you, my lord. While you were gone, Evangeline was the one who lost her mind the most among us. I collapsed weakly onto the bed. Transparent, soft-colored frills and lace fluttered and covered my head. I mumbled dispiritedly, ill really. Never leave my place again, guys. One became a spinach tomato creature, one turned into a delusional teenager, one became a dog, and one became a florist interior designer, randomly remodeling others' rooms. How had they all gone insane like this? It was all my fault. I vowed never to leave them behind again. Phew, I'm glad it's only my room that's like this. If the whole house were like this, I don't know how I'd deal with it. I sighed deeply and muttered, and then the three people in front of me glanced at each other, carefully gauging the situation. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I asked quietly, did you mess up other places too? Ada stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly. We didn't do all of them, just the entire guest room, dining room, reception area, and about 2 places on the mansion's exterior. You've wrecked more than half of them. As I leaped from the bed, spitting fire, Evangeline hastily held up her little finger. You promise not to get angry, right? Promise. And besides, it will be my house again in 3 years. What if I just paint it to my liking in advance? Consider the tenant too, you landlord brat. No, I was the one who bought the rights to this house from you in the first place. It's not like I might give it back in 3 years. It's my house now. What are you doing to someone else's house? Anyway, I had dinner in a cheerfully decorated dining room, remodeled in a flower garden style, along with the guests staying in the guest rooms also remodeled in the flower garden style. Before the night grew too deep, I left the mansion, accompanied by Lucas and Ada. Peeking out from behind us, Evangeline in her pajamas asked, Where are you going, senior? You're not running away because you're angry, are you? No. You're not going to sleep at an inn because you don't like the room, are you? I said no. As I adjusted my shoes, Evangeline, who had been mumbling behind me, bowed her head deeply. I am really sorry, senior. I didn't know you'd hate it this much. I'll take responsibility for the interior and restore it, so please don't be mad. Evangeline. Exhaling a faint sigh, I turned around with a bitter smile and looked at Evangeline. You can change the room however you like. Evangeline's eyes widened. I shrugged. I am relieved that there were no major accidents in Crossroad while I was gone. That's the most important thing. No one died, no one was seriously injured, and the city remained intact. How fortunate that was. As long as you and your colleagues are unharmed, and this city is safe, you can change the interior of the room however you like. Compared to a burnt-down mansion, a mansion filled with flowers, lace, and frills is much more beautiful. I grinned broadly. So don't worry too much. I won't hate you or anything for something like this. Senior. Evangeline's eyes welled up with tears, her face filled with emotion. Yeah, but he'll have all that flower garden-style interior torn down by tomorrow. I was certainly glad that the city and my comrades were safe, and the interior design was just that, interior design. However, I was looking forward to seeing your face scream in horror at the interior, which would be demolished tomorrow. Unaware of my inner thoughts, Evangeline, smiling broadly, asked me, So, where are you going now? To the prison. In the hands of Lucas and Ada, there was plenty of food. I grinned. I'm going to show our prisoner friends the taste of Crossroads food. It was time to begin negotiations with the Bandit King for his recruitment. Chapter 194 The Prison at Crossroad. Crack! Kulan poured magic power into his fist and tore off the metal cuffs that bound his wrists. Heh heh, stupid imperial bastards. Following that, Kulan, who tore off the cuffs that bound his legs, loosened his now freed body with a snap. I am Kulan, who catches bears with my bare hands. Did they think they could bind me with this? Kulan looked around the prison. Inside each iron-barred cell, he could see his comrades and refugees lying down to rest, almost as if they had collapsed. How long will it take to escape and take them all with me? This place where he was brought to was the fortress city Crossroad, a front line constantly battling with monsters. The level of the soldiers here was quite high. I am in for some trouble. Darn it. Messing with the prince was a mistake. He had made a decision that threw everything away just to earn a few measly coins. But a mistake was a mistake, and now he had to think about escaping. If they stayed put, they would all be killed. As Kuelan loosened his fist, lost in thought, cough, cough, Kuelan. A dry cough, along with someone calling his name, reached him. Kuelan looked towards the voice. It was a young man with the same red scarf wrapped around his neck as Kuelan's. His lean body, face showing the traces of sickness, and a particularly frail-looking leg. Kuelan grinned at him. Kureha, he was Kuelan's older brother, Kureha. Cough, cough. After a rough cough, Kureha gave him a faint smile. Kuelan, you've freed yourself from the cuffs. I'll free you too, brother, and the followers. Let's escape together. Don't do that, Kuelan. Kureha slowly shook his head. You should escape alone. What? Even for you, escaping with everyone here is impossible. Kureha gestured towards the outside. Go alone. All this time you have taken care of me, the sick one, and these wretches. Now live for yourself, Kuelan. Leave behind banditry too, and— Clang. Instead of answering, Kuelan swung open the iron bars of the cell where Kureha was imprisoned, leaving a surprised Kureha yelling. Kuelan, don't talk nonsense, brother. Fully opening the iron bars with a grin, Kuelan squatted down in front of his brother. You've raised me and protected me all my life, and now I should just give up and run away like this. We can escape together. Most of all, who am I? I am Kuelan of Kangwon, Kuelan the Miraculous. Kuelan pointed at himself, laughing confidently. They say I always make miracles happen in any situation. It'll be the same this time. Just trust me and rest a little longer, brother. Kureha just looked up at his brother with tearful eyes. That's when it happened. Clap, clap, clap. Very touching story indeed. A mocking voice accompanied by applause came from the prison entrance. A startled Kuelan and Kureha looked in that direction. I never knew that the notorious bandit king had such brotherly love. Prince Ash and his knight Lucas were entering the prison, but dreaming of escape would be a mistake, my bandit friends. If you cause a commotion within my city, then truly, you will suffer a most unsightly fate. Prince Ash wickedly smiled, drawing his finger across his throat. Damn! Kuelan clicked his tongue, fists raised. Since they were all doomed to be executed anyway, he intended to rush at the prince himself and create an unexpected turn of events. Swish. However, Lucas, who had swiftly approached, was much quicker, pointing his longsword at Kuelan's neck. Moreover, Lucas subtly shifted the direction of his murderous intent toward Kuelan's back toward Kureha. His intention was clear. If you make a false move, I'll kill your brother. Ugh! Kuelan had no choice but to stop, gritting his teeth. Ash looked around the prison with a cruel smile. You all must be curious why I've come in the middle of the night, right? Fear filled the eyes of the bandits and refugees. The cruel smile on Ash's face deepened. What, you think there's a special reason? It's because your punishment has been decided. Punishment. The word carried more weight coming from the prince's lips. The prisoners' faces turned pale. You bandits have attacked the citizens of the Empire, causing substantial financial damage, and you refugees have turned a blind eye to it. Furthermore, you dared to kidnap me, a member of the imperial family. Ash's wicked eyes widened. You must pay for your crimes, right? Raw. As Ash spoke, Ada and the soldiers filed in one by one. Could it be, are they going to execute us right now? Just as Kuelan was grinding his teeth in certainty, the soldiers began going from cell to cell, distributing food. The bandits and refugees accepted the unexpected meal with puzzled expressions. They were starved after a whole day without food, but they couldn't understand why they were being fed now. Was it their last meal before execution? Eat and listen. The punishment I am imposing on you is forced conscription. Ash continued to speak, his wicked smile unchanged. Bandits, you will be conscripted into the monster frontlines as a penal squad. Penal squad. A unit where prisoners serve to atone for their sins. Ash laughed wickedly. The term of service is 3 years. The first 6 months is a probationary period. During this probationary period, your salary will be only 70% of that of regular soldiers. You have no right to refuse. Your wages will be paid weekly on time, accommodations will be provided. and there will be separate meal allowances, but nevertheless, you must fight the monsters on this front line. The bandits' expressions became bewildered. They couldn't understand what exactly was meant by punishment. And you, refugees, you will be sentenced to forced labor as well. Ash cast a malicious smile at the emaciated refugees. A large-scale project is starting, and since this city is in a remote area, there is a shortage of labor. You also have a 6-month probationary period. During the probationary period, your salary will be only 70% of that of regular laborers. The refugees looked at each other with puzzled faces. Was this prince now saying that he would employ them, foreigners and refugees, as laborers? And Cuilan! Ash snapped his fingers at Cuilan, who was equally stunned and frozen in place. Your sick brother will be forcibly admitted to this city's temple and treated. He'll be intensively cared for in a single room, under the watchful eyes of all the priests. Heh. If you're worried about your dear brother's life, you'll have to take responsibility for your subordinates and supervise them. And you'll have to listen to me, too. Cuilan and Cura's expressions turned strange. This is the punishment you will receive. Ash shook his head, as if he was frightened by his own wickedness. Conscription is dreadful, but setting a probation period of a whole half-year, and during that time, paying only 70% of the wages. How terrifying a punishment this is. Being forcibly drafted into the front lines, where fighting monsters was incredibly dangerous. Becoming a soldier meant fighting monsters directly, and even those who did not fight directly on the front lines could unexpectedly face danger. In a way, it was undoubtedly punishment. However, isn't this just saying you'll employ us? On the other hand, it was also a promise of decent employment. A bewildered Cuilan questioned Ash. You mean this sincerely? Considering that they had been facing execution, it was an offer that was frankly surprising and too good to be true. So it was all the more unbelievable and suspicious. We are bandits, and they are also refugees driven from your country. Plus, haven't we done harm to you? You'll take people like us under your command. Why? Well, there are several reasons, but I'll tell you just two. Ash grinned and counted on his fingers. First, Crossroad needs people. It needs as many soldiers and laborers as possible, even if it's just one more person. Crossroad had always suffered from chronic labor shortages. In this situation, an SR-grade character like Cuilan, his party, and the battle-hardened bandits were talents that Ash did not want to miss. If I can just secure them firmly, they'll be worth using. Unfortunately, Cuilan had a sick brother. By placing him in the temple for treatment, Cuilan would have no choice but to move according to Ash's orders. Second, your crimes are not that grave. Cuilan was a notorious bandit known for attacking only the citizens of the Empire. However, he was a bandit who kept to a set line. He robbed wealth but did not casually take lives, and if he received ransom, he cleanly released the hostages. He had long made his reputation known in the southern continent, but there was a reason the Imperial army did not take the trouble to capture him. He hadn't greatly aroused their hatred. Whether it's because of a belief or simply to avoid pursuit, they've set principles and moved accordingly. Such fellows can surely be reformed. And third, though he did not need to tell them and kept it to himself, Crossroad has embarked on an independent path from the Imperial family. What does an independent path mean? It means that in exchange for not receiving any support from the Imperial family, he could run the front line here without regard to the Imperial family's opinions. In other words, there was no need to adhere to the principles that the existing empire had maintained. Those who had been considered enemies by the empire, those who were despised and scorned, those who had been driven out of the territory, all can be accepted. It was not just refugees, but also the knight orders of nations destroyed by the empire, mercenaries, even different races. All kinds of wanderers were now to be embraced. Those who were accepted this time were just the beginning. Ash was thinking of gathering the exiles from various parts of the continent to this front line. And Cuilan, I know the origin of you and your brother. Ash glanced at the red hair of the Cuilan and Cureha brothers. Red hair was not uncommon in this world. Lily had red hair as well, but the purity of the red was different. Lily and other redheads had a color closer to brown with a red tinge. But these two brothers had pure red hair, like flames. It must be tiresome for our mixed-race friends in this world. Their lineage is revealed through their hair color. The four great mixed races of the continent were elves, dwarves, mermaids, and werebeasts. Cuilan had inherited the blood of the Beasts. Ash suddenly thought of the green-haired elf members of the Shadow Squad and Serenade, who had blue hair from inheriting mermaid blood. All had vivid colors that caught the eye. Anyway, having Cuilan on board will help when gathering the remnants of different races later on. That's why Ash wanted to recruit Cuilan all the more. You said you were lucky, Cuilan. Indeed you are, Ash said, smiling slyly and pointing to himself. Because you met me. Cuilan stared at him with fierce, deep eyes like a tiger. For the next 3 years, come under my command. I'll provide you with everything you need. You said you needed a lot of money. Rather than living on an irregular income by gambling and banditry, saving the regular wages I give you will accumulate much more, won't it? Ash gestured to Ada, who handed him a draft contract prepared in advance. Upon seeing the amount written, Cuilan's shoulders twitched. Ash laughed ominously. This is the base salary, and there will be incentives depending on how hard you work. Of course, you'll have to complete a 6-month probationary period diligently. So, what will it be? Suddenly, Ash recalled the time when he had recruited Jupiter. Whether then or now, whether on Earth or here, there was always only one way to secure a character in a draw. Spending until you get it. Finally, Cuilan's head nodded heavily. With a beaming smile, Ash also nodded in return. Indeed, the capitalist mentality always succeeded. Chapter 195. So, Cuilan and his bandit group were incorporated into my command. Given their origins as bandits, some friction with the existing soldiers was inevitable, but time would surely smooth things out. On the carriage ride back to the mansion, I examined Cuilan's status window. Let's see. Cuilan SR. Level. 40 title. Bandit King job. Advanced Brawler Strength 30 Agility 40 Intelligence 15 Stamina 5 Magic Power 20. The other stats were quite decent, but as expected, stamina was the issue. A level 40 with stamina at 5. I mean, the game's lowest stat is 5, but to think it's stuck there. This was my first time recruiting him as an ally, so I was initially taken aback by the detailed stats. Really subpar. Even lower than me. No wonder he collapses with a touch. It was even a lower figure than some mediocre wizards. If only I could solve this issue, he'd be perfectly fit for the first team. Skills, passive. Leaf Drift, Skill 1. Leaf Crush, Skill 2. Leaf Rise, Ultimate. Unlocks after the third job change. As for the skills, they were just as I saw when we faced each other. The passive was a parrying counterattack. The first skill was an armor-penetrating attack, and the second skill was a self-speed and damage buff. And the traits were equip traits 3/3, strong luck like a birch tree, glass body unremovable. Who? I let out a moan as I examined the traits. This is interesting. Strong luck. You are incredibly lucky. You never suffer a critical failure in probability checks. The Brawler class has a low base damage, but a high critical hit probability. Critical hits pop out one after the other without any adjustment. The problem is the critical multiplier. Other classes have a critical multiplier of 2 by default, meaning the damage is doubled when a critical hit occurs. But for Brawlers, it ranges from 0.9 to 4. This means that if you're lucky, the damage may jump up to 4 times. But if you're unlucky, it could be as low as 0.9 times, even less than the base damage. It's not for nothing that Brawlers are considered unstable. Being a melee damage dealer, they are perilous, and the damage fluctuates randomly. But with this trait, Strong Luck, it eliminates critical failures. It adds a minimum adjustment to the damage. Furthermore, as you progress through the game, many luck-based interactions appear. Elements that require you to take chances continually emerge. Cuilan could throw himself into these situations, relying on strong luck. That could be useful, like a birch tree. You gained insight during your training. Evasion rate increases by 10%. This one is a simple and good trait. For Cuilan, who would collapse with a single blow, this is an essential trait that must never be unequipped. And finally, Glass Body. A severe injury from childhood left you with lingering effects. Stamina stat is fixed at the minimum, 5. An unremovable negative trait, Glass Body. So this is why his stamina stat is in such a state. What could have happened in his childhood to result in this? It would be wonderful if only I could get rid of this. But alas, it's not to be. Additionally, all the bandits under Cuilan's command were of level 30 and rated R grade. They were ready to be deployed into battle immediately. Not bad at all. Now that the Shadow Squad had left Crossroad for another mission, this heroic party could be put to good use. Upon arriving at the mansion, I stepped down from the carriage, followed by Lucas, who grumbled, "Taking even bandits into your command now. Are you sure about this, my lord?" "Unhappy, Lucas. Of course I am unhappy. Because they kidnapped me. That's part of it, but—" Lucas let out a long sigh. The Shadow Squad was made of prisoners, but they were, after all, soldiers from the Aegis Special Forces of the Empire. That was acceptable. But these people attacked the citizens of the Empire. Their roots, they preyed on others. How can we trust them? I smiled faintly. Lucas, you know the most famous pirate group in the southern seas of the continent, don't you? The Rompala Pirate Group. Of course I know. That pirate group was originally the navy of the Rompala Kingdom in the southern part of the continent. When the country fell, they simply changed course and became pirates. Lucas looked startled. I continued speaking. You know about the Glory Knights, the symbol of honor and chivalry that have been with our ever-black empire since its founding. Yes, they are the core and pride of the Empire's first army. I want to join the Glory Knights when I was young. Did you know that those knights were originally a group of thieves? Really? The first emperor brought in a group of thieves who had a grudge against a neighboring kingdom when founding the empire. After earning merit in the war, that group of thieves continued to serve the empire and now is revered as the most noble order of knights. An army that loses its loyalty becomes a band of thieves, and a band of thieves can become a knightly order by aligning with a powerful leader and proving their valor. That's how the world works. What matters isn't what they've done in the past. It's how they will live when given the opportunity. I grinned at Lucas. Lucas, just a few months ago, I was a good-for-nothing scoundrel, but you didn't give up on me, you trusted me. Thanks to that, I am who I am now. Ah, everyone needs a chance, especially those backed into a corner. They deserve one last opportunity. I shrugged my shoulders. I gave them that chance, that's all. Whether they make proper use of it, we'll have to see. If they can't shake off their bandit ways, then I'll expel them from the front lines here, I promise on my name. I'll accept anyone I need for my strategy, but that doesn't mean I'll be taken advantage of. No matter how strong their combat abilities are, if they negatively affect the front lines, I'll get rid of them in an instant. That's a basic principle as a commander, so don't worry too much. Patting Lucas back, I strode into the mansion. Staring blankly, Lucas hurriedly followed me. The next day, I summoned the heroic characters to the mansion early in the morning. First, I entrusted the organization of the bandits' forces to Renee Windwell. Since Renee would return to the imperial capital after 3 more defensive battles, I planned to assign her all the tasks I could before then, intending to make efficient use of her. If it's Renee, the commander of the Empire's magic troops, she'll surely whip the bandits into shape. I cautioned her not to be too harsh. Just enough to instill some discipline, I said. I understand, Your Highness. Toys to play with are always welcome. Renee grinned wickedly, making a rather unsettling remark. Gentle, gentle. Make sure the kids don't run away. Next, I summoned Saintess Margarita and Lily. I instructed Saintess Margarita to pay close attention to a new patient who had recently arrived at the temple. It was about Cureha, Culan's relative. Since Culan's loyalty was still low, taking good care of Cureha was necessary. I asked Lily about the progress of the various production alliances in my absence. Things like the repair of artifacts, the status of equipment placed in the regular blacksmith's shop. I would be visiting them all anyway, so it was better to know in advance. Then I called the main party members. Looking around the 4 who quickly gathered in the reception room, I nodded. We're going on a free exploration to the Lake Kingdom dungeon this afternoon. In fact, this might be more important than any other task. It's been too long since we last went. We need to check the state of the dungeon. I seem to recall complaining about needing a detox just when I returned to Crossroad, but now that I was back, there were too many urgent matters that needed attention. I had to move quickly. The party members were concerned that I might be overexerting myself, but they followed without question when I said, "Stop talking and get ready." Once I am fired up, trying to stop me is pointless, and they were all slowly realizing that. As the party members were preparing their equipment, I gestured to Ada, who was standing in the corner. "Assistant, come here." "Yes, Lord. There are a few things you need to do, starting with training the refugees as laborers and—" I gave various instructions, and then I added one last thing. And this is the most important thing. Looking at the reception room interior, adorned with frills, lace, and various flowers in a flower garden style, I shivered. Restore this house's interior to its original state. By when? By the time I return from the dungeon today. Evangeline will be sad. That's exactly what I wanted. Now loading. Tip: don't neglect dungeon conquest. Dungeons are essential for heroes leveling up, item farming, and progressing the story. And then, after a very long time, flash, I entered the dungeon. Crossing the teleport gate, I found myself in the familiar safe zone, the base camp. Breathing in the dungeon's unique musty air, I looked around. Nothing much happened here while I was gone, right? Yes, while you were away, we only conquered areas we had already cleared, but the dungeon itself hasn't changed much. The base camp looked the same as always. I had hoped that maybe even some NPCs were added in my absence. Hey, you little! At that time, a dwarf came running from a corner of the base camp, his beard flying wildly. It was the magical blacksmith Celebi. You good-for-nothing brat. You left your equipment request with me and haven't shown your face for over a month. Where have you been? Long time no see, Celebi. I then realized I had placed an order for equipment made from the magical core of Vampire Lord Celendian and hadn't picked it up, having been in the Imperial capital. Facing the fuming Celebi, I somehow felt pleased. I was smiling and waving my hand when I suddenly stopped. Ha! Hey, what are you staring at like that? Wait a minute. On the continent, there were four major heterogeneous race selves: dwarfs, mermaids, and werebeasts, and each of them had characteristic hair colors. Elves, the fairy race, had green hair. Mermaids, the mermaid race, had blue hair. Werebeasts, the beastmen, had red hair, but dwarfs, the dwarf race, were. I looked down at Celebi's shiny, round head and muttered, "Bald! How dare you? What rude talk, you crazy brat!" Celebi angrily swung his hammer at me. Whoa, sorry. I didn't mean to tease you. Ash may have a full head of hair, but I'm also taking medication for hair loss in my other world. I understand how you feel, Celebi. As I barely dodged Celebi's swinging hammer, I suddenly noticed someone sitting in a corner of the base camp. A woman dressed in a tattered robe, with hair that had no color at all. No, it was as if all the colors had been drained away, leaving it bleached white. "Ha!" I exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the person. The woman looked at me and smiled faintly. "It's been a while, Ash." The dungeon merchant NPC who initially guided us into Lake Kingdom. She was nameless. Chapter 196. It's been quite a while since we've seen each other, Nameless. How have you been? After calming down the furious Celebi somehow, I approached Nameless, pretending to be friendly. This girl is an NPC dungeon merchant who sells all sorts of items inside the dungeon. Last time, she even gave away 2 SSR-grade pieces of equipment. I've secretly judged her to be an incredibly good fellow. If I get close to her, perhaps some other goodies might drop too. In response to my greeting, Nameless just shrugged. Every day in Lake Kingdom is always the same: killing monsters, lighting lanterns, and praying. Though her face was obscured by scattered white hair and a hood, I could tell that she was wearing a bitter smile. I am here today to repair my equipment. Equipment? My sword. Nameless gestured towards Celebi's blacksmith shop. Celebi is about the only one here who can fix my sword. Looking in that direction, Celebi was hammering an old sword with a grim expression. It was the worn-out longsword that Nameless always carried on her back. Clang, clang. With every strike of the hammer on the blade, a dazzling bright light seeped out. It seemed to be going through some magical process. "It's been a long time since we've met, so I'll give you some advice, Ash." Tearing her eyes away from the sword being repaired, Nameless slowly said to me, "Some of the Nightmare Legionnaires are targeting you." Nightmare Legionnaires? You know that Lake Kingdom has been occupied by monsters, right? Of course I do. Monsters are everywhere. They've filled this place to the brim, overflowing into Crossroad. Lake Kingdom has countless varieties of monsters, and within each monster legion, there's a leader called a legionnaire. Nameless briefly glanced at the path leading to the base camp on the other side. Beyond the path, everything was shrouded in pitch darkness, and nothing could be seen. The top 10 strongest legions among those monster legions. The legionnaires of the top 10 ranks are referred to as Nightmare Legionnaires. So she's talking about the 10 toughest bosses. I casually shrugged. So those guys are targeting me, huh? But isn't it natural for monsters to target humans? Yes, it's natural. But Ash, they're specifically trying to kill you. Nameless looked over at my party members, standing in the distance. You and your comrades have already taken down two of the Nightmare Legionnaires. It's only natural that they'd start to be wary of you. Even if you killed Orlop, by the time you defeated Celendian, you were bound to catch the monster's eyes. In other words, the monster bastards have put a mark on my head, like a wanted, dead or alive bounty notice or something. The deeper you go into Lake Kingdom, the more easily they will find your trail and send trackers after you. In the worst-case scenario, a legionnaire might personally appear to kill you. I snorted and crossed my arms. So what if we have to fight the ones we're supposed to kill outside? Isn't it fine to meet and fight them early? This place is their stronghold. Nameless quietly shook her head. The monsters outside the Lake Kingdom have their abilities constrained. However, here, they can unleash their full power without any restrictions. It's one thing to face a boss during the defense stage where stats are readjusted and it becomes manageable to defeat, but in the dungeons, there's none of that nonsense. I highly value your potential and that of your teammates, Ash. Above all, your persistence in not giving up until now is commendable, Nameless warned in a gentle but stern voice. But with the current level of your party, if you encounter a Nightmare Legion commander in the darkness here, it's going to be hard to guarantee your lives. Suddenly, I remembered the time when we faced Celendian in the path of the Overlord in this dungeon. Our party almost got wiped out by Celendian back then. Though the freak wanted to die himself, he spared us, but there would be no such luck next time. If we encounter the Legion commander in the dungeon again, we would have to fight for our lives. And Legion commanders without stage readjustments will exhibit truly nightmarish strength. The exploration ahead will become more treacherous. Well, of course. Starting from Dungeon Depth 6, it's nicknamed the Demon Realm. Each dungeon is freaking difficult. Having to keep tabs on the enemy Legion commander in this situation. The level of difficulty keeps increasing endlessly, like adding more stuff to a hamburger. Patty, lettuce, cheese, sauce. I feel like I'm going to burst. Nameless stared at me thoughtfully. I won't laugh at you if you decide to back down without going any further. After all, very few have made it this far. There's no chance of that happening. I grinned. As long as the path is visible, he'll never give up on conquering it. Though it's hard and horrible, a path definitely exists. So I keep walking, one step at a time. That's all there is to it. Nameless gave me a faint smile in return. I hope your words are true, and may fortune be with you and your companions. At that moment, Calliope squawked from the other side. Nameless, repairs are done, come get it. Nameless walked over, picked up the sword, nodded, and strapped the long sword to her back. Thank you, Calliope, as always. Nameless tried to pay, but Calliope waved his hand in refusal. Nameless bowed her head slightly in acknowledgement. And Ash, just as she was about to step into the darkness on the far side of the base camp, Nameless stopped and said, "Don't go any further today." I, who had planned to resume dungeon exploration from today, blinked in surprise. Huh, why, a little. Cleaning is in order. It's better if you don't come this way today. Goodbye. Nameless gave a faint smile and disappeared into the darkness, her footsteps soon inaudible. I stared in the direction she had gone, and then turned to Calliope and asked, what exactly is her deal? Ha! You're a friendly with her, and you don't even know. I don't know who she is, but she shows the way, hands out items, gives advice, and so on. It's a bit like a game veteran taking care of a newbie, so I've just been grateful and accepted it, but I am not exactly sure either. The name itself is nameless, and the whole appearance is such that I can't even recognize the face. Everything about the origin and background is wrapped in a veil. Celebi shrugged his shoulders. Always killing monsters, lighting fires at safe zones. That's what she has been doing long before I came here. Immediately after, Celebi exclaimed, "Ah!" and added, "But one time I overheard another survivor of Lake Kingdom calling that woman by a strange title. What did they call her? What was it? A deposed princess, I think." I widened my eyes. Deposed princess. Could it possibly mean a princess of this Lake Kingdom? Wait a second. I suddenly recalled the final stage of Protect the Empire. Round 742. Hell difficulty in Iron Mode. In the final dungeon King's Castle of Lake Kingdom, amid all the nurtured characters dying, the scene of Lucas alone, surviving, and landing the last attack on the final boss flashed before my eyes. But the name of that final boss was clearly the Sleepless Lake Princess. I suddenly stared down the path where Nameless had disappeared. The darkness was calm, and the back figure of Nameless was no longer visible. Surely not, right? I swallowed my dry saliva. That's when Keloby slapped my back with his palm. Ow, why hit me? This is for teasing my head, and this is... Slap. Keloby, who had lightly hit me again, handed over a long staff. I've been refining it continuously since you left it here and didn't come to pick it up. It was a luxuriously refined staff, with a ruby-like red gem embedded at the tip. It looked incredibly good at first glance. As I was only uttering wow, Keloby grumpily shoved the staff into my arms. Ah, don't hurt an old man's arms. Take it quickly. A magic staff made with Celendian's magic core. I checked the stats. A jackpot item. Lord of Crimson. SSR LV55. Category. Magic staff. Attack power. 149-151 durability. 10/10. Intelligence plus 15 magic power plus 15 absorbs essence upon killing an enemy. Stores up to 10. Can consume stored essence to recover HP or MP. 10% per essence. Can use a random blood spell by consuming all 10 essences at once. Unlock depending on the number of enemies killed with this weapon. Unlock depending on the number of enemies killed with this weapon. The base damage was decent, and the stat bonuses were generously applied. It was a great piece of equipment. Moreover, fitting for a weapon made with the magic core of a vampire lord, it had the option of absorbing essences from killed enemies and using them as resources. Depending on the situation, I can adapt flexibly. This could be overpowered if utilized well. I didn't know what kind of blood magic I could use, but Junior would probably make good use of it. The problem was, like Black Queen, this equipment was also a nightmare slayer, so it had the option that would unlock based on the kill count. I quietly observed Damien, who was shrouded in the darkness of the Black Queen slung over his back. Our eyes met, and after a moment of hesitation, Damien grinned at me. Heh heh. Look at what became of Damien's once naive smile, now transformed into a poseur's smirk filled with adolescent bravado. All because of that weapon. Can he truly overcome it and wield it as his own power? Junior should also stop using this weapon once its kill count increases too much. In any case, it could be extremely useful for now, so I had to give it to him. I called Junior over and handed her the staff. Junior's eyes widened as she took the staff. The young wizard's mouth dropped open. This is truly an incredible piece of equipment, Your Highness. I've never seen this much magic power in my life. Y'all know, but it's equipment made with Celendian's magic core. Junior's shoulders quivered, and her hands tightly gripped the staff. You're giving me something so precious. It's powerful but dangerous equipment. Handle it with care. Junior, who had lately been nonchalant as if chewing spinach with tomatoes, turned serious in front of this staff. She nodded his head firmly. You're the first to acknowledge my worth like this. Thank you so much. I'll do my best not to make you regret it, with a resolve to work myself to the bone. No, let's not go as far as working to the bone. His body was not in good shape already. What was this working to the bone nonsense? Don't do that. Just keep recovering HP with that staff and deal damage comfortably from behind. I also requested new equipment from Keloby. It was equipment made from 2 magic cores of the Vampire General obtained in Stage 5. Being of SSR grade, it would certainly be powerful. Having acquired the necessary equipment, and with the tasks at the base camp mostly sorted, I was ready. I looked towards the darkness, where Nameless had vanished the direction of the next dungeon depth, and then turned in the opposite direction. It was the way to a dungeon we had previously cleared. I planned to heed Nameless advice, but felt the need to scout the old dungeon instead of retreating. I had to know what kind of monsters would be attacking in the next defensive battle. Having prepared early, I called out to the main party members. So, everyone, shall we loosen up a bit after a long time? Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior all raised their torches and lanterns. Thus, we entered the previously conquered third area dungeon. As we stepped into the dungeon entrance, I exclaimed, "What kind of monsters will we have this season?" Then, squish, squish, something, squelching. Jelly-like creatures started rolling toward us from the dungeon entrance. I was taken by surprise and blurted out, "What the hell is this shit?" Chapter 197, at the same time. Lake Kingdom's underground dungeon. Beyond Sector 4, known as the Grand Park, lay Sector 5, the Fountain's Path. The most perilous place in the dungeon of Sector 5, it was a necessary route to the next depth of the dungeon, the inner castle in Sector 6. During the times when the Lake Kingdom flourished, this area had been a beautiful marble walkway, stretching between enormous ponds where dazzling fountains sprayed. Now, all that remained was the horrendous stone path, shattered into fragments, lying above the foul-smelling pond that had dried up into darkness. Nameless stood on the path, gripping her sword. She remembered that this place was once beautiful, but the scenery itself was forgotten. Too much time had passed, and just as the city had eroded, so had her memories. They had worn away, like her faded, lost name. She only acted in accordance with the duty etched into her body. Killing the monsters that had occupied this place, killing them again and again, making sure they could not escape to the outside world. And then thump, thump, thump. Before her, three shadows emitting an evil aura approached. A massive muscular werewolf with a silvery red mane. A succubus whose sensual figure was revealed through torn monk robes. And something wearing a black coat and a stark white crow mask, leading a swarm of flies and rats. The three monsters strolled down the destroyed fountain path, stopping 10 paces away from Nameless. A smirk crossed Nameless' face as she looked at the monsters. The Wolf King, the great seductress, and the master of plague. How generous of the Nightmare Legion to send 3 of you to die. Today will be a feast. Swoosh the old sword in Nameless' hand, pointed forward. Perfect timing. I just sharpened this blade, and I've been wanting to test how well it cuts. But the monsters didn't seem particularly inclined to fight Nameless. The figure with the white crow mask stepped forward. A heavy, cracked voice leaked from behind the mask. "Step aside, Nameless One. We have no business with you today. No business. But we have a duty to kill each other. Today we are after other prey." Chill anger crept into the voice of the white crow mask. The humans of the outside world, those who will become our cattle, have killed Orlop and Selendian. They even have the audacity to roam the Lake Kingdom now. They were speaking of Ash and his companions. Nameless mouth tightened. We must capture them and present them to the king. That takes precedence over our pointless but enjoyable fight with you. So step aside, Nameless One. The werewolf, listening to the conversation, growled menacingly. Those human insects, insignificant as they are, dared to scratch the mighty Nightmare King's army. I'll tear them into pieces with my claws. The succubus beside him then covered her mouth and giggled. How barbaric. Why not let them fall under my charm instead? The succubus' long finger gently traced her soft, curving body. I am intrigued. Even if it's all true that Selendian was killed, I'm curious, curious, curious. What kind of human is he? What taste does he have? What screams will he make? Ah, I'll hold him tight in my embrace and make both his body and heart my slaves. At that, the white crow mask spoke in a bubbling low voice. The mere pain of a wound, the mere pain of a bewitching, cannot suffice to pay for the sins that creature has committed. The white crow mask whipped its black coat, then lifted its gloved white hand, tightly clenching it. He shall be made the host of all the plagues of this world while still alive. Thus, he will taste all the pain that exists in this world. Observing the monsters proclaiming they would kill Ash in their own way, Nameless chuckled. What nonsense have you been spouting all this time, monsters? Who said I'd let you pass? Swish. As Nameless lightly swung his sword, the dried pond's black droplets were swept up by the sword wind, rising into a circle. Even if you suddenly go mad and depart to perform some good deed, I will stop you. Facing you monsters is my duty. Draw your weapons, monsters. Between us, words mean nothing anymore, don't they? The white crow mask, who had been watching Nameless closely, tilted its head. So, have you sharpened that sword again today, Nameless One? I've honed the blade well, smooth enough to cut your necks and still remain sharp. Hasn't the frequency of sharpening increased compared to before? At the sudden words, Nameless brows furrowed. The white crow mask was now cackling. You used to not care about sharpening the sword, and you fought without a rest for hundreds of nights. Now you cannot, can you? You and your sword are wearing down and decaying. There will surely come a day when it'll rust and fall. Nameless voice grew fierce, and a dazzling white light began to emit from her sword. But that's not today. I agree, Nameless One. Today you still shine brilliantly. The werewolf stood its silver mane on end, and the witch prepared a bewitching spell with a strong aroma. Giant white crow wings spread from the white crow mask's back. Behind him, countless swarms of flies and rats gathered. But the time is drawing near. Soon your noble soul will fall into complete corruption, as all great humans have. And on that day, this Lake Kingdom will finally fall into utter darkness, and the outside world will also be swallowed by a nightmare. The white crow mask laughed grimly in its hoarse, cracked voice. You'll happily await that day, counting the plagues and curses that will mar you hideously. Facing such monsters, Nameless charged forward. In this endless hellish struggle, there was only one wish. Keep the fire burning, Ash. A small torch that scoured the darkness here, protecting that thread-like possibility, and never extinguish that flame. That was all there was to it. Bubbling, splashing, sloshing, with sounds like wet jelly, the monsters rolled forward. Ah, Nuwu, I couldn't help but flinch, retreating backward. This season's monster was none other than the slime. That jelly-like creature, frequently used as an early-stage monster in many games. My lord, Lucas, rushing to my side, raised his sword. I quickly cried out, "Ah, Lucas, don't do it." But Lucas' sword was already falling straight down. Oh no, splat. With a somewhat adorable noise, the slime split in two. And then, splat, splat. It made an even cuter sound as it divided again. Although it was now exactly half its original size, it had perfectly divided into two identical creatures. Lucas' face fell into shock. My sword didn't work. Move over, old man. That's when Evangeline charged in, thrusting her spear. Splat, with the same cute sound, the tip of her spear pierced the slime. But the slime just jiggled like pudding around the spear, and then flowed right down, leaving it unharmed. Seeing no apparent damage, Evangeline also screamed, "My spear doesn't work." In Protect the Empire, physical attacks were divided into three types: slashing, piercing, and striking. The effectiveness varied depending on the situation, and in the case of slimes, it was quite a headache. Slashing attacks cause them to divide, and piercing attacks hardly do any damage. Of course, if you aimed for and hit the core precisely, you could kill it in one shot. But the core of a slime was harder to detect than a vampire's, and above all, splash, splash. There were so many. There were too many of these slime bastards. If you cut them wrong, they kept dividing, making them even more annoying to kill. There's a limit to how many times each one can divide, but that's meaningless with these numbers. Eventually, I pulled my two Vanguard Knights back. Lucas, Evangeline, fall back. GRR. Okay. As the two knights hastily retreated, I reached out to Junior. Junior, show them the value of the new equipment. Junior, smiling slyly, began to prepare a lightning spell. You've made an excellent investment, Your Highness. Junior swung his new staff, and zap! Dozens of lightning bolts struck down on the swarm of slimes. In an instant, scores of slimes were fried by the lightning, dissolving into nothingness. The few that remained were taken care of by Damien's sniping. Although Damien's sniping was also a piercing attack, thanks to Farsight. He could aim directly at the enemy's core. Phew, I sighed in relief as I watched the slimy creatures swept away. This place was the Lake Kingdom Dungeon's third area northern fortress. For our party's current level, it was a relatively easy place to clear. However, our two Vanguard Knights had become useless. The equipment was too severely affected by the circumstances. The Vanguard character must receive proper attack support to perform well in defense. At this rate, we were lacking the means to fend off the slimes, and the two in the front line wouldn't be able to withstand them. After a moment's thought, I gathered the party members. Fall back, to the party members staring at me with surprised eyes. I nodded. Our weapons don't have a good affinity against these slime creatures. Let's go back and get the appropriate equipment. As the slimes would attack again during the next defense, we needed to return to Crossroad and craft suitable weapons for the two knights. Blunt weapons with striking attributes. Should I borrow a mace from Calliope at the base camp? But that old man was already immersed in crafting the equipment we had ordered earlier. We wouldn't see his face until he had finished. If you need striking power, I can hit them with the flat side of my sword. I have a shield. The two knights held up their weapons, making their case, but I dismissed them. How long do you think you can fight like that? Instead, let's create one auxiliary weapon each. Since these were not their main weapons, but temporary equipment for this occasion, they could be made quickly at the forge. We could also grab a ready-made item. In the end, we returned to Crossroad much earlier than planned. Flash. Upon returning through the teleport gate to the mansion, the first thing that caught my eye was, ha! The scene of the mansion's walls, previously painted in Evangeline's bling-bling style, being restored to their original condition. Workers were diligently applying the new color. Evangeline opened her mouth and uttered a foolish sound. What? Wah, wah, wah. The interior of the mansion visible through the window was the same. The workers were busily restoring the living room and dining room to their previous design. I slapped my forehead in surprise. We had returned too early, and the interior restoration work wasn't yet finished. Realizing the situation, Evangeline grabbed her cheeks with her hands and screamed in shock. Ah, Nuo, my precious, tiny interior design, she screamed and ran into the mansion. I nodded my head contentedly. It was the reaction I wanted to see. I had hoped to see her face in despair after the interior was completely removed, but her current scream wasn't too bad either. Well, head back to the dungeon tomorrow morning. Rest well today. After instructing the rest of the party to rest, I looked towards the city, muttering to myself, where is Quillan? We were ahead of schedule, but that couldn't be helped. Slimes are the opponents in this stage. Striking attributes are effective. A fighter whose very nature was a striking attribute dealer. It was time to call up the bandit King Quillan to the first squad. Chapter 198 the following morning. Two parties entered the dungeon. Our main party and Quillan's band of 5 bandits. Wait, weren't we supposed to fight monsters on the fortress walls? Quillan's face turned pale in an instant as we were dragged into the gloomy dungeon. It's damp, it's dark, it's creepy. Where the heck are we? This is a dungeon, the very lair of monsters. Lake Kingdom Dungeon, Section 3. Outside the northern fortress. I pointed towards the dark interior of the dungeon where the shadows seemed to stir. We're here to fight the next wave of defensive monsters in advance. There was no mention in the contract that we'd have to fight here. Oh, come on, it's written right here. Id brought the contract with me, anticipating his complaint, and I waved it back and forth. See this small text in the corner? It's clearly written here, right? And your signature's here too. Can you see it? Urk. Quillan examined the contract with a defeated look. I chuckled wickedly in front of him. You should read it carefully, my friend. Kekek. Ah, Quillan looked back and forth between the dungeon's depths and the safe zone with a face as pale as death. The other bandits who'd been watching Quillan approached me, sighing. We apologize. Our leader is a bit of a coward. He's more afraid than he looks. Please understand. How can the leader of a bandit gang who's bold enough to defy imperial generals be a coward? That doesn't make sense. Their answer to my question was simple. If his opponent is a person, even an imperial general, our leader looks down on them. But ghosts or monsters, he's terrified of them. Ah, right, that type. Particularly weak against occult things. And he hates tight, dark places. And this place is not only tight and dark, but also the lair of monsters. So the guy over 2 meters tall and all muscle is shaking like a leaf, huh? I clicked my tongue in disbelief. Even the shortest member of our party, Evangeline, and the thin Damien, who were younger and smaller, didn't shake in fear. You've got to live up to your size, king of bandits. And your salary, too. Don't worry. Well, take good care of him. The other bandits groveled to me with sycophantic smiles, then ran to Quillan and began berating him fiercely. Get a grip, boss. This is an embarrassment. We're on probation in the punitive forces. If we don't do well here, we might be sent back to the execution ground. We're up against the infamous Wastrel Prince. We just need to hang on for 6 months and get a full-time position. If your gunner gets scared, do it later. As his subordinates scolded him, Quillan finally seemed to muster the courage to step forward, though his face remained pale. Al, all right. Let's go. That's the spirit, boss. Well, back you up. Let's wipe them out. With mutual encouragement, Quillan and the bandits energetically took the lead and entered Section 3. And not long after they started walking, slosh, slosh, clank, clank, the slimes began to roll in. Outside the northern fortress, Room 1, eliminate the enemies. LV12 normal slime, 20 bodies level 12 slimes without any special characteristics. About 20 of them. This should have been enough for Quillan's party to warm up. I watched them with a hint of anticipation. And then, Yarog, monsters. The 4 bandits turned and started to run away all at once. My blood pressure shot up. Unintentionally, I grabbed the back of my neck and let out a scream. Hey, you good-for-nothing bastards. What are you doing? What was all that confident talk just a moment ago? You encouraged each other like you were going to do well. But we've never seen such monsters before. Never heard or seen. A soul drinker that absorbs souls in the swamp. No, it must be the demon that sucks the brains out of its victims. Brain drain. Don't scare everyone with such talk. They're just slimes. level 12 ones. You're in your 30s, you could pop them with just a strike of a weapon. But the bandits, panicked at the sight of unfamiliar monsters, scrambled and fled towards us. The only one who didn't run away and stood his ground was the party leader, Kuelan. I blinked in surprise. Acting like the biggest coward just a moment ago, it seemed the title of Bandit King wasn't in vain. Just then, Kuelan slowly turned towards us, his face twisted in misery, and muttered, "Legs. Won't move. You're a frozen in fear, aren't you? You really are something else." A slime then approached Kuelan, making a dull noise as it lightly hit his body. Thud. Kurak. With that, Kuelan vomited blood and was blown away toward us. Seriously, was that a real body? Kuelan, who rolled all the way to me, gargled blood and muttered faintly, "Today, bad luck. Get a grip, you good-for-nothing. Don't faint from just one hit." But Kuelan lost consciousness right there. My word. Was this the stamina of a body with only 5 in stats? I told you this would happen if we recruited these baseless bandits, my lord. Lucas, who had been watching this mess from behind, clicked his tongue. It seems this recruitment was a failure. KK. I felt like I understood a bit how professional sports teams' front offices feel when they're criticized for wrong scouting every year. He performed well, okay. The data wasn't bad either. Did anyone expect this to happen in the first game? I hadn't thought of it. These bandit guys might be used to PvP, but they're practically inexperienced with PvE. They might be used to swinging weapons at people and struggling against the Imperial forces. But facing these genuine, otherworldly monsters is a whole new ball game for them. It felt like throwing a party of 5 new soldiers into a level 3 dungeon. Yes, this sticky darkness is new, and it's their first time seeing these monsters. It can happen, but I was expecting a skilled party worthy of their level. The path to teaching them was rugged. I sighed internally as Lucas and Evangeline stepped forward. "Well, take care of these creatures, my lord. Please take the time to recover." "Yes, thank you." Night duo. The two had hastily acquired blunt weaponry from the Crossroads blacksmith. Lucas had a one-handed iron mallet, while Evangeline wielded a warhammer with a long handle. Though not of high grade, they were sufficient to deal with the slimes. Lucas stepped forward with a seemingly pleased expression, while Evangeline trailed behind, her face somber. Ugh, when will I realize my dream of owning a home? It seemed the thoughts of having ripped out all the interior decorations the previous day were still lingering in her mind. Except for Evangeline's room and a few guest rooms, everything had been restored to its original state. Since then, she had remained disheartened. I'll have to cheer her up later. But even in her dejected state, Evangeline's PvE proficiency was extraordinarily high. Lucas, needless to say, was just as skilled. The night duo swung their bludgeons, and the slimes began to be pulverized. Thwack, thump. The battle was certainly different from yesterday. Lucas' iron mallet crushed the slimes, and Evangeline's warhammer flattened them. Both of them are more skilled with their primary weapons, but they handle these bludgeons well. As they pummeled with impact weapons, the slimes burst with ease, unlike the struggle of the previous day. The bandits watched, astounded. Wow, the knights are truly on another level. They so effortlessly take down those fearsome soul drinkers and brain drains. It's like witnessing a mythical duel. No, it's just slimes, you cowardly weaklings. I sighed heavily, retrieving a potion bottle and pouring it onto Kuelan's face, who had fainted. "Wake up, Flatfish." Cough, gasp. Kuelan's eyes opened wide. His HP bar was absurdly low, so he revived instantly with just a splash of a regular potion. "Hey, penal squad. Attention." At my low growl, Kuelan and the bandits promptly lined up before me. "Listen closely. This isn't kindergarten. This is the monster front line. I hired you to be immediate battle forces, not to act like recruits freshly conscripted. If you're going to act like green soldiers, I have no reason to hire criminals like you, right? If I had to train them from A to Z, it'd just raise new recruits, not bother bringing convicts into a penal squad. If you're scared of the monsters, pack your bags and head back to prison. You can pay for your crimes justly under the Empire's law. But if you don't want prison and prefer to earn money and serve your sentence honorably, do it properly. Show me the skill worthy of the name of Bandit King and his elite force." I pointed at the flattened slimes with a click of my tongue. "Those slimes are way weaker than the Imperial soldiers you fought before. Fight without fear." Got it. 2 R-rated warriors, 2 R-rated rogues, and 1 SR-rated fighter. With proper utilization, this could have been a decent party. They had messed up in the first battle, but the idea of giving up so soon had never crossed their minds. But at this rate, when will they become useful? Despite my frustration, I could still see fear in the eyes of the Bandit King's party as they watched the monsters. What should I do with these cowardly bastards? Then it happened. Ding, ding. Suddenly the system alert rang in succession. Ha! I opened the system window in curiosity. Outer Castle North, Room 1, annihilate the enemies. LV-14 normal slimes. 28 LV-15 tricolored slimes. 16 LV-15 acidic slimes. 24 LV-20 normal slimes. 30 waves 2 to 5 were all updated at once. What? The Northern Fortress was a dungeon where monster waves had to be fended off in succession within an elongated room. Usually the waves came one at a time. Thump, thump, but now 4 waves started rushing at us all at once. Almost 100 slimes spilled over the fortress walls, a massive horde storming in. What the hell is this? Even if they are low-level slimes, this number. Damien and Junior, who were standing by my sides, immediately prepared for battle. Damien drew 2 Cerberus in his hands, and Junior began to chant magic. Bang, bang, boom, flash. The bullets pierced through the slimes, and lightning magic struck the swarm. But there were too many slimes. Furthermore, as the slimes crawled up from below the walls, the angle for magic bullets and spells wasn't right, allowing them to approach. The slimes quickly surrounded us. My lord! Lucas and Evangeline, who had gone to clear Wave 1, were trying to rush back but were isolated by the swarm of slimes. I gritted my teeth and swung my staff, summoning a blade of magic power behind me. Damn, I had let my guard down, thinking it was an easy place. Thwap! The slimes leaped at us all at once. Though they wouldn't absorb our souls or suck out our brains, it was clear that if we were engulfed by them, we would meet a horrible fate. Damn it! Just then, whoosh! Kuelan flew through the air. Bang! Splatter! Leaping into the air, Kuelan struck out with fists and feet like a whirlwind. Wherever his fist power touched, slimes shattered like clay, and those hit by his kicks exploded like fireworks. In the blink of an eye, Kuelan had destroyed over 10 slimes and lightly landed back in position, his red mohawk spinning round as he came down. Shit! Damn! Curses spilled from the Bandit King's mouth. No matter how scary it is, we must protect our paycheck. Snap! With one fist to his chest and the other stretched forward and his body's weight lowered, Kuelan assumed his unique martial arts stance. Hey guys, get ready. We need to make money. We need a lot of it. At the party leader's cry, the bandits' eyes flashed with determination as they brandished their clubs. I chuckled at the sight. They're not entirely useless after all. Let's get converted to full-time employees. Yelling, the Bandit King's party rushed in all directions, and the horde of monsters swooped down on them. Chapter 199. After that, the Bandit King's party quickly adapted to the battle against monsters. They were still inexperienced, allowing hits from the monsters and falling frequently, but luckily their foes were level 10 to 20 slimes. The injuries were all minor enough to be healed with potions. In the end, it took quite some time, but they managed to safely clear Zone 3 Northern Fortress. They were able to return to Crossroad by late evening. There were some hair-raising moments, but we managed to clear it somehow. I exhaled a sigh of relief as I took in the comforting summer air of Crossroad. We worked hard today. Looking back at the teleport gate, I was taken aback. All 5 members of Kuelan's party were sprawled on the ground. Kuelan was even leaning against the wall on the far side, retching. Ugh, I hate monsters and dungeons now. Hearing such pitiable words from a muscular giant over 2 meters tall was quite incongruous. But there's no one in the world who finds monsters cute and dungeons as joyful as flower gardens. One must overcome the fear that seeps into their bones and move forward. If you stand on the front lines against the monsters here, you must have that kind of determination. Enemy information, Stage 8. LV. 1 creature, LV-30 acid slime. 526 creatures, LV-25 tricolor slime. 488 creatures. Start in 7 days. There was a week left until the start of the next stage. During that time, I'll need to keep drilling these party members, training them to a level where they'll be useful in real combat. I thought, evaluating the 5 bandits' faces. Suddenly, I thought of the other sub-parties I had been with. Shadow Squad. The Shadow Squad was an all-elf firepower team. 2 out of 5 had died, and the remaining 3 were sent on a classified mission. In hindsight, it was an excessively good team for a first sub-party. Dion Mercenary Band. The Dion Mercenary Band consisted of N-grade heroes. They had ambition and potential, but ultimately they all fell in the showdown with the Vampire King. Old Hunters. A group of old mercenaries brought by Jupiter. A group of 2 mages and 3 warriors was an efficient combination, but both mages were killed. The 3 warriors became unable to battle again and retired. And now, this new sub-party. Their name not yet determined, I looked forlornly at the Bandit King's penal squad. All of my sub-parties under my command had not remained intact. They had been injured, killed, or wiped out. What would become of you? Would you also be injured, killed, or annihilated? Knowing that future, should I still employ you, command you? Should I buy your lives for a mere pittance and control you with a leash called punishment? Is that right? Hey, you bandit scum! I pulled a few gold coins from my pocket and flipped one to Quillan and his men. It's encouragement money. Take it. The bandits' faces, previously pale and downcast, lit up as they leaped up to catch my gold. Wow, thank you. Well, use it well, Cash Lord. Buy something tasty with this and rest well tonight, but don't slack off too much. Yes, sir. Well, do as ordered. Quillan and the party members chattered among themselves and left my mansion. Perhaps they were off to the town's pub for a drink. Suddenly, I realized that the way people live seems similar everywhere. They work, they clock out, they eat, they sleep. The bandits conscripted into the penal battalion and ordinary people living on Earth. Perhaps they were spending similar days. I glanced at the opposite side. My main party members were gazing at me with blank stares. I chuckled softly. Shall we eat as well? I had been away from this place for over a month, and we hadn't even had a reunion dinner since my return. Now was the time to indulge. I requested a simple meal and appetizers from the chef. I considered inviting other hero characters, but it was already nighttime. We decided to dine just among our main party members. Now then, it's a bit late, but to celebrate my safe return to Crossroad. It felt a bit silly to give a toast myself, but no matter. I raised the glass in my hand. Cheers! The party members all exclaimed cheers, in unison, raising their glasses. In Lucas and Juju's hands were glasses of alcohol, while in Evangeline and Damien's were glasses of juice. Evangeline grumbled, Tusk, I know how to drink too. You're underage, it's too soon for alcohol. Drink your juice. With a clinking sound, we toasted, and each swallowed a mouthful. Lucas gulped down his drink without a change in complexion, while Juju grimaced and coughed after just one sip. He was clearly not accustomed to alcohol. It's incredibly bitter. How can anyone enjoy? Speaking halfway, a gush of red wine flowed from Juju's mouth. I was no longer frightened by this blood joke since I had seen it too often. Bitter alcohol. Damien, who had been watching, wore a smirk filled with arrogance. For me, life is tough, so it tastes sweet. Heh heh. No, you're drinking juice. Of course, it's sweet. When would he ever return to normal? His dark aura seemed to be getting more intense. I can't drink alcohol. I can't decorate as I wish. Twirling her juice glass, Evangeline sighed. When will I finally become an adult and live as I please? Sigh. This adolescent kid, who once didn't want to grow up, seemed to be swinging back and forth with all the restrictions of being a minor. Enough, take this, Evangeline. I held out a small wrapped box I had prepared in advance. Evangeline's green eyes widened. What's this? You asked me to buy it, remember? It's a gift set from the pastry shop in front of the Imperial Academy. Evangeline's downcast face instantly brightened. Wow, really? It was what she had asked for before I left for the Imperial capital. I had remembered to bring it. I've been dying to eat this. Yay! As Evangeline excitedly tore open the packaging, I handed out gifts I had bought in the capital to the other party members. I've brought each of you a gift as well. Here, take it. It wasn't anything grand, just souvenirs I picked up while I was in the Imperial capital. For Lucas, I gave a decorative string to tie on a sword. For Junior, a book related to elemental magic. And for Damien, eye drops neatly packaged. Lucas, Junior, and Damien all seemed as though they had rarely received gifts like these, their faces brightening as they laughed and tore open the wrapping. Meanwhile, the chef brought out the food, and we chatted away as we ate. Watching my happily feasting party members, Evangeline suddenly asked, "Senior, are you tired?" Ha! I was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. What? Without eating her meal and munching on the snacks I gave her, Evangeline tilted her head. "You seem unusually tired today. After all, you've started working right after the fatigue of travel hasn't even worn off." Do I? Do I look tired? In fact, since you took command here, you've been ceaselessly warding off monsters and preparing for the next defense battle as soon as you returned from the Imperial capital. It must be exhausting. Monsters will keep coming endlessly. If you keep working like this, you might collapse from fatigue someday. I forced a smile and put my fork down on the plate in front of me. If I said I wasn't tired, it would be a lie. I had already fought in numerous defensive battles. How many waves of monsters had approached the walls, aiming for us? This time it was slimes, but what monster would appear next? They were countless, and even grew stronger. It was frustrating and overwhelming in the face of a grueling battlefront. However, but enduring this monotonous repetition is what it means to be an adult. It wasn't because I was an extraordinary person that I could endure this. In reality, everyone in this world was managing to do it. The pattern of human life was the same everywhere. Work, go home, eat, sleep, and repeat endlessly. The ordinary office worker, the game's streaming broadcaster, the mercenary fighting monsters, the lord managing the city. Surviving by defeating the boring tasks that didn't change every day, and the enemies that kept coming, that was life. And I suddenly looked out the window. Through the dense greenery, I faintly heard the sound of cicadas. There is an end. It was already the height of summer. I first came to this city in late winter, so almost half a year had passed. Once the 3-year campaign ends and the 4th year's spring comes, the game will end. This seemingly unchanging daily life. It will eventually come to an end. I hope not to regret that last day. So even if I'm tired and struggling, I aim to face every day head on. Whatever ending awaits at the end of this campaign. To meet the end without regret. To live my best life every day. I've resolved to do so. My party members quietly watch me. I felt a little embarrassed and gave them an awkward smile. Ahem. Anyway, if you get tired, say so. I'll give you a vacation at least. Got it? I'm not such a tyrannical lord. I'll manage your condition at least. If it's tough, make sure to tell me in advance, okay? Lucas was staring at me intently when he quietly opened his mouth. Your lordship, if you ever feel so weary that you can't bear it, please let us know. A considerate smile formed at the edge of his lips. I will gladly massage your shoulders. Evangeline, Junior, and Damien also spoke in turn. Then I'll do the feet, foot massage. When I massage, my fellow Academy Night classmates all love it to death. I'll prepare a healthy drink for you. Let's see, there should be some spinach in the kitchen. I can use recovery magic on your tired eyes. They didn't just speak, they actually jumped up from their seats and surrounded me. Ha! I broke into a cold sweat. What are you guys doing? Squawk. Choke. Lucas and Evangeline grabbed my shoulders and feet and began massaging. Damien started casting recovery magic, and Junior was concocting a suspicious drink on the spot. No, wait a minute. Oh damn, stop it, you brats. In the end, I suffered a terrible fate, having my shoulders and feet squeezed in agony, recovery magic poured into my eyes, and being forced to swallow a spinach drink. You brats, you're making me more tired. Stop it now. A few days had passed. Kuelan's party quickly became proficient in battling monsters. They reached a point where they could successfully undertake autonomous exploration without much difficulty. They were now at a level where they could function as a sub-party. Even the bandits who had been recruited as regular soldiers were trained enough to be used as combatants. Riene, who was indeed the captain of the Imperial magic troops, had them quickly whipped into shape with her intensive short-term tutoring. Suitable defensive equipment was installed on the walls to prepare for the great slime battle, and the gallows for the kill zone were densely deployed on the plains after a long time. Preparations for the defense battle were progressing smoothly. In the blink of an eye, time had passed, and now Stage 8, start in. Only one day was left until the next defensive battle. Chapter 201, day left until the next defense battle. Afternoon. Elise had come to the Lord's mansion. The female swordsman, dressed as a maid and carrying a sword coffin, was as expressionless as usual, but I greeted her with a cheerful smile. Elise, how was it? Was Crossroad tolerable? There are too many facilities lacking, fitting for a Margrave, but the essential infrastructure is all in place. So yes, it was tolerable. Elise had not merely accompanied me here as a simple escort. Silver Winter's Merchant Guild planned to launch several businesses in this place, Crossroad. She was dispatched here to prepare for this and to gather information. From finding land to build the Merchant Guild branch, to sourcing materials and labor for road construction, to figuring out how much magical stone stock needed to be transporting to the imperial capital, and so on. Anyway, she said there was an enormous amount of work to do. That's why, after my escort mission ended, she was out of sight, only now to appear. Is the necessary investigation all done? Yes. I have collected all the information our Merchant Guild needs. Now, I will return to the imperial capital, report to Master Serenade, and organize the workforce to send down the business unit. You've worked hard. The way back will be tough too. I gave Elise a mischievous smile. Is today a farewell visit then? Actually, I've come after hearing the news of the monster invasion. Naturally, I have been announcing the expected invasion date of the monsters within the city. There's no reason to hide it, and it's better for the citizens to be prepared. Elise seemed to have seen that announcement. I heard that the monsters are attacking tomorrow. Is that true? Yes, I expect it to be tomorrow morning. While there might be a chance that it could suddenly change like during Stage 3, it probably won't. I have already understood this stage's dark event. You may think it's a sudden imposition, Your Highness. Elise cautiously brought it up. May I participate in this defense battle? What? Surprised, I hesitated, and Elise showed her chest by lifting her hand. Pardon my rudeness, but if Your Highness has faced my sword, you would already know my skills. It's not your skills I am unsure of. I wasn't bewildered by her skill level. Rather, I would be grateful if a strong person like Elise could help. But I don't understand why. Why is she helping with the defense battle? Our Merchant Guild branch will be moving into Crossroads soon, and ordinary people who have lived lives unrelated to monsters will be deployed to start working here. Elise glanced briefly at the city wall through the mansion window. I would like to see the potential threat they might face with my own eyes. Indeed. Is this also part of the investigation on the Merchant Guild's part? Convinced, I nodded. All right. No, I am the one who's grateful. I'll count on you for this one time, Elise. I'm the one who should apologize for making an unreasonable request. Tomorrow, I will faithfully follow Your Highness' command. An SSR-ranked swordsman like Elise is going to help. Tomorrow's defense battle seems like it will go very smoothly. I was in high spirits when I let out a loud "ah" and asked Elise, "But Elise, do you also have maces in your sword coffin?" I would need a striking attribute equipment, since the monster I'll be facing tomorrow is a slime. Elise was a sword-type character, so I wondered if she would also have maces at her disposal. A mace? Are you referring to? Tilting her head, Elise put down the sword coffin and sneaked a peek inside, then nodded at me. Yes, I have them. How many would you like to borrow? No, I don't want to borrow them. I want you to use them tomorrow. Besides, how many maces are even in there? How many weapons are in that sword coffin altogether? Dungeon, base camp. Today I came here only with Lucas and Quillan. Flash. As I passed through the teleport gate, Kellerby waved as though he had been waiting for me. Come on, move faster, you slowpoke. It was finished long ago. Why are you coming so late? You'll have me delivering it next day. Oh, you deliver all the way to Crossroad. That's great. Like hell I will, you damn rascal. Hey, come on, just come and take it. Cursing and complaining, Kellerby pointed to the equipment placed on a display stand in front of his forge. I approached it. One pair of red leather boots with metal plates attached, and also a short cape, similar to a muffler, in red as well. In this world, not only metal equipment, but also leather and cloth gear are produced in the blacksmith's forge. It's because equipment to refine magic power cores and magic stones are basically found in the forge. So in Crossroads Forge, specialized leatherworkers and tailors are employed as well. But Kellerby had crafted leather and cloth so neatly, all by himself, handling leather and cloth as skillfully as metal, truly an impressive gentleman. Now, let's see how it turned out. I checked the options on both pieces of equipment. Let's see. Vampire General's boots, SSR LV35, category, shoes, defense, 25-30 durability, 20/20, agility +10, vampire-style physical enhancement, strengthens the leg muscles, increasing movement speed by 1.5 times for 5 seconds. Can be used 3 times a day. If used all 3 times, it inflicts a random injury to the legs. Vampire General's Muffler, SSR LV35. Category: Auxiliary Equipment Durability, 5/5 Irreparable. Agility plus 15 Blood Mist Deployment. When struck, there is a certain probability that the muffler will deploy a mist of blood, causing the enemy's attack to miss. When the option is activated, durability decreases by 1. I nodded approvingly. Great. It came out just as I intended. I crafted it to increase agility and specialize in dodging enemy attacks, just as you ordered. Kellerby clicked his tongue. Crafting this dodging equipment with such a precious vampire general's magic core instead of a magnificent weapon. Tusk, Tusk, it seems you don't appreciate valuable items. What are you talking about, Master Smith? Good survival equipment is as essential as a good weapon. You must be alive to hit one more time, don't you agree? No use arguing with you. I handed over a few bars of gold and some fine liquor to the grumbling Kellerby as a modest token of appreciation. Kellerby pretended not to be interested but gratefully accepted. After all, there was no such thing as a dwarf who disliked gold and alcohol. Now, Quillan. I took the boots and scarf and handed them to Quillan. These are yours. Quillan's eyes widened in surprise. He must have recognized just how valuable this equipment was. Really, Your Highness, you're giving this to me? Who said I am giving it to you outright? It's a loan, I chuckled, shaking my finger from side to side. Stay put at the front line until the end of your probation period, and it will be entirely yours once it ends. Understand? Those words are golden. Ha ha. Great, probation for half a year. I'll stick to it like glue on a bald head. A broad smile appeared on Quillan's face. He seemed genuinely pleased. I had been pondering a lot about Quillan's equipment setup. Initially, I thought of making robust equipment for him, but soon I reached a different conclusion. This kid was fragile, falling at a single hit. So instead, let's tailor the setting to avoid him getting hit at all. Rather than increasing the chance of getting hit by dressing him in heavy armor, let's make his body extremely light and set up safety measures. That's the conclusion I came to, and it led to crafting this high-grade equipment with expensive SSR-grade magic power cores. If I am going to use it, I won't skimp on the investment. Though flawed in many aspects, Quillan was an SR-grade character after all, and one of the few pure melee damage dealers. He was worth nurturing, that's what I judged. Yippee! As Quillan ran around, trying on his new scarf and shoes, Lucas glared at him with displeasure. I smirked. What's wrong, Lucas? Don't like it? Yes, to be honest. You just got new weapons not too long ago. The more equipment my lord gives me, the better. This greedy guy. I patted Lucas back reassuringly. Don't worry too much. He'll get new equipment for you soon. Lucas' level was slowly approaching 50. After his final third-class advancement and awakening his ultimate skill, Lucas would also be able to use his exclusive equipment. The privilege of SSR-grade characters. Exclusive equipment. The reason SSR grade was considered the highest honor was ultimately because of the exclusive equipment that completed the character. Thinking about Lucas flying around with his exclusive equipment, a smile inadvertently crept across my face. Just wait a little longer, you monster brats. Our protagonist, the hero, is almost here. He's already incredibly powerful, though. Lucas looked at me, puzzled by my sinister smile. You'll understand why I am like this later, Lucas. I covered my mouth, chuckling ominously, while Quillan kicked the air, practicing a continuous aerial kick, adapting to his newly lightened body. Then Kellerby yelled at us. Hey, if you're done looking, get lost. I need to concentrate. That evening, Crossroad, the temple. Quillan's brother, Curaha, was sitting on a single bed in his room. The pallor from the traces of illness had regained some color, and the once emaciated body had put on some weight in just a few days. But the left leg. Compared to the right leg, the left one was particularly withered, just as it was. He couldn't walk because of this leg, which hung limp like a deflated balloon. The other symptoms can be treated, but this leg will be difficult. The head priest, who was in charge of Curaha's treatment, said so. Curaha gave a bitter smile and ran his hand over his withered leg. He wasn't disappointed because he hadn't hoped for anything in the first place. It had already been over 10 years since the leg had become like this. But Curaha faced forward, and slowly, clenching his fists, he reached out. I always regret not being able to see the next move of this technique. Then it happened. Bang! Curaha, with a boisterous noise, the door to the sick room opened, and Cuilan walked in. Startled, Curaha quickly lowered his fists. Cuilan, hey, how is it? Isn't the temple somewhat comfortable to stay in? Cuilan grinned and sat down beside Curaha's bed. Damn imperial bastards, but they do have one hell of a healing spell. Just look at how our brother's complexion has improved. Curaha smiled faintly and nodded. Everyone here is kind and takes good care of me. I'll be almost fully recovered with just a few more weeks of rest. Good, good. That's great. That's really great. Cuilan's smiling face suddenly turned serious. As soon as you are fully healed, we're getting out of this city. Curaha's face hardened as well. Cuilan clicked his tongue. Such nonsense. Do you think our grudge against the Empire will vanish if they hand us some money? Cuilan, look at what they've done. Cuilan looked down at his brother's abnormally withered left leg, his mouth tightly closed. Look at what they've done. Cuilan tapped the X-shaped scar on his forehead. Do you think we'll forget even if they give us a fortune? Ha! Do you think we'll be fools again? As soon as you feel better, we will gather the troops and leave this city immediately. It's a bit regrettable to leave behind that overly kind-hearted prince. But you know, caterpillars must eat leaves to survive, right? Curaha slowly reached out and grasped his younger brother's hand. Cuilan, ha! What about making a new nest here? Cuilan's face stiffened. Curaha fumbled with his words. You can be pardoned for all crimes committed during the last 3 years if you serve for just 3 years. Moreover, they're offering an annual salary enough to not only meet our targeted amount, but exceed it. We didn't become bandits because we wanted to. We didn't become thieves by choice. We can turn back here. Let's go back to the world, Cuilan. You're still young, you still. Thump. Before his brother finished speaking, Cuilan got up. Curaha cried out in desperation. Cuilan, I'll pretend I didn't hear that, brother. Cuilan strode back towards the door of the sick room. The Curaha I knew, my master, who taught me martial arts, wasn't a man who would speak such weak words. Make sure to recover quickly. Until you've finished recovering, I'll be here earnestly brawling with monsters and earning my allowance. Cuilan. Curaha had heard and knew about the monster defense battle scheduled for tomorrow. Stammering, Curaha spoke to his brother as he turned to leave. Take care of yourself. Ha ha ha, I'm Cuilan of Kangwoon, the miraculous Cuilan, don't worry. With a grin, Cuilan left the sick room. I'll be back, brother. Thump. The door closed, and his younger brother's large figure disappeared outside. Curaha looked down at his pitiful left leg with a disheartened expression. His two emaciated fists clenched tightly, and the next day, morning broke on stage 8.